Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 651-700. Chapter 651. 69 It takes no effort to get it. Just when Luokan was worried how to find Hyuga Sinning, but there was nowhere to go after stepping through the iron shoes, and it took no effort to get it. Meeting you here again. Hyuga Sinning looked at the team in front of him. In fact, he had always had some thoughts in his heart that he wanted to challenge Luokan and Sasuke. There was no such outsider in the village before. Sasuke must be the first among them all. She must be very unbalanced in her heart, and she is no worse than Sasuke. Not to mention that I usually practice hard. However, when Hyuga Sinning thought positive and negative balance, another person came to the village. It even seemed that you were going to surpass Sasuke, which actually made him very surprised. Could it be that his talent is really unmatched? No, he is the hope and genius of the Hyuga family. No matter what, she wants to win glory for the Hyuga family. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched. Could it be that this achievement was specially arranged by the system? He knew that he would definitely meet Hyuga Sinning, so he suddenly arranged this task. But when he first entered the forest, the system had already assigned himself the task of passing this assessment. Of course, along the way, every time he met a team, he used the result of victory to increase his experience. It did not increase a lot every time before. On the contrary, this actually made him feel some sense of security in his heart. After all, from the time the mobs fought to the last big boss, he wouldn't be very chaotic. Of course, in the event of an emergency, who knew that he would meet Orochimaru in the middle of the road? It seems that there is only one breath left in the fight. If it is not for this system, he even doubts whether it can survive or not as a problem. Then, when Midori Ankari and Orochimaru said those words, he was actually a little flustered in his heart. After all, he knew exactly what kind of temper Miton Ashizaki had. If he really hated himself from the bottom of his heart, then he won't have any good results in the village in the future. When he thinks of this matter, he still feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he has never thought about betraying the village, not to mention that he only thought about it before. Just save your life at Orochimaru. Midori Red Bean's temper will definitely not be soft with Orochimaru. He developed according to the plot in the original book, so it is said that Orochimaru will let him go in the future, but he did not say that he will let others go, especially after fighting with Orochimaru. I have seen myself face to face, so I can live under his hands, and I am actually very relieved in my heart, no matter what. However, Sasuke was cursed by Orochimaru, most of which he knew in his heart, but because of this, he still felt that maybe if his strength was not the same, he would definitely prevent such a thing from happening. However, as the strength of the following teams gradually increased, the experience points gained also increased. He has already upgraded the system twice along the way. When he saw the combat power of the fourth place, he frowned. Like my own combat power is also much stronger than theirs, not to mention that their team's combat power is generally better than others, so they may get more experience points if they win, and the system will also be bad. This time it is upgraded again, so no matter what the duel with Hyuga Sinning is, he will definitely win. It's really a coincidence, it's really a narrow road for enemies tilde. When Naruto saw Hyuga Sinning, he had a headache. He knows that his strength is far inferior to anyone in Hyuga Sinning's team. Whether it's Xiaoli or Tian, I'm afraid they are much stronger than him. She is afraid that she will hold back Sasuke and Luo Chen. But no matter what, they knew in their hearts that it would be a matter of time for the two teams to meet. In this forest, although the forest was indeed not small, the last ones were only the few they expected. When they saw each other, they were not infatuated with each other, and when they met, they were going to have a showdown. Hyuga Sinning had already thought very clearly before. No matter what, he must be the first among the newcomers, so when he saw Sasuke, he was also happy in his heart, and finally the long-awaited duel, it could be considered to have arrived. When Xiaoli saw Luo Chen, he just wanted to do it, but was stopped by Hyuga Sinning. Leave it to me, and the rest of you two can figure it out for yourself. I'm going to have an upright duel with him to see if I'm better or he's better. Hyuga Sinning also thought that maybe he was the hope of this village, and he wanted to take her and act as number one to trust you. So when he saw him, he had already started to feel restless in his heart. When he was about to fight him, he was stopped by himself. No matter what, he must defeat him in an upright manner. Luokan knew when he saw him like this. I'm afraid he has been thinking about him for a long time. It just so happened that although the mission has already been issued, and if he will have such a war with him sooner or later, it is better to take this opportunity to complete the mission like this. You can also look at his own strength. Although he knew that Hyuga Simming and Sasuke's strength were similar, but since Sasuke seemed to be better than Hyuga's own talent, he has always been the first place in their village. When he came, Sasuke seemed to have a faint trend of decline, but he was concerned because of the 3 generations. As a result, these Shangnin people don't seem to have a very good impression of themselves, not to mention that they are outsiders from a village. Of course, they have already seen it in the assessment this time. By Li Jiao, he wanted him to use this battle to solve other people's thoughts. No matter what, he wouldn't let others put all their ideas on himself, and he just used his strength to prove that you are also worthy of the name. It has always been said that capture the thief first capture the king, not to mention that although Hyuga Sinning was not the most powerful one among them, he was already a great threat to this group of newcomers, not to mention the Hyuga clan at that time. If Hyuga Sinning made her his defeat, the others would stop for a long time, so that he would not be accepting the challenges one after another, and the road might be a little smoother. He himself, but he didn't think differently from that, simply because Sasuke was his teammate after all, not to mention that Sasuke seemed to know something before him, and he looked at himself with a question in his eyes. Chapter 652. 70. The 2 teams faced off. When the 2 really started a duel, at this time, Xiaoli and Tian also faced Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke knew that Naruto's strength was the worst among them. So I don't expect him to beat anyone, but it's good to be able to keep himself and not let others take away the scroll in his arms. However, for this powerful opponent every day, Sasuke is also going all out. But because of the curse mark that Orochimaru put on his body before, his strength was not as strong as before, if it wasn't for the pill that fell to the dust. I'm afraid he can't even keep up with half of his current strength. Tian seems to have caught Sasuke's flaw and usually uses his strength to suppress him. This made Sasuke have some physical exhaustion. When he came this way before, his physical exhaustion was enormous, but he was targeted by Orochimaru, so his strength was not as good as before. How to do it? Is this your true strength? You really disappointed me. I thought you were a very strong opponent. Tian curled the corners of his mouth and felt a little excited when he saw Sasuke like this, because he knew that Rizal 4 years ago was because he didn't have the talent to be a pig, so he might have lost to Sasuke, but he was already in the crowd. It is more dazzling, but when his opponent is Sasuke, he still has some worries in his heart, but he only knows when he fights. Maybe Sasuke is injured, and seeing that he does not seem to have the strength of Dabai before, this is for him. It's a good opportunity to speak. At this time, Sasuke had fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Hearing what Tian said, he didn't say a word, but he paid more attention to his subordinates' moves. The battle between Luokan and Hyuga Michining was the most eye-catching among the 3 of them. What's more, when Luokan thought of the task given to him by that stupid system, he already knew very well that no matter what, he would definitely defeat him. He was led by Hyuga, otherwise, if the system punished him, he would be too ignorant, so he did have a great temptation, that is to increase the experience points, and there are some other benefits, but he also didn't want the system to punish him. Who knows what kind of punishment the scumbag system would give him. So when Sasuke thought about these things, his moves became more and more ruthless, and Hyuga Sinning, at this time, already knew very well about himself. I am afraid that this time he will kick before the hard board. At that time, he himself had always been thinking about wanting to have a showdown with Luokan, but when he was in the village, he would not easily fight with others. He just wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong his strength was, and whether it was as powerful as they imagined, otherwise he would not be reconciled. Hyuga Sinning is indeed well deserved of his reputation, and in addition to his writing wheel eyes. If it were someone else, others might not be able to withstand him for so long, but Luo Chen is also the protagonist who has crossed over, not to mention the system itself. No matter what, we have the aura of the protagonist on our body. So if Hyuga Tsunade wanted to kill him, it would indeed have some difficulties. When the two teams were in an inextricable battle, Naruto did not have such good luck. It was precisely because he was the weakest opponent among the six of them, Xiaoli, but Xiaoli was not his subordinate. The kind of person who is merciful, let alone this is about the battle between their two teams, so don't forget that people want to let you, this is not a normal game. What's more, their current identity is the enemy of the other party, but Naruto has this scroll in his arms that they say represents the team, which makes Xiaoli even more want to take it directly. But Naruto didn't dare to slack off and exhausted all his strength. Although he didn't make much contribution to the team before, he didn't dare to relax his vigilance in the slightest, because he knew that little Lee, no matter what, his strength is above himself. Therefore, they have all come all the way, but they find that they are still inferior to others. Based on this, he must guard and doubt this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will really make their efforts all the way in vain, not to mention Luokan and Sasuke suffered such serious injuries on the way, but when they came here, it was really not easy. When he thought of this, Naruto tried his best, and his subordinates were also desperate, so they couldn't let them steal the scroll. The tail of the crane is the tail of the crane. Why don't you just hand over the scroll in your arms? I won't do it like you, so you don't have to be beaten, isn't it good? Why do you look like you have been holding on so hard? Then see how long you can hold on. If it's you or me, don't you know in your heart? Xiaoli said when he saw Naruto like this. When he looked at her like this, he was actually a little impulsive in his heart, but he knew very well that since the two teams had already stood on opposite sides, it was impossible for him to show mercy to her, not to mention that they also wanted to pass through the forest. The assessment in the middle, so when thinking of this, the moves under his men did not have any soft-handed Naruto at all. He was knocked to the ground more than once, and he refused to hand over the scroll in his arms, which made Xiaoli a little annoyed. If you want me to hand over the scroll, then you are really wrong. Why don't you just kill me? But it depends on whether you have the strength, even if I am the tail of the crane among all the people, but I still stand competing with you here, even if I am not as powerful as you. You still didn't get the scroll, did you? So what's the use of talking so much nonsense? Just make a move. Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood. The sweet taste in his mouth suddenly aroused the blood in his heart. No matter what, he would rather die than hand over the scroll, otherwise not only his own efforts will be wasted, but he can't also implicate others. She worked hard, but although she knew that Sasuke and Luokan couldn't blame him, he would always choose not to love him, not to mention that meeting such an energetic opponent was also a good time to improve his strength. He would rather die than die. We'll hand over the scroll. Xiaoli didn't expect that Naruto could actually do so many tricks under his own hands, and even stand up again and again after being knocked down. This makes anyone see it, and maybe they will have some touches in their hearts, but he does have a bit of interest. But Naruto will not give up no matter what. Chapter 653. 71 System Rewards. But after perseverance, although the two teams did not stand in the front, the strength of Luokan is here, even Sasuke is not his opponent. Hyuga Sinning just insisted a few more tricks. What's more, they all rely on one heart. You haven't lost yet. No matter what, it must be me in the end. Luo Chen smiled and touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, because he also knew that Hyuga Sinning's strength could insist on being knocked down to the ground. As expected, but it still took a lot of effort. After all, Hyuga Sinning still knew Luokan's strength. After Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the system directly reminding himself. Remind the host to complete the side quest, reward experience points. After Luo Chen smiled, he was a little excited when he saw that his experience strength was one step closer to the next level. Before that, He really didn't take it seriously, but later he was able to know that recently. As long as your level is higher, the system will give you more rewards, so your strength will be smaller, no matter what. In this world, strength is a very important thing. But just when he could relax his vigilance here, Xiaoli directly defeated Naruto. No matter what, Naruto kept dying, protecting the scroll in his arms but didn't want to give it all away. However, after Luokan finished the battle here, he immediately went over to help Naruto. After Xiaoli saw Luo Chen coming, he accidentally missed a moment, revealing a flaw. This allowed Luo Chen to directly grasp the flaw, and finally he was relieved that Xiaoli had defeated Naruto. In the past, he had been beaten a lot because he had been protecting the scroll. Now, after seeing that Xiaoli had been defeated, you can also put your mind at ease, and no longer have to worry about the scroll in your arms being taken away by others. When Hyuga Sinning saw this, he immediately stopped fighting and asked them to quit. What's more, they still have the strength now. After all, they haven't made a ruthless attack. If they are injured or disabled, then it's not just a simple construction thing. I'm afraid it will also have great difficulties for them on the road of ninjas in the future. Not to mention that these people can persist until now, who can't say that they are the best among the newcomers in the future. Sasuke saw that when they wanted to escape, he immediately wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Luo Chen. Forget it, don't be lazy, we can defeat them now and maintain our own strength is not bad, at least they won't have any other ideas in a short period of time now, not to mention that they will not be sure on the road in the future. If we meet again, we still have to hurry out of this forest to be considered qualified. Luokan was also relieved, because he knew best in his heart that the overall strength of Hyuga Suning and his team was actually very strong, and although he and Sasuke had no serious problems, Sasuke also wanted to see if they could draw a tie, or even be able to when he was a little stronger than him. Naruto really couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't end the battle, the scrolls would be taken away by them. But Sasuke thought for a while, but didn't say anything. Although I was a little unconvinced in my heart, when I thought about what Luo Chen said, it didn't seem to be unreasonable, so I didn't say anything, not to mention Luo Chen only thought about the idea of bears, and their strength was not at all up and down. Even though I defeated Hinata Tsunade just now, it was just you every day, but your strength is higher, but Naruto would be impossible at all. Not much benefit. XXX. After they reorganized the team, they remembered the battle that just ended. In fact, they still have some lingering fears, because when they have reached this stage, the two teams are of equal strength. In fact, they know what they can do in their hearts. They all tried their best to kill the other party, but they didn't do anything ruthless, but they also suffered serious injuries. Let's rectify ourselves quickly, and then get out of the forest quickly is the right way. When Luo Chen said these words, he took out a few pills from the system. It was swallowed directly. With the speed of recovery visible to the naked eye, it really makes them feel that this is a surprising thing. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. You're like this, where did you get it from? Tell me, Naruto said with a smile. I got the recipe before. Anyway, if you want it, we can make it ourselves when we go out. For Luo Chen, for his current self, his combat power and experience points are gradually increasing, but these are all areas of attack power, so of course, for medical ninjutsu. Actually, you are still very important, you can't always ask the system to ask for these pills and so on. They will always be suspicious over time, not to mention that if this matter spreads out, it is still not very good for them, so it is better to develop in these directions directly. If others ask, you will also it can be directly said that anyway, this will not attract the attention of others. Just when Luo Chen was thinking about it, the system suddenly reminded him again. Complete the side quest rewards, experience +5, speed +2, strength +2 to start medical ninjutsu. When the system said these words, Luo Chen was really taken aback. Before that, she never thought that the system has such a function, and she just added some of her own image before, just like this. It was actually quite convenient for him to use it. He never thought that he would activate his medical ninjutsu directly, and he was still thinking about it just now. It seems that this system is quite considerate. Luo Chen smiled when he thought of this. Naruto and the others didn't pay attention. What's more, after they finished taking the pills, they suddenly felt that although they were indeed a lot more energetic, they were extremely tired, so they took a rest here first, and then prepared to go out of the forest. Let's go straight out after a rest. After he goes out, this round of assessment is over. I'll go out and mix some of these pills. It will be much more convenient for us to carry around with us. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he also leaned against a big tree by himself. When Sasuke looked at him like this, he always felt that something was not right in his heart, but he couldn't explain it clearly. 100 million. Chapter 654. 72 passed the second round of assessment. After they walked out of the forest, it was already 2 days later, and at this time, other teams gradually came out. The team led by Luo Chen is naturally the fastest among them, and it is also the one that has eliminated the most opponents, so it is also well-deserved first, not to mention Sasuke and the others have increased their strength this time. He is already a leader among the newcomers, but Naruto has indeed improved a lot. Midori was seriously injured because of the appearance of Orochimaru, so they didn't see a bear fighting when they walked out of the finish line. On the contrary, Cassie was waiting for them at the finish line. After seeing so many people coming out, Kakashi was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this second round of assessments would have passed so many teams of 5 or 7, which made him feel a little relieved, but after all, the third round of assessments was only a few rounds. So it seems that there will be a preliminaries before the third round of exams. Kakashi didn't have much hostility towards Luo Chen since he had said those words to Sandemu before, but when he thought of what Luo Chen said after meeting Orochimaru in the forest, he was also puzzled. Get up, should you believe it? This matter has already spread among them, so no matter what, of course, I also pay special attention to her words. Luokan naturally noticed Kakashi's changes, but in fact he didn't know what to do. Maybe it was because he thought about the reason before and he knew it, maybe it was his performance in the forest that they knew. But he also has a clear conscience, so he is not afraid of what they say or do. Anyway, he is not afraid of the shadow, and he just wants to stay in the village. In this world, if he wants to exist in troubled times, it is necessary to know how important strength is to them, and it is impossible for him to do those things that hit the stone softly. It really surprised me, you are the first. Kakashi looked at Luo Chen and said. In the past, although I knew that her talent was good, and her strength was indeed the best among the newcomers, it seemed that she would sometimes go wrong, and he was actually the number one among these newcomers. If he came out with the team, he would also look at him a few times. But when I think of his previous performance, my heart is still playing drums, but when I think of what Sandai Meng said to me, maybe I shouldn't look at her with tinted glasses, forget it, no matter what he is now he was still in the village, and he was too young for him. Kakashi didn't like his career very much before, but his attitude has been changing all the time. Due to the function that comes with the system, you can also see how everyone's heartbreak is about him. Every time I was with Sasuke, although Sasuke didn't say anything, his emotional changes already represented his heart, but Naruto wanted to get better and better with himself. Luokan remembered that according to the development of the original work, Sasuke may have been seriously injured after the third round of assessment after him, but at this time, he also knew very well that her body was sealed by Orochimaru. There is a period of strength that cannot be used. What's more, because of his appearance, Sasuke seemed to be a little curious about himself before, but now he doesn't seem to like him very much. No matter what he does about this matter, he regards Sasuke as a friend anyway. He looked at it, but he was very clear about his own affairs. Luokan originally wanted to find a time to have a good chat with Sasuke about this, but he didn't expect that after he completed this assessment, he would directly tell them the time of the next third round of the preliminaries, but now they only have a rest period of more than a month. Of course, for them this assessment has already consumed a large part of his physical strength. At this time, he was already exhausted, so he didn't make time to find Sasuke to talk to him. After seeing that Hyuga Sinning also walked out for 3 years, he was still very clear in his heart. With his strength, it would be very easy to walk out of the forest if he didn't face him, not to mention that Hyuga Sinning should be in Sasuke. However, after he appeared, he squeezed out the first place among the newcomers. He probably already has a new goal. Of course, I didn't take it to heart anyway. The business is just trying to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. Although Sasuke has played against him, but with Sasuke's strength, the two were originally on the same level, but because of his system upgrade, he will definitely be stronger than Sasuke. Last time you originally did not have it. Sasuke is strong, so you can describe your combat power according to the convenience of the system. In contrast, Sasuke is more powerful. Now that you think about it carefully, you are already the first among these people. After hearing Kakashi say this, they all went down separately. After clearing the time and rules of the game, they went back to prepare for the third round of preliminaries a month later. No one would have imagined that there would be so many people out of the second round this time, and there would be so many people in the forest assessment, but only very few could become ninjas, so most of them would still be eliminated, and it just depends on them. How is the ability? Kakashi included these situations after changing the third generation, and the third generation smiled and stroked his beard. He didn't expect that the little devils of this generation were actually strong enough to be able to walk out of the second round of assessment, even if they couldn't pass the Chunin this time. Exams, but the future is still unlimited. From their age and talent, they can feel what their future will be like. There are indeed a few outstanding children among the newcomers of this generation, so you should pay extra attention in the upcoming competitions, and the village should give them too much protection. The third generation is actually very clear that the big snake is now Maru's goal was already when he was making a story, who knows who his next goal will be. For this person, they are now unable to guard against it, for fear that these children will not be devastated by them, although they know the way people walk is not easy to walk, but it cannot be said that they are broken in the hands of Orochimaru. After all, they are the hope of the village. Chapter 655. 73 Favorability. After Luokan passed the assessment, he also rested for the next month, and he didn't forget what he said in the forest. He directly asked the system to find a recipe for himself, but with this recipe, he made a lot of pills and gave them to Naruto and Sasuke. Before, I just didn't think about why I didn't bring some medicines with me. If I didn't have your pills in the forest, I'm afraid I might not be able to last until now. Naruto said with a smile, because he knew how useful these pills were, not to mention that if he only took one, he would persist for a long time to regain his strength. These things are just an auxiliary function. Even if you are not strong enough, taking these pills is actually only 1/10 of your strength. Only the strength can go longer. Luokan thought about this pill. The system can give him a lot, but after thinking about it, he still took out the house. In the forest, since the promise has been made, it should be fulfilled. Ding system prompts Ming Naruto's favorability +5. After Luo Chen glanced at Naruto, he thought that Naruto didn't have much thought in the past, but for these partners around him, in fact, it was still a relatively simple idea, when he handed these things over to Sasuke. Sasuke wanted to refuse at first, but Naruto told him to accept it. It's obvious that there are good things to share with everyone, not to mention that we are all friends and partners, and besides, this pill is so good for restoring physical strength, maybe you can use it in the future, he will give it to you and keep it, let's go. In fact, Naruto didn't think about it so much at all, and naturally he would be very happy when he got something useful to him, but Sasuke was different. Before Sasuke, he was always amazed by people outside him. His talent was higher than himself. It even seemed that his strength was gradually surpassing himself. As the number one among them, he would naturally feel a little uncomfortable. But he also wanted to surpass him through his real efforts, but he didn't expect that his performance in this assessment would really surprise him. Is very good. Thank you. After Sasuke thought about it, he finally accepted it. His expression was not as happy as Naruto's. At this time, Luokan just heard the system reminding him, remind the host Sasuke's favorability +2. On the contrary, when he looked at Sasuke, he saw seeing her expression as a little indifferent, but I had some opinions about him before, so it may be difficult for me to really brush Sasuke's favorability when I see him now, because he knows Sasuke's feelings the mind is heavier, not like Naruto. After Luokan handed these things over to the two of them. After thinking about the next assessment, after all, it is still a month away, so they do have time to rest during this time. What's your plan next? After all, there's still a month left. Naruto saw Luo-chen and wanted to know how he was going to spend the next month. I will take a good rest in the next time, adjust my state, and then practice diligently. In fact, it is nothing. Besides, although I say that I have confidence in my heart, when I think about the next road, I must be more confident. It's hard to walk, and it all depends on luck and hard work. Luokan doesn't have much obsessive pursuit of this matter. If it wasn't for the system before, he had to force himself to compete. However, seeing the generous reward, he might not have acted. Thinking again that she met Orochimaru once in the forest before, but Midori Redbean didn't like her very much at first, and now she is so taboo, and she feels that the gain is not worth the loss. Because he knows that he is an outsider, they may have such a little bit of vigilance in their hearts, so it is difficult to give up this World Cup. People like Naruto are actually very few, if it is not for him from the beginning. If I met Naruto, it might be a different scene. When I saw Sasuke, it was because of their strength, not to mention these tasks that the system came up with. Yeah, you should give yourself a good vacation. After all, we've all been tired for so long. Naruto thought about it carefully, and felt that he should also take a good rest for 2 days, otherwise his body would be overwhelmed after a long time. Sasuke smiled when he heard him say that. If you don't hurry up to practice, just like him, if you take a rest, I am afraid that the budget for the third round of assessment will be directly brushed down, not to mention that you also know that your strength is not very good, and these people come over in the end, it's actually quite unexpected. Not to mention the strength of the remaining teams. You know in your heart, if you don't hurry up training, I'm afraid it will stop there this time. When Sasuke said this, it wasn't that he looked down on the patient, but his strength was there. This is an indisputable fact, so for them, if you are not strong enough and want to rest, it is better directly now, that is, after all quitting, the road will become more and more difficult to walk, and there will be more and more difficulties encountered. I don't know when they will. This was also their worst plan at the beginning, but Sasuke actually thought very clearly that he had to hurry up his cultivation during this period of time. After he knew that Luo-chen would be robbed by Yu when he arrived, he always regarded himself as a goal. However, looking at Luo-chen's words, he was actually very infatuated. Although he didn't think about cultivating properly during this period of time, he wanted to take a good rest, which was the opposite. You're right, it's because of good luck that I can get to where I am now. I have to hurry up and practice hard, and I can't be lazy anymore. Otherwise, the third round of preliminaries will be much more difficult. After Naruto sighed, he thought about it carefully. What Sasuke said was actually quite reasonable. When they passed the second round of assessment before, they knew how difficult it was for them, so why not take advantage of this passage? Time to work hard. Chapter 656. 74 Talking Hearts. In the days that followed, Naruto approached Kakashi and wanted him to practice well in the next period of time. After Kakashi saw Naruto, he didn't say anything. It was some training methods that he directly told him. For her, in fact, perhaps Naruto's strength passed the second round of the assessment, which was indeed a surprise to him, because of their pair. In the middle, I met Orochimaru in the forest and survived, which is actually a bit surprising. So for the next month, Naruto fell into Hell-style devil training. However, A few days before the dust, he has been working hard to adjust his physical condition, which means that when he came to this world, he had already brought him with him. After taking these pills in the system, he can recover a lot of physical strength, but he always feels extremely tired, so it is better to directly adjust the best state this time. But he didn't actually meet Sandemu. Lord Hokage. Luo Chen actually still has some awe in his heart for the current third-generation Hokage. When he saw it, he immediately took the initiative to say hello at night. Originally, he wanted to call the third-generation Grandpa. This is also more cordial, but I thought about it carefully now. After a stage, maybe they will fall into the third round of preliminaries, and after so long, they may be mistaken by others for a relationship, and they will become Hokage-sama. The third generation was stunned. He had never called himself that. Why do you still call me that? Why didn't you call me Hokage-sama before? Luokan smiled and said to him. Before, because you were only Hokage in the village, and I didn't participate in this assessment. I thought it was kinder to call you that, but no, I'm participating in the assessment, and if I call it that again, I always feel like I'm trying to get in a relationship with you. Tilda. Luokan knew that when he passed out outside the village, if it wasn't for the words of the third generation, he probably wouldn't know where the corpse had been exposed by now, so walking in this village is also the first one willing to believe that he is still good to himself. A person, so when he sees the three generations of purpose, he is also very kind. I heard that you met Orochimaru during this assessment. When Sandemu heard her say that, he also smiled and asked while rubbing his beard. When Luo Chen heard Sandemu's question, he suddenly changed his face. He did meet Orochimaru, and he had to say something like that, and said that he liked it. Wouldn't he tell them that they would have grudges against him at the time of the third generation? So what should I do? My brother just met him, and he said a lot of things that I didn't want to say. When Luo Chen thought of this, he closed his brows and heard from other people's mouths. Just tell him. What's more, he also believes that with the famous tea of three generations, he will not wrong himself at all. When Sandai didn't hear him say that, he laughed haha. He didn't think that this child was actually quite slick. He naturally knew what Luokan was thinking, but when he thought of her, it seemed that she was moving very quickly. It's not that it doesn't matter. What's more, this matter is a bit difficult for them. Regarding the strength of Orochimaru, I am afraid that he may not necessarily be his opponent now. Sometimes I like what he said to me, and I chose to believe you at that time, not to mention that at that time he thought that since you had already said so, he might betray the village in the future, just like Orochimaru, but I believe that you and Orochimaru are not the same kind of people. When Sandemu watched him say what he wanted to say, he was also surprised. He never said that Sandemu actually believed him so much, not to mention that he was actually very moved in his heart. He could see it through the system. The third generation's favorability to him is actually very high. Then why do you believe me so much? This made Luokan a little puzzled. I don't have any special contribution to the village, but now I believe in myself so much. It's not that such an outsider says it's false, but when I heard the third generation, what I said was that I still have a little bit in my heart. Touch. Is there a reason for this? After passing the second round of assessments here, everyone is nervously preparing for the third round of preliminaries. Why do you just look at you as if you have nothing to do every day? Don't you want to participate in the competition? Sandemu looked at Luokan, but in fact he had been observing for a few days. Seeing that he seemed to be doing nothing every day, and that he was resting all the time, when he was a little anxious, he seemed to be in a hurry. Diaresis, what's the rush about this? I know that everyone is cultivating now, but I also need to know my physical condition. When I met Orochimaru in the forest before, he had already hurt me. If I want to take advantage of this time to take care of my body, so that I can go longer and longer on the road in the future. I also know that ninja is not an easy task, not to mention that I am also a kind of mentality. Luo Chen thought about it for a while, and when he told the third generation of this idea, he was more than stunned. Now, at his age, he shouldn't be thinking about a momentum all the time. Why does it seem to have gone through a lot? The vicissitudes of life, looking at it does not seem like it. But when he heard this in his tone, if he said he had no experience, he wouldn't even believe it himself. I know that others may not understand what I said, but I believe you will understand it. I just want to take good care of my body, and I don't want to give him any regrets for my future path. I have to go for a long time, so I am just saving some revolutionary capital for myself at this time. Besides, I have not delayed my cultivation. During this period of time, I have been thinking, if a person does not have medical ninjutsu it would be too inconvenient, so I have been improving this aspect during this period of time. No matter what, I know where my strength is and where I am lacking. I just need to improve. Already. When Luo Chen thought about the system, he was actually a little bit overjoyed. At least for the time being, he still knew exactly where the shortcomings were. In this way, he could also be very clear about this aspect alone. When Sandemu heard her say that, he nodded. Chapter 657. 75 Learn Medical Ninjutsu. Luokan suddenly thought that since the 3 generations had already spoken, he might as well tell him the question of medical ninjutsu directly to the 3 generations. Well, by the way, Sandame, I was in the forest before, and suddenly I feel that this ninjutsu is now. I think in terms of medical ninjutsu, there are some things that I don't know about. When Sandemu heard him say this, he touched the beard and saw the young man in front of him, which made him feel that there was some limitless future. According to their ordinary ninja words, he just thought about how to improve his attack power. Strength, how to enhance, usually do not think about this problem when training hard. It's nothing to tell you, but I want to know how you thought of this question. 3 generations thought for a while. According to Luo Chen's strength, maybe he just wanted to let him learn more, but he always felt that this young man was a little bit confusing to him, and he was not like the others. I can see what they are thinking at a glance, so when I usually see him, he always seems to be doing different things from others. Luokan heard that the 3rd generation had already asked, so naturally he didn't want to hide anything, because he had already thought about it before. Of course, this question is of course, especially during the assessment, it is extremely inconvenient. Actually, it's not that I didn't know much about medical ninjutsu before, so I was a little curious, and in the 3-year assessment, I felt that it was really inconvenient to not have medical ninjutsu. If my teammates were injured, if you do, you can only watch it. When Sandemu heard him say this, he touched his beard and looked into his eyes, as if he didn't lie to himself. If that's the case, you can go to Tsunade. When the time comes, just say that I said it, and tell him what you think. After seeing the 3rd generation of eyes nod, Luokan actually knew that he was a little interested in medical ninjutsu, but he didn't realize how much he paid attention to it. But when he thought that he had been caused by the system's pill, Naruto and Sasuke have caught the attention of him. If he doesn't find a good way to cover up, the system's words will always make people feel that they don't believe it. Then since that's the case, it's better to learn medical ninjutsu on your own. If you look like this, you can give some cover for the system, and you can even add one more skill to yourself. Isn't that the best of both worlds? After Luokan found Tsunade and told him his thoughts, he didn't expect Tsunade to look at him with a smile. Then since you've made up your mind, I naturally have nothing to hide from you. Let's learn medical ninjutsu with me from today. Tsunade smiled a little. As for Tsunade, he actually didn't know much about his career, but at this time he could see that he was the only person who saw him for the first time, but he didn't seem to be hostile to him anymore. Perhaps because of character. After a systematic investigation, I found that Tsunade seems to have a little bit of favorability towards him. When I think that I will be with him for a while, why not see if I can get Tsunade's favorability during this time? You're the one from outside, right? I heard that your grades in the forest assessment were good. Why did you think of coming here to learn medical ninjutsu? As far as I know, everyone else has been practicing hard all the time. On the contrary, it really surprises me that you came here to learn some new techniques. Luokan knew that she was indeed doing the opposite. Maybe it was not the same as others, so it was also very noticeable, but for her, she was not in a hurry to improve her strength, and as a real ninjas, even if they are considered to have passed the Chunin exam this time, there are many things missing, so if he wants to become a really good ninja, he now feels that he does not have such strength, and he is also it's just hard work, he doesn't want to, he just knows how to attack the opponent. To complete the task, he was thinking about what he had to protect. Learn one more thing, who knows if the road in the future will be a means of saving your life, not to mention that you won't overwhelm you with a lot of skills. During the previous forest assessment, I felt that there was no medical ninjutsu. This pair is really good. I'm tired, that's why I think about it. Luokan didn't keep himself at all. Although he thought so, he did express to Tsunade that he knew his type. After checking through the system, he found that Tsunade's combat effectiveness was actually very high. No wonder he was also a businessman in the village. However, I seem to have some impressions of myself now. If this is the case, I will practice and learn medical ninjutsu with her during this period of time. It is actually quite exciting to think about it. Then since you said that, I won't show mercy to you. You can think about it. My requirements are very strict. If you can't meet them, then the corresponding punishment. XXX. Tsunade smiled. When he said this, he suddenly fell into the dust and had goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, he felt that he would not have a good life for the next month. Since you have chosen me to teach you medical ninjutsu, then I will not only train you in medical ninjutsu in the next month, I am afraid that the third generation is just like you recommending me to me. In that case, then let's practice together. I'm afraid your journey will be even more tiring. Tsunade snickered to himself when he saw Luokan's frowning expression. Just to scare him, anyway, he usually stayed there, and he never seemed to be particularly sad about medical ninjutsu, unless the fighting power is not very high, and most of them are girls. There are very few boys who take the initiative to learn these medical ninjutsu. For him, he is still a little curious. Then since you have said so, I have to work extra hard, so as not to be punished by you. Luo Chen also made a rare joke. It can be seen that Tsunade there is no malice to him, so he hopes to get along with him happily in the next few days, and he is also good to prepare for the third round of the preliminaries in the next period of time, although he is not sure about his own strength. Confidence, but he is very clear that after this month, their strength will skyrocket. Chapter 658. 76 Hard Training. In the next time, Tsunade not only taught him ninjutsu every day, but also trained his other achievements on a daily basis, so suddenly he would always hear the system reminding him. Physical strength +1, speed +2, combat strength +2. When Luokan heard the system remind him, he was very happy, but he had to admit that he really seemed to be too busy to cut him in half and use Tsunade. He looked soft and weak, but for when he spoke, the strength was also before the fact that he was in front of him, and he really felt that he suddenly seemed to be a little happy before, it was too early. Whenever he is exhausted, but the master will not give him any slack at all, the task that should be completed still has to be completed, even more or less, so every time after finishing his task you will hear the system remind yourself. No, I'm really too tired. Luo Chen was already lying on the ground panting and said, his own physical strength, he knew very well in his heart, was much better than the rest of them. If it were another person, I'm afraid it will already be unstoppable. But after persevering for so long, I have never cried out once that I am tired, but now my physical strength is really exhausted. Although he has been learning Tsunade and his medical ninjutsu before, he still relies on the system most of the time. However, at this time Naruto was practicing with Jiraiya for more than a month, and he had also made up his mind earlier to practice hard tilde. Because he knew that in the forest assessment, he would definitely not be able to do it with his own power. He had thought about how hard it was for them along the way, not to mention the day he said something. After that, he suddenly woke up a lot, and he couldn't patronize the scene in front of him for a while, but also for his own future plans. During this time, Sasuke had been blocked by Orochimaru's previous curse, which sealed part of his physical strength, so there was a great chance for him to tell jokes, but he had been cultivating hard, thinking that he could break through this level, but no matter what, he found out that it ended without success, which gave him some news in his heart, but he did not give up, because he has now made Luokan a goal. Just as they were preparing for the assessment a month later, Kakashi, however, reported everything in the forest to the third generation. Before Miter washes red beans, he talked to Sandame about falling dust. However, at this time, Kakashi suddenly thought that he had taken out a kind of pill during the forest assessment. However, Naruto and Sasuke's physical strength increased greatly after taking this pill, but he just took it very simple. These houses were handed over, making them suddenly feel that this matter is not so simple, and recently he ran over to learn medical ninjutsu, so Kakashi will talk about this matter with Sandame. When Sandame heard Kakashi say this, he frowned. Although he didn't think about why she wanted to learn medical ninjutsu before, when he saw that he was going to play, he was really interested. Well, I can recover a lot of experience in a short period of time. Are you saying that the three of them came out with these things? The third generation is definitely the priority. I can't believe it. Could it be that I haven't sent him out before? In the end is how much things are hidden, so that they do not find. Kakashi nodded, but he didn't notice it during the forest assessment, until he suddenly saw that Naruto had exhausted his physical strength once, and after taking this pill, he recovered a lot that attracted his attention. If that's the case, maybe it doesn't have much to do with her learning medical ninjutsu, not to mention that if he really had any intention of harming others, he would have already done it. We are still waiting for them quietly. Let's see what it will look like in a month. In fact, I'm still looking forward to it. When Kakashi heard Miki say this, he actually thought about it, and he went to see Naruto before thinking about cultivation after there was no major event. Naruto's psychic skills are a bit poor, and the nine-tailed seal in his body also seals a lot of his things, and Jirai seems to be trying his best to break the seal in his body for her, but Sasuke is again killed by Orochimaru this time. After casting the spell, Shang Tsung was defeated by Luokan during the forest assessment, which made me suddenly feel that they seem to be a little more powerful than when we were young. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Kakashi said this in front of Sandame, and it seemed a little too small, but Sandame smiled when he saw him. The second round of assessments doesn't mean their results in the third round of assessments. Don't think they can't surprise you. Just look at it. I always feel that these newcomers will always give me some surprises. Especially that fallout. Kakashi knows Sandame, but he actually likes him more from the bottom of his heart. It's actually quite normal to hear him say that. 0. I really don't know what's so good about this kid, he always captivates people. Sandame stroked his beard. During this period of time, you should also strengthen your patrol and let him go back to recover after being hit by Orochimaru, but you should also be careful not to let suspicious people take the opportunity to infiltrate the village and cause riots. A month later, they will be the first ones. The 3 rounds of preliminaries are over, but I want to know who can go to the end and pass this test. When Sandame saw these people, it was actually a hope for the village. So as a Hokage, how could he not like this village to develop better, so that they could go further and further on the road of ninjas? The secret love in the village is also protected by them from generation to generation. After Kakashi heard about this, he also knew how important the place was, not to mention that Orochimaru was infiltrated in the forest assessment, but the third generation did not stop seeing them get out of the last people. In fact, there was still some joy in his heart. Well, I see. After Kakashi said this, he went straight to his own business. Although there were very few opportunities to see her, but every time he saw him, it was indeed something 3 generations of eyes. After a glance at the village, some people regretted themselves. If they hadn't been merciful at that time, they might not have become what they are today. 100 million. Chapter 659. 77 I have something on my mind. A month will soon pass. What Luokan was tortured by Tsunade this month was that he suddenly felt a little haggard in his heart. If I had known this earlier, I really shouldn't have studied medicine by Tsunade's side, but when I think that he is also a Shengnin in the village, and his fighting power is amazing, after all, he is one of the few women in the village, and his fighting power is amazing. Still so strong, the second one I knew. As for the first one, I don't need to talk about it anymore. It's obviously miter washing red bean, and the combat power is like. Tsunade frowned when he saw him like this. Why didn't I see you like this before? Do you regret cultivating with me? Luo Chen laughed bitterly when he heard what he said. Could it be that he really regretted it and dared to say it? Anyway, he has already paid the corresponding price for his previous plans. Every time I was cultivating, I really didn't talk about my feelings at all, and even every time I saw that I was physically weak, it would increase a lot of difficulty, which made Luo Chen a little headache. Regardless of Shang, he handled everything by himself, but he had to say that he also made rapid progress during this period of time. Don't dare, how dare you regret it? I have already chosen this road before, no matter how difficult it is, I have to stick to it myself. After all, this is my own choice. Do I have to pay my own efforts for it? But I have to admit, have I made a lot of progress this time? Luo Chen also caught Tsunade's good temper, so he would laugh with him at ordinary times, but despite this, Tsunade was not interested in him. Speaking of which is not at all reluctant. Don't put money on your face. If you have time, you might as well practice your medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, if you go out, don't say that I taught you, you will be ashamed of yourself. Tsunade he laughed and scolded, as far as he is concerned, there is indeed some progress, but there seems to be a gap in his expectations, because he thinks that with Luokan's talent, he may be able to reach a higher level, but unfortunately he is not a major medical ninjutsu. When Luo Chen heard what he said, he smiled a little. Anyway, I've only been practicing for you for a month. I will definitely improve faster in the future. After all, don't they all say that everything is difficult at the beginning? After this period of time, we will soon reach the preliminaries of the third round. When Luokan talked about this matter, he didn't seem to have taken it to heart yet, but Tsunade had always been counting the days for him. Indeed, the game is getting closer, aren't you nervous? Tsunade saw his indifferent expression, but he actually felt that his psychological quality was indeed better than ordinary people. According to normal words, I am afraid when he said that, he was more or less nervous because of the emotions of the game, but he couldn't see a trace on his face. During this time, it seemed that he came to learn medical ninjutsu with him, and other things. He didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the third generation of eyes who had explained himself before, he really thought that Luo Chen would need to practice for a long time. What's so nervous about this? Not to mention that I didn't come to you for this matter before. Learning from each other's strengths has always been a traditional virtue of me, not to mention that I may not be able to praise my own strength now. What kind of Heiko, but you can't lose face if you stand up anyway. Before Luo Chen said this, but his subordinates had been busy all the time, he had already shown Tsunade this way of recovering his strength, so he had been in this period of time going to make some more. When he gave these things to Naruto and Sasuke, the two seemed to have a little more affection for him. There will definitely be many people in the third round of preliminaries this time, and the two of you seem to have improved a lot during this time. After Luokan saw Naruto's displayed strength, before he did nod, it seemed that he had also worked hard during this time. However, Sasuke seems to belong to there is no Naruto class, and it's because of this thing that he thinks of it quickly, because although he himself is practicing with Tsunade, but after all, he has been learning medical ninjutsu with her. Before Sasuke was cursed by Orochimaru in the forest. His physical strength doesn't seem to be as good as before, and it seems that some of his strength has been sealed away. So while watching him during this time, his combat strength has increased a little, but it's not as strong as before. Luo Chen knew very well that according to Sasuke's words, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, he and one person are getting smaller. However, Naruto, who was at the end of the crane among them, is now gradually becoming stronger. For Sasuke maybe it's another kind of stimulation, but I just hope that Sasuke doesn't take the slant of the sword like the original, just be paranoid. Sasuke's expression has always been light, and he didn't show much happiness after getting these things. On the contrary, there were unknown factors in his eyes when he looked at Luokan. As for this matter, what did he think in his heart? Don't speak for a while. During this time, he has been in the hospital to recuperate his body, and sometimes he will meet experts, but I heard from Tsunade that he has been practicing hard during this time. He was comparable in strength to him before, but during this period of time, he could faintly tell that he had already surpassed his own heart and still sighed. Sasuke actually wants to practice as hard as they do, but his body doesn't seem to allow it, and he told himself when he was in the hospital that he should take good care of himself during this time. For their age, the body is naturally the most important. It's important, but for Sasuke, he naturally wants to make himself stronger, and bears the hatred of his family. He can't always pretend he doesn't know anything, not to mention seeing his partner, AA's strength seems to surpass himself, which makes Sasuke very unwilling. You have the curse mark of Orochimaru on your body. You should also take good care of your body in normal times. Don't think too much, not to mention that it will be the third round of preliminaries in 2 days. I believe we will be able to go on. After Luokan smiled, he still said this to comfort Sasuke. After all, he didn't want to be separated from Sasuke because of this matter, not to mention that he had already regarded him as a friend. Chapter 660. 78 Start the preliminaries. After this period of cultivation, they finally ushered in the 3 rounds of preliminaries. The difference from the first 2 rounds is that in the 3rd round of the preliminaries, Hokage-sama also came in person, but for Sandemu, they are no strangers. At the beginning of the 3rd round of competition assessment, Luo Chen checked his system and saw that he had only a little experience left, and he could immediately be promoted to the next level. He was also a little happy. The tasks are all excellent, and the system is not stingy with her narcissists, and there are even some other unexpected surprises, so as he gradually becomes stronger, Luo Chen can also feel the strength in himself. How important! After taking a look at the strength of these people on the field, he actually has some goods in his heart. After all, although he can see how much combat power is now, no one knows whether the ki will explode in the end. The potential of the body, these are for them in fact, the words are not fixed. But at least 22 also gave him a bottom line. Luokan saw the 3rd generation of eyes on the stage, and after touching his beard, he began to tell them the rules of the game. Originally, he didn't expect that there were so many people left in the previous round, so this preliminaries started. There are 2 people in a group in this game. The 2 feel that the rest will stay, and the loser will be eliminated. The 3 generations of Hokage told their requirements directly and clearly, not to mention the words for them. The preliminaries of the 3rd round of assessments have already eliminated half of them. Now that they think about the road ahead, it may become more and more difficult to walk. Luokan is not infatuated, not to mention that this is something they have already thought of before. The rest of these people are all comparable in strength, and there are even some who think they are extremely talented, so when I see them, I feel in my heart. There are actually some concerns. I wonder if the system can break the chain for itself at this critical moment. Immediately after that, I heard that the 3rd generation had begun to announce their list of old people. Even if this incident not only contained the reasons for their own strength, but also had a certain amount of luck, they drew lots to decide their opponents. When Sinning saw his signature, he raised his head and saw that he had already seen him in the crowd. Maybe his opponent was Hyuga Sinning. When the 2 were in the forest, they had already fought each other, and they had some understanding of each other's general strength. If it was really him, I would be too worried. The first game was Naruto vs Shaoli. I really have to say that the 2 of them had already fought in the forest once before. At that time, they would know each other more or less to a certain extent. However, every time they made money, it was like this. Something surprised him. It's mine. Is it Xiao Li? Naruto's expression still has something in it, because he knows that he is no longer Xiao Li's opponent in the forest, although after this month, his eyesight has improved and he can see it. Li seems to Bates a lot better, so I still feel a little bit of drumming in my heart. If he said that in the first game, then I'm afraid his path has stopped. I didn't expect the two of us to meet again. When Xiao Li saw Naruto like this, she was still a little proud, because for her, her physical skills were already excellent among them. What's more, Naruto is just the tail of a crane in these news, and I have to say that he has such good questions. If it is a celebrity, he is 80% sure that he will be able to advance to the next round. When the two of them are in a good match, no matter what, they have already made up their minds at that time next year. Since he has already lost before, he will have to take a look and see if he will say it this time. What's more, she knew in her heart that she couldn't fall twice in one place. He will definitely do his best in this battle, not to mention that it is related to his own beliefs in the future, so no matter what it means, people will definitely not give up easily. Why don't you just quit by yourself? It's not like the two of us haven't hit your keys before. If you think you can beat me, then I'll play with you. Xiao Li felt a little perfect when he said this. After all, before at that time, he was able to know very clearly how much Naruto weighed, but he didn't know that Naruto was now sealed in the nine tails part of his body. It has been opened by Jiraiya's stimulation, so although Naruto hadn't thought about such a powerful force in his body before, Jiraiya didn't tell him. When he heard Xiao Li say this, he clenched his fists. I never do things that give up without a fight. If I want to fight, I will do my best to fight. I want to see if I can do it twice on one person at the same time, but no matter what, we don't both. What's the use of talking on your stage in the ring? Naruto had a solemn look on his face. He couldn't easily admit defeat, not to mention that he wouldn't even fight no matter what, he just admitted defeat. When Xiao Li heard him say this, he felt that he was only living by himself, so he didn't take it too seriously, but when the two of them fought indistinguishably later, Xiao Li was the same and had to admit Naruto. This period of time seems to have improved a lot compared to the time in the forest, and his strength has also enjoyed a lot, but despite this, he is still confident that he can eliminate Naruto. It seems that you haven't put much effort into this period of time, but you don't have any chance, and your path can only stop here. Xiao Li's physical skills are amazing among them all. When he made this move, even Naruto frowned. Did he really want to stop here? No, he is not reconciled, because he has also put in so much effort, and when he believes in this matter, he is also a full blow. When the two of them got together, Xiao Li just smiled. Just when Naruto had already been knocked down on the ring by him, Luo Chen frowned and watched every move on the ring. But something happened that no one imagined. I thought that Naruto would definitely lose this game. They could also go to the second game. At this time, a powerful force erupted in the woman's body. Xiao Li couldn't get close, and he was even injured by this powerful force. Chapter 661. 79. Drag down Hyuga Sinning. The duel between Naruto and Xiao Li also ended. Because Naruto's body burst out with a powerful force, Jiraiya could actually see it clearly from the audience, but it was just that he lifted the seal around him at this moment. That's it, so the result of the game is also obvious, even beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Li actually lost to Naruto. When Luokan and Hyuga Sinning met in the competition arena, the two wanted to take a look. It seemed that they were really enemies. Lu Jai had already met once in the forest before. At that time, Hyuga Sinning seemed to be strong. It seems that it is not as high as it is now, not to mention it can be seen. Due to the system's relationship, Luo Chen saw Hyuga Sinning's eyes with a little scrutiny, but he was very clear about the strength of his career. The last time the two fought, he had to fail and end. This time, he won't lose to him so easily, and he has been using it all the time. On the contrary, his strength has greatly increased. When the two of them lived together, they all gasped. It turned out that people of equal strength would be very exciting in the competition. On the contrary, Hyuga Chinning found out that Luokan didn't seem to have used his full strength. The last time I was like that, I had a hard fight with him, but this time I found that things about Luokan seemed to be very calm, and I generally don't know if I am. Why is it all your strength now? When Ning Jining saw him like this, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He has now regarded this game as a very important thing, and tried his best to make him look like this. The indifferent appearance really made him feel as if others didn't take him seriously, which made him even more uncomfortable, and he was a bit more aggressive when he took action. Luokan saw that Hyuga Sinning, whose combat power had suddenly improved a lot, took a deep breath in his heart. He just thought about trying his skills before, but he didn't expect that this move would actually anger him, but instead gave him more great potential. When Luo Chen saw him like this, he couldn't help but mention 12 he had to deal with it carefully, because he knew that Hyuga Sinning's strength was not weak, or even inferior to him. Seeing that his potential had been stimulated by himself, he was also a little worried, for fear that he would accidentally it was directly defeated by her, but fortunately, his strength has always been above him, and he has always been in the upper hand. It is not a problem to hold him firmly, but he does not have that kind of strength. Sinning. But on the contrary, this kind of unhurried attitude is the most hurtful. The people below looked at the strength of Hyuga Sinning that he had been suppressing. In fact, he always knew in his heart that he didn't want to shoot directly or what he wanted to do. However, Hyuga knew very well in his heart that if he dragged on like this, he would probably lose most of his own game. When his strength was gradually unable to support him, Luokan still seemed to be full of energy. During this time, he learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade himself, and with systematic cover, Hyuga Sinning's attack seemed to be hurt as well. It wasn't much less than him, but even though Luo Chen's attitude was very clear, he was not in a hurry to attack. On the contrary, he was dragging Hyuga Sinning like this all the time. Finally, Hyuga Sinning was exhausted. No one thought that Luokan could actually suppress it and then explode his own power, but he didn't choose this method. On the contrary, it was like dragging Hyuga Sinning. Looking at this Tsunade from the bottom of this piece can be regarded as a nod, because he knows that Luo Chen has been training physical strength and medical ninjutsu with him during this period of time. He can see this aspect. Maybe his career will start from the beginning. When the time comes, she will be prepared for this. Is this battle for her? Sure enough, when Luo Chen stepped down, he also glanced at the master. Although the expression is a little cold, it can be seen that, in fact, there is still some pride in his eyes, not to mention that he has been practicing with him for so long, but he just wants him to see what kind of strength he is. After all, he has never heard a word of his own praise from the mouth of the healthy hand, but now he can drag down Hyuga Sinning in such a way, which completely surprises him. In fact, he knows in his heart that if there is no systematic way, maybe I am not so powerful. When he finished the game, he heard the system remind him. Remind the host that combat power +5, speed +2, medical ninjutsu +2. There is still a lack of experience before the next upgrade tilde. When Luo Chen heard the system reminding him of this experience value, he almost fell to the ground with a soft foot. How could such an embarrassing number appear? But no matter what, she knows it in her own heart. Anyway, if this experience point is waiting for him to complete a task, he may be able to directly upgrade the next time, not to mention this time because of the middle person assessment. The experience of fighting monsters and leveling up has also increased a lot, which makes her actually a little happy. However, Hyuga Sinning, who was unable to recover his physical strength on the stage, was a little unwilling. During this period of time, he increased his strength so much, but he never thought that Luo Chen would be dragged down so alive. How could he be reconciled in his heart? If you are really a manly man, it is better to stand on the competition arena and have a good fight with yourself. However, he already knew very clearly in his heart that he was not as strong as him, and he had been tightly suppressed by him from the very beginning. Come out, but he can feel it himself. He has used all his strength, but he seems to be only 7 or 8 points, and you still have some size in your heart. Diaresis if you take it back and use it, it's not a precious thing, it's just to help you recover some physical strength. After Luo Chen smiled, he actually knew that if he was in a normal game, he might not be able to. It will be like this, but when he thinks that Tsunade has been with him for a month anyway, doesn't he always say that his strength is not good? Then let him see today that he doesn't use his real strength, and that this medical ninjutsu and what he taught him can drag down an opponent like Hyuga Sinning. XXX. Seeing whether he dared to say that his strength was not enough, it was really hard to get a compliment from their seniors. Chapter 662. 80 Sasuke's disappearance. When Tsunade saw him like this, he actually thought it was a little funny. No matter what, it would be nice if he won anyway, so it's no wonder he was worried and ran over to see his game. Kakashi had some doubts when he saw Tsunade like this. Before, Tsunade didn't seem to like this outsider very much, and after having been in contact with him for a while, it seemed like he had a kind of personality. The same magic. Not enough to attract the attention of all of them, not to mention, even OK. She changed her opinion of them, so when she talked about this matter, she was actually one of the people who was changed. Mao, from the very beginning, she also had a lot of importance on him. Now, she just feels that she may not be any different from the children in the village. She looks at him a bit older, but he is indeed a very caring person. How strict Tsunade's requirements are, and he also knows that Naruto Sasuke is in the dust here. For a while, it seemed that he was the only one who was the easiest from the beginning, but he didn't expect him to improve, and he still surprised himself. This kind of talent seemed to them, and it could be called a genius. In their team, Naruto and she have already finished the game, and there is only one Sasuke left. Kakashi still thinks that Sasuke's talent is better. Before that, he also had free shipping for him, and he had great hope, but he didn't expect that he was casted by Orochimaru during the forest assessment. After that, it seems that his temperament has become a lot more silent. Tsunade nodded. In fact, it was rare for the masters to get together at ordinary times. Most of the villages would also ask them to do some tasks, so every time they saw their partners return safely, they might be able to protect the village together. Is also a home in their hearts. Orochimaru's curse is suppressed in Sasuke's body, which is not a good thing for him. I have seen it before, I just think she needs to rest, but I haven't seen Sasuke's for a while. Shadow, didn't she have a game today? Could it be that he gave up the game today? Tsunade saw that there seemed to be no Sasuke among the figures around him. There are still some doubts in my heart. Isn't it time for her to compete? When Kakashi heard him say that, he suddenly became suspicious. Today, he didn't seem to have seen him. Where did this child go? When Luo Chen and Naruto were talking, they heard Sasuke's name being called on the stage, but found that Sasuke didn't seem to have come to the scene. They suddenly realized the seriousness of this matter. If he would leave the game, at least he would tell them what he was going to do, but he didn't hear Sasuke tell them at all. Even when I came this morning, I hadn't seen Sasuke yet. Why did Sasuke go? Isn't she going to play soon? Did you see him just now? When Luo Chen thought about this, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart on the TV. Could it be that Orochimaru has sneaked into the village again? But it stands to reason that although the original work is like this, he has changed a lot since he entered this world. He hadn't thought about this from the beginning, but Sasuke's sudden disappearance made them worry enough. After all, he was about to play right now. This person suddenly disappeared again. If he doesn't appear again, what should we do if it is handled as abandonment at that time? Naruto's temperament was a little impatient, and when he heard her say that, he panicked. Then what should I do? If Sasuke can't be on stage at that time? When Luo Chen saw him like this, he took a deep breath. You change the page next to you. He just went out for some business and came back in a while, not to mention that he hasn't played yet. It's like seeing who the opponent is when you join the game. I think Sasuke will definitely come. I believe in him. When Naruto heard him say this, he nodded. Although he didn't know why, after seeing him look like he was no longer worried, his heart gradually stabilized, and what he just said made her feel effective. Although he knew that he was worried about why Sasuke couldn't think for himself when he encountered something. I don't know when it started. I seem to have regarded Luokan as my backbone. As long as I hear him say it's okay, or say something reassuring, I will believe him. Luokan looked at these games on the field. Although he was a little tired, he could see some wonderful things, so that he couldn't help but think that before teaching him well, he just thought about Tsunade to prove his hard work during this time. Hard work. When they saw such a wonderful battle, their interest was actually aroused. When this round of battle was over, Gaara had already played. Luokan used the system to check it. I loved my fighting ability, and even thought that there were some things I didn't expect. Gaara's fighting ability was actually so high, it seemed to be on par with Sasuke. He couldn't help but worry about Sasuke. It's actually Gaara. My god, you see it's Gaara. When Luo Chen and Naruto heard that the people next to them were so infatuated, they felt a little unhappy in their hearts. What happened to Gaara? What's wrong with Gaara? Can you still use it like this? Naruto was very puzzled. Looking at Gaara, he didn't seem to be very good. How could he be so surprised by the people below? I love Luo's strength, that's. If anyone but him is the opponent, I'm afraid it will be a bit unlucky. If I were to give up the game. When I heard him say that, no one in my heart was dreaming, and there were some doubts. Why haven't I seen these people so surprised before? Gaara's confidence is not very clear, and people can see Luo Chen who has calmed down. It seems that the strength of Sasuke is comparable to that of Sasuke. It seems that Sasuke is not very lucky. Luo Chen's face is not very good, because he knows that Gaara's strength seems to be among them. However, Sasuke has not been seen yet. Why are you timid and don't dare to come out to meet people? If you don't want to participate in the competition, just stand up and say, you don't even dare to show your face. Gaara's tone was extremely arrogant. See, your only opponent didn't even dare to show his face now, and he was just sneering. Chapter 663. 81 Sasuke disappears. Gaara saw that his opponent as Sasuke did not appear, and he became more and more arrogant. Before, he had never seen Zoro as a turtle with a shrinking head today, so he was also extremely ridiculed, but no matter what. How could Luo Chen feel extremely uncomfortable when he saw his arrogant appearance, and then saw Naruto beside him? What are you arrogant about? Sasuke is just delayed by some things, so he didn't show up. This doesn't mean he is afraid of you. If he is afraid of you, he won't have to participate in the competition, no matter what. What you said is so disgusting. Naruto heard that Gaara had said that Sasuke was like this. How could he not be angry in his heart? He had never heard Gaara be so arrogant before, and almost immediately rushed forward to talk to him. He fought a lot, but he knew that Gaara's strength was far above himself, and he didn't need to go on stage to go by himself, but he couldn't listen to any slander Gaara made to Sasuke. What's more, Sasuke and himself are not only friends, but also a partner to himself. How could she hear Gaara slander Sasuke so much, and she was extremely angry. Just when Naruto was so angry that he wanted to rush up, no matter what he wanted to fight with Gaara, Luo Chen grabbed Naruto because he knew that Sasuke was not the kind of person who could fight during the game. Among those who have evaded deaths, they have inexplicable trust in Sasuke, and for Sasuke, in fact, he knows these things best in his heart. No matter what, Luokan actually believes in it, not to mention that Yuansuke is also Sasuke, because other things will come too late. When Naruto saw Luo Chen's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What did he mean by pulling him? What are you doing with me? Didn't I hear what he said? How angry he said those words. I have never said this before, let alone Sasuke is not the kind of person who can give up at this juncture. I'm going to teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to be great. Naruto remembered that he seemed to have even reached a state of madness all of a sudden, because he couldn't listen to others slander his partner, and he couldn't listen to others slander Sasuke. When Luo Chen saw him like this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. What are you afraid of? Even if Gaara's strength is thinking, no matter what, we have to believe that Sasuke is not to mention Sasuke's person, don't you and I still understand? She would never do such a thing. I no matter how arrogant Luo is, what are you in the past? When Luokan listened to what the people around him had to say, in fact, for Gaara, he was already thinking about it, so no matter what, when he saw Gaara, I felt unhappy in my heart, and then I used the system to investigate his combat effectiveness. For me, it seemed that I and he could be in a state above. However, he is very clear about Naruto's strength. If no one comes to the stage so rashly, it is very likely that Gaara will be knocked off the stage. No matter what he was like just now, let alone in the arena of this competition. If you become the loser after you come to power, then you are disqualified for the assessment. Usually, you are lucky enough to pass the third assessment successfully. No matter how she can't let Naruto take the stage. And you're talking about your own business, don't you know? If you want to come to power so rashly, I'm afraid it won't be you who will be beaten down. You wait here honestly, if Sasuke reaches the end if the moment does not come, then I will go to the stage for a meeting. What kind of strength does Gaara have to be so arrogant here? Luokan thought for a while before speaking, because he knew that no matter what, he believed that Sasuke would come at the last moment, not to mention she knew exactly what kind of person Sasuke was. When Naruto heard Luo Chen say this, he also nodded. He knew that he would not be happy when he heard her say that just now, so he was a little rash. For him, it was the third time he passed. There is only some luck involved in the assessment of, so when I think of the time Luokan said those words just now. He also nodded, but he couldn't hear Sasuke being given such an opportunity by others. No matter what, when would they ever be afraid of others? Not to mention no matter how hard the outside world was, they wouldn't give up on it. If it was true, if you give up, you have given up from the beginning, so why bother standing here? There is no reason to be angry when you hear him say that. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It's okay, I just thought that this person was too arrogant to speak. No matter how subsidized, when has never done such a thing, he is one of the best in our generation. He's too human, not to mention that he's a scallion. Saying that Sasuke makes me feel good. But this time it's unbalanced, so I suddenly did some reckless things. Fortunately, you held me back. 0. When you think about the incident just now, you are indeed a little excited, but no matter what, he actually has great hopes for Sasuke. What's more, he also believed that Sasuke would not be such a person. How could they suddenly give up because of this matter? He would never have thought about it. Luo Chen nodded. The Gaara on the card is indeed very arrogant, but Sasuke's absence makes the people below seem to be watching a good show. But no matter what, the world always believes in Sasuke. No matter what I didn't expect it, so I've been waiting patiently. Sakura on the side seems to be a little anxious. For her, Luokan uses the system to check it, but he doesn't have much favorability for himself, because he knows that according to him, it seems that Sakura is he likes Sasuke. So after thinking about it for a while, I know why he is so nervous about Sasuke. It's just that he didn't think about what Sasuke was doing. However, this game hasn't appeared for a long time. Could it be that he really intends to care about it? Now it seems that Sasuke's mood is not the same as before, and he always seems to make himself a little confused. If it is not systematic, he doesn't even know how Sasuke feels about himself sometimes. 100 million. Chapter 664. 82 Extremely Arrogant Gaara. When all the Naruto people were talking about it, Gaara on the stage could be considered to be in the limelight and extremely arrogant, because none of them thought that they had reached the third round of preliminaries. Anyway, there is no possibility that there will be withdrawals, but Sasuke has not appeared at this time. It seems that they are destined to retire in their hearts. For them, giving up is better than quitting. Or it means that if you lose the competition on the stage, you will gain face. For them, abandoning the competition is nothing. Is it a coward? And Sasuke was considered a genius among them before. Sasuke's dissatisfaction seems to have erupted one after another, but for that alone, Naruto and Luokan have always been on Sasuke's side. 160. Just then Sasuke appeared from the crowd of inconspicuous places. Isn't Sasuke there? Look. Hey, isn't that Sasuke? Isn't he here? Gradually, as the crowd's discussion dissipated, all Naruto seemed to know that Sasuke didn't give up, but on the contrary, he just came late. Seeing Gaara on stage, he seemed to be very tired just now. With his arrogant appearance, Sasuke has been pursing his lips. Since the beginning of his mind, he has been very clear in the third round of preliminaries. In fact, according to his current strength, he should not have participated in the preliminaries, because from the beginning of the third round of preliminaries, it seemed that he knew exactly what his true physical strength was, and Tsunade had warned him more than once before that, according to his current body, he could not actually participate in the real finals. When Tsunade in the audience saw Sasuke, he actually shook his head, because he knew that no matter what these young people said, he wouldn't take his body seriously. It would be very good for them. Important. So from the past, they always felt that if Sasuke was angry, they also had a kind of attitude of watching a joke in their hearts. However, although Luokan and they have always insisted on Sasuke, there is no such thing as colorful concept, but most people are all on their opposite sides, as if this matter has been settled, and Sasuke's sudden appearance is like a slap on them. When Luo Chen saw Sasuke appear, he also smiled. When he turned around, he said to Naruto, "Don't you see Sasuke coming here? What are you in a hurry, not to mention that the most important games are always the finale." When Naruto heard her say that, he immediately cut his hair. Before, when he thought that no matter what he said, Luo Chen would be more thoughtful than himself, so he didn't say anything, but he didn't know when to call him. People have already regarded Luokan as their core, and it seems that they have become very good friends with her. However, when he sees the two of them, Naruto smiles very cheerfully, not to mention that he has always insisted on it before. Sasuke will definitely win. In any case, it is extremely difficult for a team of 3 of them to get from the forest assessment to the present, so they all hope that the other party will be good. Sasuke will definitely win this time. Come on, Sasuke, you must defeat him and tell him what strength is. When no one saw what he looked like, he cheered to Sasuke from below, not to mention that he didn't believe in Sasuke from the very beginning. No matter what, he would definitely be promoted, he looked like before Gaara. At that time, he became more and more annoyed. Anyway, he would definitely believe that Sasuke could win, no matter who he was. Luokan also frowned when he looked at Sasuke like this. He seemed to see that Sasuke's face was extremely bad, but despite his appearance, he still appeared. Could it be that something happened to Sasuke during this time? Didn't he give a lot of recovery pills before? If he eats it on time, it seems that Sasuke should have recovered well now, because he knows that Sasuke's spell seal by Orochimaru in the forest will reduce his physical strength a lot, and even some strengths are also sealed together. But no matter what, if he took his own pills, he would be like Naruto, and he would have a lot of power. Why did Sasuke seem to have not seen much improvement in his strength to believe in this matter? Luo Chen actually felt a little puzzled. However, when Tsunade saw the two of them like this, he actually didn't know what to say. He said that because of the curse mark, he didn't mind that Sasuke could continue to participate in the third round of the preliminaries, so when he didn't come at the beginning, he actually thought that what he said might have worked, but he didn't. It never occurred to me that, no matter what, he would appear at the last critical moment. Isn't it a good thing that Sasuke came to the competition? Why do you feel like you're a little unhappy? Luo Chen could see that Tsunade seemed to have never looked the same as before, and even felt a little unhappy. I knew when I injured his waist before, it seems that his physical fitness is not very good now, and I also persuaded him, otherwise it would be better for his future to give up this third round of assessment than to let him lose his life. But he didn't think that she would come anyway. It's his own choice, and if something happens in the future, no one else will be blamed. Tsunade, as the medical ninjutsu in this village, actually believed what he said, but in any case, he knew very well in his heart that if it were someone else, he might retire from the competition, but Sasuke's character is his. It is absolutely impossible to retire from the competition. He has already gone to any place in this place. In the competition arena, he will not easily admit defeat if he is beaten to death. So when he heard what Tsunade said, he knew it in his heart. After all, it was the heart of the parents of doctors, and he also hoped that he would have a better development in the future. Perhaps for them, it is not just about your temporary wins or losses, but it's just more about whether you can go longer on the road of ninja. Luo Chen also sighed when he heard him say that. Although he knew Sasuke's temper, he also hoped that he could walk longer on the road in the future, instead of acting on his will. Chapter 665. 83 Evenly Matched Opponents. When Sasuke came to the stage to compete with Gaara, the two were rivals with equal arrogance from the beginning. Gaara didn't seem to have used her real strength, because she had seen the combat effectiveness of the two before using the system. Yes, but comparable. But when Naruto was worried about him, Sasuke seemed to change his previous attack. He didn't use his own moves, but instead used Shaoli's physical skills, which surprised Naruto when he looked at him. They didn't expect that Sasuke would be able to put Shaoli in just 1 month. Li's physical skills are so perfect that it seems impossible to them. How good is Shaoli's physical skills? They are actually very clear in their hearts. Everyone will have their own trump card. Before, Sasuke's advantage did not lie in this at the beginning, but he gave up his own advantages, relearning physical art in just 1 month, which made them feel as if it was a special surprise. Even Shaoli himself didn't think that Sasuke would actually use his own speed up. However, in terms of Gaara's strength, wouldn't he have a better chance of winning if he used his own tricks? But when he used his own physique, she couldn't help but admire him. In just 1 month's time, he was able to practice his physical skills to such a degree that even he couldn't do it. Don't admit that Sasuke is a genius, such a thing. Luokan also has some things, but when he sees him like this, he is not so worried, because he knows that for Sasuke, it seems that his current physical strength is not very good, but such physical skills are already the best he can use. It's a good move, because his first move may have been borrowed by others, but his dangerous moves like this are also a new challenge to Gaara. Even Tsunade, who was at the bottom, didn't think that he had always been worried about Sasuke's health before, but it was the first time he had seen it. He gave up his previous moves. Instead of using ninjutsu, he switched to taijutsu. When he just said these words, his face was also surprised. He didn't expect that Sasuke would suddenly change. Her own moves even made Gaara, her opponent on the stage, change her face, but she had to laugh. As for her, Sasuke is an opponent who deserves attention, so she is naturally very happy. I want to bring this game to my best strength to beat it. It seems that you are really my most worthy opponent, no matter what, but I will definitely defeat you. Gaara seems to have been aroused by Sasuke's fighting spirit, so when he made his moves, he didn't have any sloppy moves at all. On the contrary, his moves were all killer moves, which also made Sasuke gradually become more and more difficult on the stage. But no matter what, he kept insisting, and it seemed that he was sold to Gaara. After a big flaw, Naruto was sweating for him, but he never thought that Sasuke would take advantage of this flaw. What's more, when he didn't evade the direct head-on, even Gaara thought that this person was a lunatic. If it was a normal person, shouldn't it be reasonable to avoid his own attack? But he just faced his own attack metaphysically, isn't he afraid of getting hurt? Just when all the people below thought so, they didn't think that Sasuke was not only attacking here, but completely avoiding the attack at the shortest distance, and even hit Gaara directly, causing him to collapse suddenly. Competition arena. My god, he actually hit Gaara. I'm not dreaming, I walk so well, I don't even need to use my own ninjutsu within a month, switch to Shaoli's physical skills, and still beat Gaara. For a while, it seemed like it was going to explode. Generally, no one expected such an ending. It really surprised them. However, the game did not seem to be entirely because of the middle finger, not to mention the rules of the game. Until he gets up and fights completely, perhaps directly under the ring, although Sasuke has the upper hand for a while, but to me, it seems to have aroused his fighting spirit even more. When he stood up, he sipped a little. The blood on the corner of his mouth, looking at Sasuke seems to be in a state of madness. I still don't know who wins and who loses. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? Don't you know? Gaara is a natural killing machine. Who dares to provoke him easily? Is his strength still not clear? It seems to be the case. It makes some sense to hear you say that. I saw Sasuke, and I don't know if they were just beaten, and I felt a little excited. What's more, Sasuke is also very powerful. What's the use of being powerful, no matter how powerful, who can stand to the end, who can be regarded as truly powerful, not to mention how long she can last like that. I don't know if he can enter. This game did it end successfully. This person's tone doesn't seem to be pleased by Sasuke's victory at the beginning, and even some in his tone think that I must win this game, and then let Luokan and Naruto listen to their hearts even more uncomfortable. Why? Before, they always thought that Sasuke seemed to have abandoned the game, so they said that paragraph, but now that Sasuke came to the competition and defeated Gaara, these people said such things again. How could he not? Angry, Naruto ran over and directly reasoned with them. Why is this Gaara's big background? To make you all believe in his strength. Is he not a human, or how powerful is he? If he is powerful, take a first look. Making this look like someone is afraid of him. What kind of killing machine? It's just nonsense. The disdain in Naruto's tone, he actually knew very well in his heart. No matter what, even if this person is the king of heaven, he can't slander his own friends like this. Naruto didn't believe in the left, and it wouldn't be miserable at all. However, when they first said those words, walking was not on the field, and they even hit Gaara and slapped them hard. A slap, and now I suddenly forgot the pain, and now I run over and say that Gaara is amazing. No matter what, Naruto will only believe in his partner, and he will always be the best. Chapter 666. 84 was asked to terminate the game. When Luo Chen heard Naruto say this, he was actually a little worried, because now he found out that what Gaara said according to her crazy attitude. It seems that Sasuke's combat power is gradually getting better, and it seems that Sasuke is not his opponent. When he thinks of this, he is a little anxious, and immediately pulls Naruto directly. XXX. Look at the game first. Why do I feel that there seems to be something wrong with Gaara on stage, and I haven't seen him move so fast before? Luokan wasn't trying to scare Sasuke. What's more, she actually knew a lot of things like this from the beginning, so when they saw Gaara like this, they were still a little scared. If you continue like this, if it continues to develop, isn't it said that Sasuke is a loser? When I heard them say Gaara just now, I was actually a little confused in my heart. I felt that I was a little bit uneasy. I just saw this picture. It seemed that I had just confirmed what the few people said just now. Talk. Look at me and say that Gaara wouldn't say it. His killing machine wouldn't see him like this if he didn't know his true strength. That person also seemed to be sighing for Sasuke. Anyway, she felt that from Gaara to Naruto to now, it seems that Sasuke's strength is still relatively good. Because he is a genius recognized by Naruto among them, not to mention that they had heard of Sasuke's name before, but now, they never thought that Sasuke would still be defeated by Gaara. When no one saw them like this, at first he thought that Gaara's greatness was just boasted by them. Of course, they knew it when they saw the game getting hotter. It seems that Gaara's strength is really not blown out, not to mention that his crazy attitude is indeed worthy of his title, so I also inquired about it before. All of a sudden, she changed her face when she heard what they said, and saw Sasuke gradually losing ground, which made her really anxious, and immediately ran in front of Kakashi. Before the request to terminate the game, no one said that Gaara's strength was a killing machine. How could Sasuke compete with him? What's more, Sasuke was hit by the curse of Orochimaru before tilde. A person is really worried, not to mention that it doesn't matter if they lose the game. If something happened to Sasuke during the game, Wouldn't those friends be worried to death? So he immediately ran to Kaka in front of Nishi. He asked to terminate the game, and no matter what, he could not let Sasuke do anything. When Kakashi saw Naruto like this, his expression was always indifferent. From the very beginning, he knew very well what kind of power Gaara was. What's more, he knew his people, so when Sasuke drew me to the second floor, he sweated for him, but he didn't agree to Naruto's request. Where did you come from? You can stay where it's cool. What kind of game did you play at that time? If you want to stop, stop it. If you want to listen to the game, you can suspend the game, not to mention if you can't resist even this difficulty. That's what he deserves, quitting in the game. No one forced him. Kakashi's expression was a little bad. When he saw Naruto's uncontrollable appearance, he was actually a little angry in his heart. He has already experienced so much, don't he know the assessment on the road of ninja? Is it impossible for the game to end with their defeat? When Naruto heard Kakashi say this, he immediately shouted. Why don't you see Sasuke fail on this stage? He will be beaten to death by Kakashi, not to mention Kakashi is a killing machine. Why did you agree to this when you knew it earlier? Game. Because Luoken has always attached great importance to the competition on this stage before, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. If something happened, he would immediately run over, but he found that Sasuke was not even physically fit. He received a lot of Gaara's attacks, but he forcibly stood up again and again. When he saw the game at this time, he didn't expect that the woman beside him ran to Kakashi and yelled, which made him suddenly have a headache. This is simply bullshit. What are you doing? Come back and yell here. I know you're worried about Sasuke, but you can't run in front of Kakashi and yell, let alone this is a game. Luoken knew Kakashi's temperament very well. How could she just stop the game because Naruto yelled at him and was worried about Sasuke's body? What's more, for Kakashi, these people did the ninja as to pass layers of assessments. If he can't even accept this ordeal, then he doesn't deserve to be a ninja. So I immediately pulled Naruto back, and even Naruto was still a little unwilling. Diaresis, you really think it's a family game? We met Orochimaru in the second round of forest assessment before. At that time, if we could have stopped the competition. But why haven't you received such a notification all the time? Don't you still know in your heart? As ninjas, we should fulfill our responsibilities and obligations, not to mention this is our mission and duty. No matter what, there is no possibility for you to retreat on this path. You just have to keep moving forward. Could it be that Sasuke doesn't know his own physical condition? Thanks to the king, Sasuke doesn't know who his opponent is, not to mention that he clearly knows all the situations, but he still stands on the ring. Luo Chen was staring at the competition arena, and when he said these words, Naruto suddenly felt a shiver in his heart, no matter what he said before. He didn't seem to have thought about these issues, but when he gradually heard Kakashi and Cie say this, he suddenly felt very naive. Yes, he was indeed very naive. But after Naruto was suddenly silent, he seemed to want to refute something, but he didn't know what he should say, but he always felt a little unwilling. Nothing, but this is the mission of you and me as human beings. What's more, we can only move forward. Don't think too much, if something happens to Sasuke. Quoting. Chapter 667. 85 Inversion. Luoken watched the Sasuke game on the stage and continued to persevere no matter what. He knew in his heart that even if he was Sasuke, he would definitely persevere to the end no matter what, not to mention that Gaara might not necessarily win. Naruto looked at the stage cautiously. Can I do something for Sasuke? You can see that when he was about to die on stage, he suddenly felt this powerless, and it was really sad to die. This is a battle between the two of them. Whatever we intervene in, no matter how we win or lose, it's our own business. You just need to remember that he won't be such a deserter, not to mention that you'd better put those thoughts out of your mind. Throw it away quickly. If you were really walking as a friend, you should know his character very well. In fact, Luoken has always been very clear in his heart that no matter what, he knew the character of what I did before, and he would not accept any charity from anyone. What's more, he remembered that according to the original book, Sasuke should have won the game, so he wasn't so worried no matter what. Don't we just watch Sasuke on stage abruptly? Has she been suppressed by her? Because he was actually a little anxious, not to mention that he also knew what the strength was. Anyway, after such a long period of time, because he will improve himself, but Sasuke is still saying that they are very concerned about it. I am not surprised, but no matter what, Gaara's strength is really terrifying, not to mention that when he heard other people say this, his heart was even more confused. You are really too noisy, just watch it honestly and I will always trust Sasuke anyway. Luokan keeps looking around, always feeling as if something is not right. Because of the system, he is also after earning a lot of grades. The observation of the surrounding area is much more detailed than before. However, when I see this look, I always feel that something is not right around me, but for a while, he couldn't say anything, although he could feel it, but he didn't realize that he had found such a place before. Luo Chen has been vigilantly watching that no one around is afraid to distract himself. He has been closely watching the decisive battle between Sasuke and Gaara on stage, so when they both thought that maybe this game would make me, Luo was determined to win, but he found that at the end, a powerful force erupted from Sasuke's body. But it also attracted Luo Chen. Is this breaking the curse? When Naruto saw you on stage like this, suddenly there were some things that I didn't even think about. Sasuke was at this critical moment. Suddenly, it seemed that such power erupted from his body, and even he himself felt it. Somewhat shocked, no one in the audience expected such a reversal. Oh my god. Originally, Sasuke on stage was tightly suppressed by Gaara, not to mention that she had suffered a lot of injuries, but despite this, she had been clenching her teeth all the time. However, due to the arrangement of physical strength, my speed has slowed down. If I lock it like this, it will also give Gaara a great opportunity to hurt Sasuke. It was just a new idea, but I didn't expect Wairu's strength to grow with it. However, when Sasuke was cornered, it seemed that the power in his body directly broke through the seal left by Orochimaru. Even Gaara didn't expect that Sasuke would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. He fell directly on the stage. In the past, none of them thought that Sasuke, who was already at a disadvantage, could even be said to be doomed to fail. Unexpectedly at this last critical moment, suddenly burst out this powerful force within the body. It could even seriously injure Gaara, but none of them thought of a very surprising problem. When Kakashi saw Gaara on the stage fall, he was actually relieved, but he didn't know much about it. He knew in his heart that this kind of competition was essential for them. Yes, so whether they win or lose is something they should experience in their lives. It seems that Sasuke's strength has skyrocketed for a while, and even when he saw the crooked road, he has gradually become murderous. This is a problem that Luokan didn't think of, but in any case, she is not lazy, not to mention that this kind of competition is for them. It is still ordinary, and it will not end the game because of anyone's failure. After Luokan took a look at the system and made it, suddenly he couldn't help but have narrow things in his heart. He didn't expect that Sasuke's combat power in this different world has been improved by a lot compared to the previous time. I love Luoji at that time, he was seriously injured, and his combat power was no longer as good as before. I never thought that Sasuke would be so powerful after breaking through the curse. When everyone below was surprised, when Gaara was defeated by Sasuke, suddenly a figure flashed through the audience and took Gaara away from the stage. This surprised Kakashi, and Luokan suddenly came back to his senses. He had been able to solve it before, and then when he saw Sasuke defeat Gaara, he still relaxed a little bit, but seeing when Gaara on stage was taken away, I felt that this matter was not so simple. The Sound and ninjas under Orochimaru have been in ambush in this village for a long time. No one thought that Gaara would let Sasuke God, not to mention they knew very well that they would make the curse that had already been cast by Orochimaru. India's strength has suddenly skyrocketed, but it seems that some people have gone crazy. When Sasuke saw Gaara being taken away, his brows frowned, and he chased after them. As far as they were concerned, the game was far from over. Time has already aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. No matter what, she must defeat Gaara. After Kakashi saw this, he immediately summoned the ninjas in the village to report the incident to Mr. Hokage Sandaime, and he went after him directly. After Luo Chen and the patient saw this, of course they were not worried about going out and chasing after them, so the two of them immediately followed. Chapter 668. 86 Secret Space. However, Sasuke has been chasing the Nebula, who were reluctant to take Gaara away. When he saw this, he knew that they didn't take it so easily. He was able to escape, so he took Gaara directly, leaving one person to entangle with Sasuke. Luokan is very clear. I am afraid that Orochimaru has already been in the village this time, and he forgot to follow Sasuke's temperament because of the system. They were halfway there. On the way, although there is no Sasuke fast, but he met his opponent, that is Orochimaru. Even when he saw Orochimaru this time, he still felt that something was easy to find in his heart. After all, he knew very well in his heart before that it was because of this matter, not to mention that Orochimaru was in the forest last time. I hurt myself, that's why I have some fears. As for my current self, although I am not his opponent, I may not want to be friends with him, but I said that feeling to myself last time. If he is interested, it may not necessarily be a joke, but he doesn't want Orochimaru to stare at him. Little guy, it looks like we've all met again. When Orochimaru said these words, his tone made people feel very uncomfortable. When Luokan saw him, he had a cold war all over his body. Although he wasn't afraid, but seeing him like this, he felt a little uncomfortable, and when he thought about the last time he told himself in the forest after saying those words, I went to explicitly reject him again. Last time I was washing red beans because of Miter, but when I thought about it this time, I was still a little flustered. No matter what, I would naturally be worried about Sasuke, so I was also worried about Sasuke. The only thing to do is to resolve the battle as soon as possible. What if we meet again? You'll see me more often in the future, not to mention that it would be a pity if you can't see me in the village when you come to the village so often. He didn't have any time to fight when the time came, so when the two of them started to fight, Luo Chen also tried his best. Due to the systematic blessing, he seemed to be Orochimaru's opponent again for a while. He was very surprised. He didn't expect to see him in such a short period of 1 month. Why does he seem to be making rapid progress? This aroused the interest of Orochimaru. Before, he thought that he might wait until after him. It's definitely not something in the pool. If he can stand up and be with him, it's really interesting to think about this matter. I didn't expect you to be able to progress so fast. When Orochimaru said this, he stuck out his long tongue, causing Luo Chen to frown a little. As for Orochimaru's strength, he knew in his heart that he would certainly not be his opponent, but Naruto followed closely at this time. Then joined the battle, and the three-person battle scene was even more difficult, but despite this, it can be felt after a long time. In the end, the two of them are still inferior to Orochimaru, even if he is added together. Just when Orochimaru attacked, Naruto hit directly in front of Luo Chen. However, taking advantage of this time, he directly threw out a kunai. At this time, he had already used his own ninjutsu to take Naruto aside. Seeing that Naruto was now seriously injured, Luokan summoned the system directly, because he knew very well in his heart that he couldn't expose the system to others in front of everyone, but now that Naruto had reached a critical juncture, he couldn't care less and let the system give him a secret space. At the beginning, he hadn't thought about it himself, but no matter what, he had to let the system give it a try. After Luokan glanced at Naruto's injury, he immediately used medical ninjutsu to heal Naruto. However, this secret space does not actually mean that I am in another space, it is just a hidden function of a hidden local system. Without the entanglement of Luokan and Naruto, Orochimaru would naturally run over to find Sasuke, but at this time, the third generation of Hokage and Kakashi soldiers also directly caught up. How could they not pay attention to them, let alone the third generation? He didn't expect that the great gods had already attacked the village before, so he was a little surprised that these 2 consecutive shots, he seemed to be more powerful than before. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It is very clear in the 3rd generation's eyes that no matter what, he actually regrets it in his heart. When he saw Orochimaru, he was fighting with him. The 2 were indistinguishable. However, when Kakashi wanted to participate in the battle, he was directly stopped by the 3 generations. Go and see what's going on Sasuke's side. Now I know very well that Sasuke is chasing after him, but I'm still a little worried, not to mention that the strength of Orochimaru's sons and ninjas is all above them. The hope for the future in these villages naturally does not want them to have any accidents. Orochimaru didn't think that Sandemo actually asked Kakashi to find Sasuke, but despite this, when he saw the purpose of the 3rd generation, he became more playful. No matter what happened to him before, he didn't show up much. But what happened this time? Long time no see, 3 generations of eyes. There was this smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and the 3 generations of eyes were very annoyed. As for Orochimaru, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Without this kindness, Orochimaru would not have survived until now. Today I'm going to have a good comparison with you. What is your reality? Stronger or stronger than me? If you don't take care of you properly, you'll turn the village upside down. Before the 3rd generation destination suddenly felt a little blood rushing up, he never thought that he had already lurked in the village, and he had to take this person directly in time for the game, which made him more clear. No matter what, it's a killer move. After thinking about it for a while, Orochimaru smiled directly. He didn't have any thoughts about being here with the 3rd generation, not to mention that he wanted to cause some trouble in the village this time, so that they could not compete with peace of mind. Now he sees his purpose. After reaching it, of course he didn't want to get out, but he didn't expect that the 3 generations would be chasing after him. You're still old after all. After laughing loudly, he left immediately, feeling a little proud of himself when he saw the 3 generations of angry eyes. 100 million. Chapter 669. 87 Depend on Naruto. After Luokan saw the situation outside, he actually wanted to go out, but after all, a person was injured so badly, if he didn't get medical treatment in time, I'm afraid something might not happen by then. If there is no system this time, I am afraid that the 2 of them will be broken into the hands of Orochimaru. Thinking about these things is really a little scary. He knows how important strength is, but Orochimaru is for him. There are still some difficulties in the end, but despite this, after all, after he has the system, he can only save his life. He doesn't want to reveal his special function in front of everyone, not to mention thinking about it now. There is no need to be completely out of the limelight. The primary task now is only Naruto's injury. If he hadn't learned medical ninjutsu from 163 and Tsunade before, I'm afraid he would be at a loss now. After the simple treatment, he went directly to the system to ask for 2 pills. After giving it to Naruto, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed a little sober before. He never thought that a person would be injured so badly by Orochimaru, and he had to temporarily withdraw from the battle. At this time, he sat down and adjusted his breath, and then gradually stood up and moved his muscles and bones. Before, he thought that maybe the practice during this period of time had allowed him to be the first among them, but this time because of the matter of Orochimaru may not be so simple this time. When I think of Sasuke leaving with those people, I still feel a little nervous in my heart. After all, Gaara will not talk about it for the time being. With Sasuke's current strength, he will definitely not be their opponent at all, but now Orochimaru doesn't seem to be. Views of the stay in the village. Sandemu also saw how he would let him go so easily after seeing what he looked like, and wished he could just seal it here. But how could Orochimaru's strength be easily sealed by him, so Orochimaru fled away after making a false move. At this time, Luokan used the system to sense Orochimaru's departure, and saw Naruto, who was still in a coma, and quickly took her to find Sandemu. The third generation had no idea that the two of them were still nearby. What's going on with Naruto? Sandemu frowned. Although he didn't have any serious problems, he was a little worried when he saw Naruto in a coma. Who can hurt him like this? After Luokan saw the third generation of eyes, he was relieved, because he knew very well that if he stayed near here, I am afraid that it would not last long. Who knows if Orochimaru will return to him again? Although the strength is among them, it can be regarded as the first, but in the eyes of Orochimaru, he is only a person who can make a few moves. He is not strong now, but because he has a system, he can't help himself, but adding Naruto is another. One thing. Before, Naruto and I followed, but I didn't expect to meet Orochimaru on the way. When we started, Naruto was injured by Orochimaru. I was always nearby with him just now, but Naruto at that time, the injury was too serious, so I didn't say to give him treatment first, and saw that there were 3 generations of eyes here to deal with Orochimaru. Luokan said that when Sandemu talked about such a thing, he was actually a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for his inferior skills, he wouldn't have to be like this. When Sandemu heard him say this, he nodded and saw Naruto. It's fine if nothing happens. They naturally said this to themselves when they were among the 9th generation of this generation, but after thinking about it for a while, the temperament of these few people has not been completely settled. After all, they need to hone. There are too many, but I don't know why I am always optimistic about my career. Because of his resilience, coupled with all aspects of strength and talent, he seems to be much stronger than them, so I am more interested in him. When Sandemu saw her like this, he knew that he was probably a little embarrassed in his heart, not to mention that he actually knew in his heart why he thought so, but it was completely unnecessary, because he knew that his world was not a big snake at all. Maru's opponent, only after he had discussed with him did he know that his strength had grown a lot during this period of time. What's more, Orochimaru's forbidden technique has always been something that he avoided, so seeing the 4th master's embarrassed appearance, he didn't say anything, just patted him on the shoulder. In front of Orochimaru, they smile. It's actually quite good that the generation can save their lives. You've done a good job. Leave the rest to us. You can take someone back to the village first, and take a good rest from your injuries. Seeing that the two of them were all right, Sandemu let them go back to the village first. He still has to take a look at what's going on with Sasuke, not to mention that when the child chased him out, he was actually very worried. Worried. I never thought that during the game in the village, they would dare to take this person away so blatantly, so that the fire in his heart really had nowhere to vent, not to mention that as a Hokage in the village, he didn't think about it. He didn't even know it. After the two sides fought, he knew that his strength had grown so much during this period of time. No wonder he was so arrogant. Luokan nodded and took Naruto directly back to the village. At this moment, I heard the system remind myself. Remind the host to start a new mission and use the medical ninjutsu he learned to treat Naruto until he recovers. Luokan was stunned when he heard the system say that, because he knew that he was indeed learning medical ninjutsu from a master, but after all, there was a system, and he didn't need to heal Naruto himself. Isn't there still you? What's more, he's hurt like this, what do you want me to do? Luo Chen frowned when he heard the system say that. He did learn medical ninjutsu, but he still didn't know it in his heart. In the end, when you see Naruto say this, you might as well find a master to treat Naruto yourself. You can't rely on this system for everything, although this system has always been such a mighty image, but these little things don't need this system to be upright, so I will give you a task and let you complete it yourself. Is it difficult? Have you always depended on Naruto? Chapter 670. 88 new missions released. XXX. When Luokan listened to what the system said, he still had no idea in his heart, because he knew that what the system said was indeed correct, but he was always a little afraid to do it, because the injury was so serious now that he asked the system for it before. Taking 2 pills for him can recover some of his injuries, but he has been learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade during this time, but he is completely unsure of how to treat Naruto's injuries. Luokan was always at a loss in his heart, frowning all the time, not daring to answer the system. After the system felt Luo Chen's emotions, it laughed. Remind the host that the task has been opened, and the experience value of completing the task is +25. If the task is not completed, the task will be punished. When Luo Chen heard the system say this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited about the experience points, but when he thought of his medical ninjutsu, it seemed that he was not so skilled. He still hesitated, but then he thought about the tasks issued by the system if he didn't have it. If it is completed, wouldn't it be punished? But I don't know what the system will punish me this time. Can I first ask what punishment is 22? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and said, after all, he didn't want to experiment with Naruto. When the system heard him say that, it laughed maliciously. Hosts who fail to complete the system's mission within the specified time will have 3 days of bad stomach, take off their clothes, and run around the village naked for 3 times. Luokan originally thought that it might be a physical punishment for himself, but when he heard his punishment, black lines began to appear on his face. What kind of punishment is this? I can still accept it with my stomach, and I will pass it if I bear it. What is it called to run naked in the village again? There are so many people in the village, not to mention that he is already famous in the village, but now the system takes off his clothes and runs naked. Isn't this just slapping himself in the face? What's more, if Naruto saw this, how could he have a face in the village? Aren't you kidding me? How can I do this mission, let alone running around naked in the village? You have to think about it. Luo Chen's tone was a little unkind, and he wished he could directly pull out the system and beat him. If the punishment is not serious, how can you discipline your determination to complete the task? So the timing starts from now to set the time before the sun goes down. After the system said these words, it stopped talking. Luokan sighed. In fact, he didn't want to complete the task released by the system this time. It wasn't that his relationship with Naruto was not good, but on the contrary, it was because she and Naruto still had a good relationship, so he didn't want to either. He regards his friends as guinea pigs, so he has achieved good results in learning with masters during this period of time, but he has never been able to use them. Is it possible that he really wants to practice with Naruto? Luokan frowned. He always felt a little clueless in his heart, but if he looked like this, he could only be a dead horse and a living horse doctor. After all, no matter what, he doesn't want to run around naked 3 times in the village, so does he still want to live? Where is this face still going? When I think about this, I can't wait. Forget it, it's useless to think about this, not to mention that the system tasks have been released now. If you can't complete this task before the sun goes down, thinking about this punishing yourself is really too much at first. He just thought that maybe the system would let him make some suggestions if it was a big deal. I didn't expect it to be like this at all. All the people he posted before, didn't I complete it very seriously? Why did such a problem occur at this time? And there was some anxiety in my heart. After taking a look at the time, Luo Chen was taken aback. He didn't think that the time before the sun went down seemed to be only 2 or 3 hours. If he couldn't heal Naruto's injury during this time, I'm afraid it would still be there by now. The one who ran naked outside, wasn't he himself? What a nasty system. Luokan is not the kind of person who complains. Seeing that Naruto is so badly injured now, he has become a direct master. The medical ninjutsu he taught him before, gradually saw that Naruto's injury has eased a lot, but I have been in a coma all the time. After all, the Orochimaru injury was too severe before, so now I can only do some simple treatment of skin trauma. Fortunately, after taking the 2 pills of the system before, Naruto has stabilized a lot. After dealing with these things, he glanced at the time before the sun went down, but it seemed that there was still a little bit, so he didn't. It's a mission accomplished. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what he said, he wouldn't have to run around the village naked 3 times, otherwise he would have stayed here because he really had no face. At this time, Sandemu and Kakashi also came back. Naruto had just dealt with it. When they saw Sandemu and the others, they immediately greeted them. I didn't expect Sasuke to fall into a coma and even seriously injured. I thought about it from the very beginning. He knew that if Sasuke caught up, there would definitely be no good results, not to mention how the people under Orochimaru would be weak. Originally, he wanted to follow up and help Sasuke, but he didn't think that one Naruto would be enough for him. First of all, seeing Sasuke now doesn't seem to have any serious problems. Sandemu saw that Naruto's injuries on the side were much better than when he saw it before, and after taking a look at Luoken, he smiled. Did you do it for him? When Luoken heard Sandemu say this, he nodded. When I came back to the village, I usually put Naruto here and the situation was a little urgent, so I can only handle these things. Fortunately, Naruto's injury is not very serious, and he can handle it. When Sandemu heard her say that, he also nodded. Sasuke on the side seemed to be seriously injured this time. After Luoken glanced at Sasuke's injury, he frowned. He didn't expect that after making this spell to break through the Orochimaru, his physical strength would not be as good as before, and he even injured his body later. Game thing. It seems that Sasuke's situation is a bit tricky. If he relies on his own strength, it seems that he may not be able to complete it. As for the fact that he is a little rough in his heart, he might as well ask Tsunade to come and take a look. Chapter 671. 89 Complete the mission. Sandemu saw that he had already healed Naruto's wounds. I'll ask Kakashi to call Tsunade, and you should take care of Sasuke's injury first. The third generation is actually a little worried. After all, he could see it before. In the competition arena, he seemed to have some load beyond his body. On the contrary, now that I am in a coma, I am also a little worried. Seeing that Luo Chen is now medical ninjutsu, since he can take care of Naruto, he directly puts Sasuke in his hands. Sasuke was surprised when he heard Joan say that, because he didn't think that after Sasuke got injured like this, the three generations would still trust him, not to mention if it was a minor injury, it would be fine. Otherwise, Sandemu will wait for Kakashi to go to Tsunade to treat him. I'm a little unsure, not to mention that I have only learned with Tsunade for more than a month. Some people say that if the treatment is delayed, then isn't it? Luoken still has no bottom in his heart, not to mention that he knows that when he sees Sasuke like this, he knows that the injury is not light, but if he just said it, then there will be no major problems. But when she treated Naruto before, she was still a little hesitant. When Sandemu heard him say this, he smiled a little. Why is he not sure about his own strength? Why haven't he seen him like this before? Don't you have any confidence in your own strength? After all, you have studied with Tsunade for so long. If you don't even have this grasp, how can Naruto believe you? You don't even believe in yourself now. I don't know this, so hurry up and go. No matter what, Sasuke is still waiting for you. You can't watch Sasuke go on like this. Maybe he won't survive until then. Sandemu actually had some size for Sasuke, but no matter what, Sasuke has become like this now. When he said that he hasn't come yet, he can only give CE a try. Luoken never thought that the third generation would actually trust him so much. When I treated Naruto before, it was because I didn't want to complete the punishment of the system, not to mention the punishment. But seeing Sasuke's injury like this, if I delay it any longer, I feel very embarrassed not to say it, even for fear of delaying Sasuke. The best treatment is a few days. I haven't come yet. Although I have only learned with him for a short month, if it is some simple common sense, I can still handle it. If there is a system, maybe he can give it a try, but in front of so many people, it is not easy for him to directly use the system. Luo Chen pursed the corner of his mouth. Since we've all said so, then I'll give it a try, but Tsunade and I have only learned about injuries like this for a short period of time, and I'm afraid it's a time of exhausting energy, so many people are here. I also have some pressure. Why don't you go out first? If there is something, I will call you. Luoken also knew in his heart that Sasuke might not be able to delay any longer now, so if he is like this, he should hurry up. When Sandemu heard him say that, he went straight out and left all of this to him. If there's anything you can't handle, just call us. In fact, he also has some little trust in his heart, not to mention that he is only a Tsunade who has just learned for a while, but in any case, seeing Naruto's treatment method may be some hope. Before Luokan sighed, he just wanted to use this name to cover the system, but he didn't think that he seemed to have learned an extra skill by accident, but no matter what. How to say, in the face of doing such a stupid thing, he really didn't dare to delay any time, just made him a simple wound dressing. As for the rest of the wound, he was prompted by the system according to the system. The completion of the project, the hands dare not have any slightest neglect. Due to the system, he could also see that the questions he had made had already consumed most of his body and his physical strength was really weak, so he directly fed him 2 pills to restore his physical strength. But because the injury was too serious before, so now I have been in turbulent waters. I sighed when I saw the 2 people in the room. Anyway, I hope they can be safe. But he seems to see that Sasuke is not the same as before. In the past, he seemed to have a good relationship with himself, but recently, for some reason, it seems that the favorability has dropped, but Sasuke talked to himself. It seems that the tone is not the same at the time. However, just when he was thinking about these things, Tsunade was already called by Kakashi. When we don't see Tsunade coming, our latest big stone can be regarded as a disabled patient who has put down the house, so he can only rest assured if it is handed over to Tsunade, not to mention Naruto and Sasuke in the house. What he said was actually based on hope. After all, their younger generation was the hope and future of the village. Diaresis Luokan is still inside, go in and help him. After Sandemu said this, Tsunade went straight in without any nonsense, and saw that Luokan had already wrapped Naruto and Sasuke clearly. I didn't panic when I saw him coming. Heat de Wong Hao and the 2 have stabilized. You can see what's wrong. I'll take a rest first. Luo Chen was suddenly 2 phantoms. What's more, he also played against Orochimaru before, but the injury was minor. Tsunade glanced at the 2 of them, but found that there was no problem, but found that Luo Chen's face didn't seem very good. Are you also injured? When Luo Chen heard Tsunade say this, he just grinned, rested beside him, and slowly adjusted his breath. Thinking about these 2 people, I first saw that the 2 of them are all right now, and I can take care of my body with peace of mind. Good job. Tsunade felt a little touched when he saw her like this. Chapter 672. 90 Assignment Experience. Luokan adjusted his breath and felt much better. Before, he just forgot that he still had some minor injuries on his body, not to mention that he had been busy with Naruto and Sasuke. Now the system also reminds him when he sees that he is idle. Remind the host to experience +25. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. When Luokan heard this annoying system and said this sentence, although he was a little angry in his heart, but no matter what, he was able to complete the task anyway, before he just wanted to use the name of this medical ninjutsu. Just give him a cover, so that he can take out these pills, but no matter what, even if he is hidden, there will always be a day when he is exposed. After adding this experience, he actually didn't plan to upgrade in a hurry. One of the benefits that the system gave him was that he could see people's favorability and combat effectiveness. When he thought of this, he found out that he could use experience points to upgrade this aspect. Before, he still felt that this system gave him a little accumulation, but now that he thinks about it, it is actually not bad. At least when he is in a competition or fighting with others, he can see how much its combat effectiveness is, and he will not use it to fight uncertain battles. Luokan's current strength can be regarded as the strength of Chunin, so this assessment is only for him to complete the task, but he has his own heart. It is also very clear that there are people outside the world and there are heavens outside the world. For him to have such a talent at his age, it is actually a thorn in the eyes of Naruto, not to mention that she is extra careful when she acts in her own heart. In this village, he is a thorn. An outsider, but he also has many friends, who never regard him as an outsider. Wasn't Kakashi very defensive about himself before? But now I actually think about it in my heart. Maybe it's just to remove his vigilance bit by bit, not to mention that he only has this village in his heart now, and he also wants to survive in this other world, and he will naturally extraordinary efforts have been made in this regard. Luokan had to admit that he had to admit that before, he already knew how important power was to this world. It was a very simple truth that the weak would eat the strong. He suffered a lot from time to time. If he didn't have this system, he would actually have some short-lived in his heart. After all, he still wanted to live in this world for a while, how could it be destroyed in his hands? Once it was to attack Sasuke, and who would be the target next time? I was a little angry when it was all about this. Is there any way to do it once and for all? Luo Chen asked the system after thinking for a while. The system can't wait to just roll its eyes and give him a way to do it once and for all. Of course, then you can just beat it to death. But no matter what, with his current strength, he still thinks of a solution once and for all. This is simply a fantasy. According to the current host's strength, don't daydream. When the system said this, it was actually helpless. Fallen dust. Since Luokan completed the task assigned by the system within the specified time, he only added this day to this aspect, especially the sensitive one who suddenly felt that he could actually feel the things around him. It's a good thing, in this way, he can know what's going on in these 4 weeks ahead of others. Usually, all the experience points are directly allocated to the sensitivity +5, speed +5, force +10, physical strength +5. The 25 experience points were simply distributed a few times, and it was useless. Luo Chen sighed. In fact, he wanted to add a lot of things, but now there is no way to experience it, but every time he completes the system before sending out tasks, you must think carefully about what these experience points are going to be allocated to, or to improve the level. Only after the level is improved can you complete some advanced tasks. I have gained more experience points, but I have also increased my level a few times before I discovered this secret. After Luokan had dealt with the system, she saw that Tsunade had been guarding herself by her side. Have you adjusted your state? When Tsunade saw him meditating on the ground, he was actually a little worried, but in any case, he had been with Luokan for a while and knew that it should be nothing to see him like this. Things. Luo Chen nodded. I met Orochimaru before, so I was slightly injured, but fortunately, I didn't look like Naruto and Sasuke. I just dealt with their injuries. If there are any shortcomings. Tsunade shook his head when he heard him say that. There is nothing wrong with you, you have done a good job, not to mention that some of me think that you are indeed a genius to follow, and I can only practice medical ninjutsu in just 1 month. If you are always interested in this aspect in the future, you can also try this one. Before I left, I always thought that maybe he didn't have much talent, and he might not be able to hold on to it, but if someone who has practiced with him for more than a month can do it directly, maybe for the first time, there will be many flaws. However, she found out that the 2 main forces of Fallen Chen's injuries were dealt with properly after the machine died, and she didn't see the slightest panicked expression on her face. So Tsunade is also very satisfied with this point. When Luokan heard him say that, his heart was relieved. Although he knew that there might be nothing wrong, he had to be careful and cautious. After all, this is related to the health of Sasuke and Naruto, so I want to do my best no matter what. It's just a pity, I told her before I walked out that my body needs to be taken care of, not to mention that he was only a neighbor after taking care of him for a month. After seeing Orochimaru, I gave Sasuke the curse mark. I told her to pay attention to many things, but it was amazing to see him in this competition. When I just said that I remembered this incident, I actually sighed. For them, taking care of their bodies may be more important than being alone, because there is still a long way to go. But he was also very aware of Sasuke's temperament. Chapter 673. 91 Sasuke wakes up. When Luokan heard Tsunade say this, he was stunned for a moment, wondering what he meant by what he said this time. Sasuke. I have some doubts in my heart, but when I think about it carefully, it seems that Sasuke doesn't seem to want others to know about him. If he keeps asking like this, maybe he will make her unhappy. When Tsunade saw him like this, he knew that maybe he was thinking too much. Actually, I had already talked to Sasuke about this before. Didn't you meet Orochimaru when you were testing in the forest? Sasuke was cursed by Orochimaru, but his body was not as good as before, so I told him at that time that he should take good care of his body. After all, you are young now. There's still a long way to go. I just said and thought about it. In fact, Sasuke's appearance at that time, he actually thought about it for a long time in his heart, not to mention that he had already thought of this before, for his current approach, although it is actually out of the blue. Unexpectedly. But after all, he still felt that he should take good care of his body. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution. When Luokan heard him say this, he thought about himself. In fact, he was just being lazy during this period of time. He originally planned to cultivate and progress with Naruto and the others, but he had been working with Naruto all this time. Tsunade learns medical ninjutsu. On the one hand, it was because the system was covering up, but on the other hand, he was very clear in his heart. In any case, he was already more eye-catching in the crowd, and he didn't want to expose his talent too much. After all, as far as he is concerned, he has not yet had the strength to protect himself. Luo Chen nodded. This is indeed something that he made out of his temperament. In any case, this assessment is also very important for us. Otherwise, I may not be able to stand in front of you now. But Tsunade shook his head when he heard him say that. You are different from them. In my impression, although you want what you want, you don't want to get it right away. Otherwise, you might not be with me at the time before. Learning medical ninjutsu will not start from scratch. If you continue to develop according to your talent, you will definitely pass these tests smoothly. Tsunade's eyes seemed to be able to see through people. This let Luokan actually feel a little uncomfortable all over his body, so he immediately checked it with the system. Remind the host, Tsunade's favorability +5. Before Luokan, he had angrily brushed his favorability in front of him, and it wasn't as high as this time. How can it be so powerful? If I was very talented, maybe I wouldn't have been thrown at the gate of the village as an orphan. If it wasn't for the third generation to bring me in, I wouldn't necessarily be where I am now. The system reminded him, which increased Tsunade's favorability, but he didn't take it lightly. In any case, although he was an outsider in this village, if these joinin people had some good impressions of himself, it's not easy either. It is very clear in my impression that maybe after a while, if I pass the assessment, I will follow the mission together. But for newcomers like them, every mission will be a great strength. If something unexpected happens in this mission, I also want to learn more ninjutsu from them. When Tsunade heard her say this, he was not surprised. He seemed to like what he said. Anyway, his talent has always been higher than everyone in the village. It's very clear that Mew has great hope for him now, so he shouldn't complain like this. Don't think too much, not to mention that you are very talented among the newcomers at a young age. No matter what, you are now in the village. If there is any problem, you can come and find me at any time. When he first said these words, he didn't even think that he would give a person an easy promise, just something he had never done before, not to mention before, even if it was right no matter how good this person is, but he has never been like today, and he is indeed a little reckless, but Luo Chen seems to be very happy when he hears this. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Because he knows in his heart that he wants to find someone to be his teacher after a while, so that he can go a long way on this road. No matter what, if a halfway monk can surpass all of them if it is one end, I am afraid that it will attract more attention at that time, so I am very clear about thanking you for this abacus. In any case, if you can't even brush your favorability, I am afraid they will not let you apprentice easily. When the two of them were talking about these things, Sasuke on one side had already woken up. XXX. When he heard Tsunade say this, He secretly had some communication in his heart, because he knew very well that he had never heard Tsunade praise anyone before, so he felt a little jealous. After all, before she came to this village, he was always the number one among these people. Everyone would look up at her. Who wouldn't praise him when they saw him? But now, when he was compared by Luokan, he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He had been trying very hard to catch up along the way, but for some reason, he seemed to be able to give people a very fresh feeling. It's unbelievable. What's more, since he was shot by Orochimaru in the forest after the grudge, her physical strength is not as good as before, so he planned to use another method to find a new way for himself in this assessment, but he did not expect the appearance of Orochimaru to overturn this assessment again. However, when he heard them say this now, he could not wait to get up and compete with Luo Chen, but now that he was pressing hard, he found that he seemed to be unable to lift anything. But it made a small sound. After Luo Chen heard this, they looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Sure enough, before Sasuke woke up, he knew very well in his heart that although the injury was serious this time, he had already dealt with it very well, especially after dealing with Naruto. His calligraphy was also proficient. He gave Sasuke all the medicine, so he liked this thing more than Naruto, which was also expected by her. 100 million. Chapter 674. 92 What a Fool Does. You're awake. Even Tsunade didn't think about this matter. He was willing to wake up slower than Naruto. What's more, he also checked his injury. Although there was no problem, he didn't expect it. Sasuke woke up so quickly. Sasuke looked at the two people in front of him and nodded. Just when he wanted to get up, Tsunade stopped him. You should still recover from your injury here. If you want to do something else during this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult. In fact, he also knew that Sasuke was arrogant. In fact, it didn't seem like he was recovering here at all. All he thought about was the possibility of revenge for the family. These things always hurt her heart, but no matter what, she couldn't put his own body aside, not to mention that he is still young now. Sasuke frowned. When he wanted to move his body, he found pain all over his body. When Luokan looked at him like this, it was the third generation who brought you back. I bandage the wounds on your body. If there is any discomfort, you can say it now. Sasuke shook his head when he heard him say that. There was nothing uncomfortable about him. On the contrary, after the battle, he thought he might not be able to return to the village alive. Tsunade sighed in his heart when he saw Sasuke's temper. No matter what, he always hoped that he could take good care of himself. After all, the hope for the future in the village was only for the young people of their generation. Don't think too much, take care of your body during this time, otherwise you will regret it one day when you are old. After Tsunade glanced at Sasuke, he went straight out. Luokan originally wanted to talk to Sasuke, but when he saw that his spirit was not very good, he didn't have much energy to talk just now, so he simply let him take good care of him. If anything happens, call him anytime. That's it. Sasuke saw his back after he went out, and his heart was particularly unpleasant. Why was he able to escape from Orochimaru several times, but now he was not only cursed by Orochimaru, but he was even seriously injured, which would also delay his cultivation speed. Sasuke saw Naruto beside him still in a coma. Since he came to the village, everything seemed to be quietly changing, and the friends beside him were now very recognized, even the third-generation Kakashi Tsunade, who thought his talent was better than his own. Sasuke pursed the corners of his mouth and didn't speak. He was very worried. The news of waking up Sasuke has already been told to the third generation. When Mew heard something, he didn't expect Sasuke to be seriously injured, and even when he brought him back to the village, he had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect how long it had passed before he woke up. Come over. How do you feel about your career? 3 generations of eyes touched his beard. Before, he always thought that his talent was very good, so he also cultivated him with all his heart. When I heard Sandame ask this just now, I just smiled. What is he like? Didn't the 3 generations know it all the time? Not to mention that there are not many people who can make me fall in love, but I do spoil her today. It seems to be a little unexpected to me. Follow me to learn in a short time. After a month of medical ninjutsu, I didn't expect him to be able to get started now. Tsunade is actually telling the truth. If he treats Sasuke, there is no guarantee that Sasuke is awake now, so anyway, this has proved some facts. Why did he even buy you? Sandemu smiled. In the past, he had taken care of him a lot, not to mention that now he actually thinks very clearly in his heart. No matter what, the village always has to be handed over to these young people. It can't be said when to buy it. I thought he was a talented person before, but I was helpless, and they didn't want to learn from me. It's finally in my hands. I found that she seems to be. It seems that there is always a feeling that the blue is better than the blue, and it makes people a little surprised from time to time, which is really unexpected. Tsunade smiled, but didn't say anything. When he asked Sandemu this way, he actually knew very well in his heart that before Nanfang, his heart seemed to have a special preference for him. Anyway, no one in the village really didn't care about it. It was just based on how much he cared about his talent. That's it. After all, if you want to get more, first there will also be a lot of things you have to give. For the cause, he is very clear in his heart. This is no matter what, if he wants to take root in this consciousness, he must use the ability to protect himself. He never thought about talking before these, but several times during the assessment, the appearance of Orochimaru made her tremble. He doesn't want to make Xiaoming so small, not to mention that when he escaped from Orochimaru several times, I am afraid that he has already aroused the idea of the 3rd generation, but he is very talented, so anyway, in terms of all aspects, the 3rd generation has an idea. It will also give him additional privileges. Luo Chen didn't originally want to do anything to listen to the wall. This can be regarded as a mistake. In any case, as long as the people in the village have a certain degree of goodwill towards him, it will actually help him a little bit. So he usually takes care of other people sometimes. After all, with his current strength, if he fights with these newcomers, he probably won't suffer, but Luo Chen is unexpected. Every time he goes out to challenge, he will find opponents stronger than him, and even he has accepted it. His challenge. When Joinin was usually in the village, he would always be entangled by him for a while. It's something that these juniors would never dare to do, not to mention their strong hearts. Obviously the strength is not as strong as others, but if they run past the written test, it is not a hit at the gun. No one is a fool, but their careers do what they think fools do. Every time he was severely injured. But after he rested for a while, he ran to challenge again. It made everyone puzzled, but he knew it best in his heart. Only when he fights with the strong can he know what his own shortcomings are, and he can improve. If he has always been held by everyone, he will never know what he is lacking in. Chapter 675. 93 Covered with Wounds. Luo Chen knew very well that his strength had been increasing before, but he glanced at the reminder in the system and the task level would be higher and higher. If he did not strengthen his own strength, I am afraid that he would not be able to complete the task. It will be very difficult. I have some headaches when I think about this, but after thinking about it carefully, no matter what, it is most important for him to improve his strength first. After thinking about it for a long time, I came up with such a method. Usually, the speed of my own cultivation is far from enough, so I might as well find someone to fight directly. He also knows that in terms of his strength, he is probably one of the best among trusted people, so he doesn't need to waste time on their group of people. Put it a little longer. So I set my goal on Jiraiya, who didn't perform a mission during this time. Whenever I have time, I will be soft and hard and let Jiraiya compare myself with myself. From the beginning, I was only able to take a few tricks under Jiraiya, and now I am entangled with him. He was there for a while. So when he saw his progress like this, he also knew very well that this was his limit. Before Jiraiya, he actually didn't have much patience in the village. Usually, although he looked at these juniors, he had no idea what he wanted to say, but when he saw him, he suddenly came to her. Just interested. The stinky boy is not bad. He can actually fight with me now. It is indeed a lot stronger than before. Zilai was also a little surprised. As for Luokan's progress, he himself did not expect it to be short-lived. She can make so much progress in time. Before, she thought it was just a few ignorant people who wanted to compete with her, but later she found out that this was not the case. She only used a few minutes from the beginning. The trick can directly subdue him. But now, he uses more moves every time. Even the problem that appeared in their 2 games last time will never appear again this time. When Luokan heard Zilai also complimenting him, he was still a little proud, but no matter what, his moves were not messed up at all. That's because I've already fought you so many times. If I didn't make any progress, would I dare to be so arrogant in front of you? Luo Chen took Zilai's eyes with him very seriously, and because he knew every time I compare myself with Jiraiya, I will be injured more or less, but I will benefit a lot. Even when I check his physical strength and speed in the system during this period of time, my physical strength and speed have increased a lot. Fortunately during this period of time, the system has not released 10 tasks, and he has always been surprised. Fortunately, Luokan has been improving his strength honestly during this period of time. Every time he opens the system to check his own attributes, he will see that his physical strength, speed, and strength will increase. In the end, he is still happy. Tsunade sighed while treating Luokan. I really don't know what you are thinking. You can't put things in your mind. Why do you have to hit the muzzle of a gun, not to mention that Jiraiya's strength can be defeated by your current class? Practice well in normal times, just go out on a mission. Tsunade doesn't really want Luo Chen to use this method to improve his own strength. What's more, for him, if you usually do a few more missions, maybe it's not better to have some actual combat experience. But he was not at ease with himself, not to mention that he also shot. For his junior, it was neither light nor heavy, and he was willing to give up every time he had to fight happily. Although Tsunade said so, but he actually understood in his heart that he was still a little distressed. He was always curious about him as an outsider at first, but later in the contact during this period of time, I found out that the kind of thinking I had in the beginning had disappeared, not to mention that I had accepted Luo Chen from the bottom of my heart. If you want to stand your ground in the village, why bother to use this method, not to mention that businessmen are not so easy to bully. Okay, you are barely able to pass the Chunin exam now, and now come over to challenge the master. Are you really too tender? Tsunade always felt that Luo Chen wanted to gain a foothold in the village, so he adopted this method. When Luo Chen heard Tsunade say this, he just laughed, laughing that he didn't tell anyone what he thought, but when he heard Tsunade say this, he knew that he was doing it for his own good, so he didn't refute it. Seeing that he was just smirking, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little angry, and the hostility under his hand became 2 points heavier. You can't take what I said to your heart. If anyone says those rumors in front of you again, you can do it directly. If you can't beat it, come and call me directly. Later, I have practiced with you for so long. I was so angry, seeing him like this, I felt anxious and crowded in my heart. I was afraid that I would change into this stubborn temper. Not heavy and generally care about children. Luokan knew that Tsunade was actually doing it for his own good, but he didn't know what to say. Since he first came to this village, after so long, maybe he just wanted to save his life from the beginning, but he now knows in his heart that because of the systematic blessings for him, perhaps at this age he already has the talent that everyone envies. Coupled with his own hard work, he has achieved great results, but despite the fact that yes, it is not enough in this world. He knows that in Hokage's world, talent BB is no matter what. She knows that she should work hard. If he wants to live a better life in this world, he must have strength and be able to protect what he wants to protect. Because as long as you have the strength, you can get what you want. She was not very clear and understood about this principle from the beginning, but seeing what Orochimaru did every time in the village, although he was very careful, he just wanted to survive under his hands. So when I have this kind of thought, I naturally feel uncomfortable in my heart, not to mention the last time he said that in front of Midori Red Bean. Chapter 676. 94 Practicing Hard. Fortunately, I'm not just occupying my youth now, not to mention that when I compete with Jiraiya, I can also know where I am lacking. As long as I can get through from the beginning of filming, it will be called contempt. Otherwise, if you think about it, what do you think I'm going to do with him? Luo Chen said with a smile when he saw Sasuke and Naruto recovering from their injuries. He actually knew it very well. When he treated Sasuke before, he knew it very well in his heart. One thing, because he has the curse mark of Orochimaru in his body, it will also seal part of his own physical energy, not to mention that his body is also depleted during this period of time, so he also let Tsunade knock him several times, to take good care of. For Naruto, it is even more hopeful that he can rest for a while, and it can be regarded as a long vacation for him. Fortunately, he did not suffer much injury. After all, he is under Orochimaru. I can't run fast, and I didn't hurt Naruto too much, so when I checked Naruto's body at the time, I only suffered some flesh wounds. After half a month of training, it's almost the same. Although Naruto had seen Luo Chen practicing hard all this time, his heart was a little itchy, but when he saw him like this, he still felt that he was a little too cruel to him. Oh my god, your injury is actually a fight with Jiraiya. You are really beyond my expectations. It seems that I have to practice hard. Naruto grinned a bit. In fact, he still admired Luoken in his heart. After all, he had no intention of fighting with Jiraiya. What is this, go find him tilde? When Luoken heard others say that, he was actually a little embarrassed, but when he saw Naruto, he seemed to admire him very much. Actually, it was because I didn't think he was too embarrassed. I've gotten used to it in this period of time. Why don't I go and practice with you? When I see you like this, I always feel like I've fallen a lot during this period. Naruto's eyes revealing sincerity, that kind of feeling makes people feel very comfortable. She seems to be very simple. In fact, he knows in his heart that people's talents are good, but after all, he has sealed the power of the nine tails in his body, so he has always suppressed it. Some time ago, I trained with Tsunade myself. Now for Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu was only a beginner, but it was enough for him. What's more, he just wanted to use medical ninjutsu to cover his system. Then why don't you just continue to follow Jiraiya to practice during this time? I think you have improved a lot last time. When Luo Chen said this, he would think carefully, because Naruto has since the third round of assessment. When he burst out with that kind of power, he actually had some infatuation himself, not to mention that he knew from the very beginning that Naruto had a nine-tailed seal in his body because of the system, but he didn't expect that in the third round of assessment. When that power erupted from his own body, it seemed as if the seal had been lifted. So I think about it myself. When someone heard him say this, they felt a little happy, but when he thought about cultivating with Jiraiya, he also felt a little scared last time. Well, I'd better think about it again. The woman gave a bitter face. As for her, he still remembers it fresh, and the devil's training has been forgotten. When Luo Chen heard Naruto say this, he was stunned for a moment. I originally thought that Naruto might agree with him when he heard what he said, and then go to Jiraiya to practice with him. In fact, he is not suitable for Jiraiya practice. Naruto has been practicing with him for a long time. Why did you go and practice with Zillai? It seems like you have a bitter face. Did he bully you or what? Tsunade felt a little funny when he saw Naruto like this. Hearing Luoken say this, he actually felt that Naruto's talent didn't stand out from their group from the beginning, but now he sees the strength of others. In fact, in my heart, I feel that he is considered to be a top middle posture, but he is also a kind of very loyal to his friends and partners, and he also cares about the feelings of these people, and his heart is actually touched. When Naruto saw the two of them like this, he sighed. Diaresis, it doesn't matter if you don't know about devil training. Before, I thought I wasn't talented enough to learn how to learn psychic skills, and I even made a lot of oolongs. Now I think about myself. Come on like that, I thought, but last time he actually. When Naruto remembered this incident, he was filled with righteous indignation. He still remembers that in order to stimulate the potential of his body, he even kicked himself off the cliff with one foot and almost fell to his death. I still have lingering fears when I remind others like this. I feel as if I still remember that moment of fear. Luokan saw that Naruto was so wronged. This was the first time before that, no matter when Naruto was, even if it was not like today, he wanted to know how Jiraiya trained Naruto. He kicked me off the cliff with one kick. Even Tsunade didn't even think about it, but thinking about it carefully, it's something that Jiraiya can do. Then aren't you still standing here now? What's more, you have to know that if you want to succeed, you will have to pay a lot of money. With your capital, I am afraid there is no good training according to Jiraiya's temperament. So you should be glad that he is just inspiring your potential. If you really want to fight him like Luo Chen, do you think you are still alive to this day? Although Tsunade said this was a bit venomous, Naruto actually knew very well in his heart that his talent was not as high as Luo Chen's, and even he usually only worked hard to cultivate. Of course, he was still somewhat afraid of the team. When Luokan heard Tsunade say this, he actually fell ill. Of course, facing his inner fear was actually a very difficult thing. Chapter 677. 95. A little scared. Tsunade and Luokan both laughed when they heard him say that. Anyway, there may be some shadows in other people's hearts, but from the perspective of others, maybe it's not a big deal. But maybe there are some shadows in Naruto's heart, but seeing him like this does make people feel a little funny. Could it be that you can't practice because of this? Luo Chen asked Naruto with a smile because he knew that Naruto would never stop practicing because of this trivial matter, but when he saw her like this, I still want to tease him, not to mention that he actually knows in his heart that if it was someone else, he might not understand why, and he would naturally kick him off the cliff to such a warehouse as Naruto. However, due to systematic reasons, Luo Chen's understanding of the ordinary world is nothing. How can it be? But when I think of this matter, I actually still have a little bit in my heart. Naruto sighed, thinking of the feeling of the rest of his life after the catastrophe. He felt lucky that he was not smashed into meat pie at the last moment. Luokan understands that Naruto's body is sealed with the power of the 9 tails, so he will not have any problems easily, but this time, Jiraiya just wants him to stimulate the power of the seal in his body, so he will use this. This is an extreme trick. But in fact, think about it for yourself, if there is no one, if there is really something, how could Jiraiya stand by and watch, not to mention that he does not. I will now stand in front of myself and talk to him honestly. Actually, you have to overcome your inner difficulties, not to mention that you have always done well in the past. I know that maybe you haven't done too much of these things before, but you have to think clearly. Of course, it is also a famous Jonin in our village. If he wanted you to practice with him, would it be possible that you would have pushed this good opportunity? Besides, you have to figure out what you really want. Luo Chen used the system to check Naruto's current attributes. Although it is true that he seems to be unable to improve a lot than before, but when I think of him now, it seems that for Jiraiya, there are some shadows that can make him change one. Actually, this kind of thinking is not without me, but when he saw that person like this, he just wanted Jiraiya to train Naruto. Anyway, the opportunity is here, not to mention you have to think clearly about what you want to protect in this world. Alas, now I really have to say, if you can't figure it out yourself, then are other even if people say it, it's just like that. When Luo Chen said this, he just wanted to arouse the blood in Naruto's heart, because he knew that although Naruto seemed to be very scared, he was actually bloody inside. Not to mention that he said if he could endure this, it would not be the Naruto he knew. Sure enough, when no one heard her say that, she didn't say anything, but she immediately refuted it. Although I said I was a little scared, I wouldn't stop training with him, and I also know that I won't give up no matter what. When Tsunade looked at Luokan and the two of them like this, although he said it was a little funny, he had to say that in the face of things like him, he didn't know what to say. If it was comfort, maybe he also felt that the effect was not very good, but on the contrary, when he saw that Luo Chen seemed to pull back other people's minds with such a few words, he really knew him very well. What you're waiting for is what you said. If that's the case, then all my wounds have been bandaged. Just wait a minute and go directly to Zilai with me, and make it clear. Luokan smiled. In fact, no matter what he said, he was very clear and natural in his heart, and maybe he seemed impatient with these newcomers, but he would not refuse their request, so he would let this a little bit reckless. XXX. Naruto nodded. After the two of them left Tsunade, they went straight to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who was not far away, suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, after a while, he saw two little ghosts walking directly towards him, and he shrugged. Since the last time he trained by himself, Naruto seems to have been for a long time, and he hasn't seen him much. Why did you suddenly come to see me? Zilai also smiled when he saw that no one was there. He can still remember his pale face when he kicked someone off a cliff. But there is no way, this is also a journey he must go through in a short period of time, not to mention the power of the nine tails sealed in his body. If it is not so exciting, I am afraid that it will not be able to progress so fast, but on the contrary, falling dust during this period of time I have always run over to find myself to learn from each other, so I have become familiar with it. Before, I had heard Kakashi say this outsider, but I didn't know why when I saw him, as if suddenly there was an inexplicable intimacy. Why is it that the injury last time was better? As for these two little devils, I actually think it's quite interesting in my heart. Luokan glanced at Naruto and smiled. Hearing what Jiraiya said, he was also familiar with him. Isn't that true? If it wasn't for my injury last time, how could I have come to compete with you? Besides, I brought a helper here this time. Luokan looked at Naruto and gestured with his eyes. What's more, the two of them had agreed before. Didn't Naruto want to practice with him all the time, but he didn't want to practice with Jiraiya. It's just that he chose the fastest speed. Bring a helper here. When Jiraiya looked at Naruto, he actually had a girl in his heart. Could it be that these two boys wanted to do it together this time? If the two of you want to fight together, just let the horses come over. Zilai also said habitually, just to put on a fighting posture. When Naruto saw this posture, his face changed. Of course he knew what kind of strength Jiraiya really had. But even so, Luo Chen said so, and he couldn't back down. Chapter 678. 96 is not a timid coward. Fallen Chen rushed up directly, using his fastest speed and Jiraiya to move his hands. Naruto on the side was not to be outdone, and immediately joined the battle, and the three of them immediately became inseparable. Jiraiya was also a little surprised by the changes in Luokan. Not bad. I've made a lot of progress. For Naruto, the kunai in Jiraiya's hands can be regarded as a fresh memory. When his subordinates were training, this hardship hit him a lot, but despite this, he was biting his head and fought side by side with Luo Chen no matter what. However, the reference is that they were a little weak, and when they still insisted on Naruto's pale face recently, they have gradually gained the upper hand, but they did not admit defeat. It's better to admit defeat. In this way, you can also suffer less. Zilai also smiled. As for him, he had always wanted Luokan to admit defeat, but unfortunately this kid is too hard. Moreover, no matter how his hands fell, he would not admit defeat, which made him feel like a good seedling. And I gradually became aware of him. During this period of time, I have learned from her, and it seems that his talent is also very good. I have seen him in several psychological competitions before, so I have some impressions of her. But not as it is now. Although Naruto has always been in a passive state, he has used his best efforts no matter what. For Jiraiya's strength, the two of them can actually finish the battle long ago, but I also want to touch it. Knowing what Naruto's strength was during this period of time, he found that his physical strength was indeed much better than before. Not to mention that he would not have done so many tricks under his own before. I can't see it. It's been a long time since I haven't seen it. I've made a lot of progress. When Jiraiya finished saying these words, the two of them also followed. Ji Laiyi was still acting like a fool, and put away the kuwu in his hand. Why is it so hard for a kid to admit defeat to me? If you say you want to get up early, why do you have to suffer so much? When Luo Chen heard him say that, he just smiled. No matter what he did, he never told anyone, not to mention that he didn't succumb to his own destiny, so how could he possibly succumb to his own destiny? Also, Jiraiya is also a teacher and a friend to herself, so when she thought of this, she insisted on it no matter what. However, Naruto is different. After this battle in his heart, he knows how far apart his strength is from his own. If it wasn't for his profession, I'm afraid he would have already been defeated by Jiraiya. Losing was the ending they knew from the very beginning, but they were still desperate for this ending, like a moth to a flame. It seems that he has not experienced such a joyous battle for a long time, and a person has never thought of fighting against Jiraiya before, although he knows how strong Jiraiya is, but since that time, I don't know why, there is always a kind of fear for her words. I've grown a lot. Jiraiya said these words to Naruto. When Naruto heard him say that, he grinned. During this time, he has also been cultivating, but after the injury, although it is less, but when he thinks of Sasuke who was injured with him, the injury was more serious than his own, although it was earlier than he was awake. But Tsunade kept telling her to rest and recuperate, and her body did not teach him to practice. Senior Jiraiya, anyway, you haven't done any missions in the village during this period of time. If it's better, let Naruto practice with you, Luokan said with a smile to Jiraiya, and wiped the corner of his mouth by the way. Bloodstains. When I competed with Jiraiya before, I had already accepted the side quest of this system, which was to promote the master-disciple relationship between Jiraiya and Naruto. When he knew that before, he had always understood in his heart. The Naruto in the original book is fine if he fails, so he is not unfamiliar with such a task, but he and Naruto have talked about 1 year old before, but it seems that this matter is usually not very willing to mention and, only later did I realize that it was also a kind of fear for Jiraiya. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In the end, it was the foot that caused the disaster. He simply created a chance for Naruto this time, not to mention that he knew that Naruto was not that timid, but since he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart, she would just help him to pass, not to mention just now. During the battle, he could also see that Naruto actually had a great yearning for strength. He lived in this world like himself, how could he not know the truth of the weak and the strong? When Zilai also heard him say that, he snorted coldly. He naturally knew what Naruto had done during this time. However, he was actually very clear about his injury, but Naruto seemed to be a little scared. When he thought of this kid's courage, he was only in his heart. When Naruto heard Sei say this, he had some red ears, but he was a little embarrassed. He was indeed a novice, and he was fine with Zilai, but I was afraid that he would not accept it, so he did not accept it at first. I didn't say it. Since that incident, I have been somewhat afraid of nature, so this matter has been delayed again and again, and it has always been in my heart. I am really yearning for strength. I also want to follow Zilai and practice well. When I saw Jiraiya like this, I felt that there was not much hope for this matter, and I was a little disappointed. You don't want my apprentice to be a coward. Zilai also snorted coldly. When he thought about the performance of people before, he was indeed a little disappointed, but he also knew that his nature was not bad, not to mention, even his talent was relatively high, and he had been in contact with him. It is also very clear that the power of the 9 tails is sealed in his body. So it seems that there are some crane tails in terms of other people's words. This is not the most important thing. As long as he can break through his own heart, it is actually a small matter. When Naruto heard nature say the same, he immediately retorted loudly. I'm not a coward. Chapter 679. Chapter 97 Raising the Difficulty. This matter may not be difficult for Luo Chen, but when he also thought about those things before, he was also a little frightened in his heart. Although the system said that this mission did not make it more difficult for him, he also knew very well that, after all, if a Jonin were to accept them as apprentices, it would be difficult to handle. Although Luo Chen knew that the task this time was not so easy, he was also very clear about one thing, that if he could let Naruto worship Zilai as a teacher, it might be a good thing for him, not to mention in the past, he knew in his heart that according to the original work, Jiraiya should also accept Naruto, so he didn't have too much worry in his heart. But since he and Zilai 170 also practiced together, he found that Zilai also seemed a little different from what he imagined. When Yuchi said something like this, Zilai also looked at him, and even felt a little unbelievable. When Luokan said something like this, Zilai did not believe him, even if no matter what, he is still a Jonin in the village. When this kid saw him, he had the idea of becoming a teacher, and even pushed Naruto over. What does this mean? Why did you bring him here? Zilai also had some things. Luo Chen nodded. He brought Naruto here because he really wanted to promote the master-disciple relationship between the two of them, not to mention that according to the original work, Jiraiya would also accept Naruto as an apprentice, so it was a boost. This is also a task assigned to him by the system. What's more, he is very aware of his favorability in the village during this period of time. He has already made many people have a favorable impression of him, so he sees Jiraiya like this. When asked, there was no defense at all. I know you wouldn't say that a useless person should be an apprentice, but Naruto's talent is also good, and you also know that although he was scared out of the sequelae by you last time, after all, who is not from this stage? Come here, not to mention that you just saw it. No one has recovered from the body during this period of time, and it is also very good. There was a smile on the corner of Luokan's mouth, but when he said this, it was not groundless, because he knew that Naruto's body was sealed with the power of the Nine Tails. But can't hide it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked Naruto off the cliff to stimulate her inner strength, so for this matter, he believed that Jiraiya would agree, but he didn't expect her to be unexpected and unexpected come, but also directly refused. This also made Naruto feel that he could not come down to the stage, not to mention that he really wanted to worship Jiraiya as a teacher, but although this mood is not so firm now, but being rejected by a Shangnin as an apprentice, he is more in his heart. Or at least a little bit lost. When Luo Chen heard Zilai also say refusal, he was completely stunned. He didn't think that according to the original situation, shouldn't he be very hungry and accept Naruto as his apprentice? But why doesn't Jiraiya seem to like Naruto that much now? Why? Luo Chen was a little puzzled and wanted an answer. Naruto said it was the tale of a few cranes among them, but for Jiraiya, he was indeed able to do better for Naruto, so he thought of letting Naruto take Jiraiya as a teacher, and even more so. What's more, in the original book, Naruto and Jiraiya also practiced together at the end. In this case, she did not escape from the original book. Why does Jiraiya refuse her such a request now, which made her feel a little surprised? I don't accept timid and cowardly people, and I don't accept stupid people. Trouble. When Zilai also said this, he felt a little affectionate, and Naruto suddenly felt as if he was suffering in his heart. Like a great trauma. Even though he followed Jiraiya to practice psychic techniques some time ago, and made a lot of oolongs, he didn't mean it, so when he thought about it, he still felt that there was something wrong with him. Some embarrassed. Naruto grabbed Luokan. Don't say any more, I know why he didn't tell me, but I want to prove it to you. Naruto looked at the firmness in Jiraiya's eyes, which made Luokan stunned for a moment. He didn't think about the matter, it was actually such a development. But no matter what, he only thought of the role of promotion for this matter, so that he could complete the task given to him by the system. Now the system does not seem to be it was the same as it was before. When I failed to complete the mission and didn't see him before, there would be a corresponding punishment. But now his punishments make him really. When I think about this, I have a particularly headache, so if you want to complete the task given by the system within the specified time. It only takes more than half a month to think about it now. In the past, the system stipulated this time for himself. He felt that it could be completed within the stipulated time, or even ahead of time. Now it seems that things are not so simple, and it also gave him a headache. Naruto, after saying this after that, he left directly, but when Luo Chen stayed behind and saw her like this, he snorted coldly. I don't know why you don't seem to like Naruto very much, but no matter what, although Naruto's talent is not that good, it's not as bad as you said. You say that just to inspire he. Luo Chen seemed to have a feeling that you don't need to explain anymore. I have already seen through your thoughts. Although Naruto still felt that there were some obstacles that he couldn't overcome in his heart about this matter. What I said is definitely not to inspire him. What I said is the truth. No one wants his apprentice to be bad, not to mention when I took Naruto to practice before, he was too stupid to work hard in time. Now, what is this apprentice doing here? Am I living my life too leisurely? When Zilai also looked into Luokan's eyes, she always felt as if she had seen through her own thoughts. Although he was a joinin in this village, to him, it seemed that young people of this generation it seems that there is not much blood in his bones. However, compared to Naruto, I still know him quite well, not to mention that I always see him working very hard. Chapter 680. 98 Gamble. That's why he took Naruto to practice for a while, but he didn't think of it. It seemed to make him afraid of drinking himself. If a man needs help from others, I'm afraid there is no need to let him. He has become his apprentice, so if he really wants to apprentice, he might as well come over and tell him about it, but Naruto didn't. Sajirai was also a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. During this period of time, he has been competing with him, but he has never said that he wants to worship himself as a teacher. Let's not talk about Naruto. Don't you want to find a joinin in the village to be your master? In this way, your future path will be much easier. When Zilai also looked at the 4 pages, he felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious, which also aroused his own curiosity. On the contrary, in terms of his talent, it seemed that there were only a few newcomers in this village. Tall, of course 22, and her current strength also makes her very optimistic. When Luokan heard Zilai also ask the same question, he thought about it carefully, because at first he just wanted to make progress together, but he didn't think about who he wanted to be for. Although he knows that he is now traveling through the world of Hokage, perhaps worshipping a master is a shortcut that he can take now, but no matter what, he is already used to living alone, and he only needs to grow. His strength is enough. On the contrary, for the master, he may be able to give him some directions, but according to the current situation in the village, even if he does not have a master now, there will be someone to answer his inner confusion, so I don't have the idea of being a teacher. I don't have the idea of officially apprenticing for the time being. What's more, for me, this master is not just bought casually. He always wants me to know that he has real skills. Otherwise, what's the use of worshipping him? Luokan smiled. As for him, there may be a lot of really powerful people in this world, not to mention the fact that there are people outside the world. To become stronger, although this process is indeed very difficult, no matter what, as long as she has a firm belief in her heart, she will not give up easily. When I heard him say this, I was stunned for a moment. With his talent, if you worship anyone in this village, you may be able to go to the next level, because after you become a teacher, he will try his best to teach you some things. Of course, on the contrary, if you let you explore by yourself, you will waste a lot of time, and maybe you can avoid a lot of detours. Does he not even have this idea? It seems that he really is. Then if I told you that I wanted to accept you as a disciple, what would you think? Zilai also didn't believe that he was a dignified Shangnin. Is it so difficult to even want to accept a disciple? What's more, with his strength, there are many people in the village who want him to agree. Otherwise, you will already know that Naruto. When Luokan heard Zilai also ask this question, he was stunned for a moment, because he didn't think of Zilai at all, and now he has moved, and the idea of accepting him as a disciple, because through the system, he can see that Zilai also treats himself. Every time he fights with him, his favorability will increase a lot, but he did not expect that after increasing his favorability, he will actually arouse the idea of and want to accept himself as a disciple. Accept me as an apprentice. I heard right, then I have to think about it carefully. Everyone is a master who chooses an apprentice, but when you come to me, I am an apprentice who chooses a master, but I will not hide from you. I don't have any thoughts of wanting to be a teacher. Every time I discuss with you, to know where my own shortcomings are, so I will be extra careful in normal times, and I believe that I will surpass you in the near future. Luo Chen listened to him when he said such a remark, but he thought it was a little funny. After all, he had stayed in the village for so many years, but he was just the best among the new generation, so he said, when I said this, I was still a little frivolous. You are very young, but your tone is not good. When you surpass me, you will not know the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. When Zilai also heard him say this, he actually felt that there are some young and frivolous after all, who has never experienced such a period as for the time. He felt that although the ideas he was talking about were good, but he really didn't know how much effort it would take to implement them. Now that he has already advanced, he threw an olive branch to him and wanted to accept him as his apprentice, but he did not expect to be rejected by others. Luo Chen shook his head when he heard what he said. In fact, he just said what he wanted to say. He already knew exactly what he wanted, not to mention that he knew that these 2 pages might be able to teach him a lot, but as for his current future development, he will definitely not be limited to this small village, so compared to apprenticeship, he has not thought so much for the time being, but if it is apprenticeship, it is after all to be very serious. He would not be sloppy easily. He naturally knew Jiraiya's strength in the village, but because of this, he was not moved. It's not that Jiraiya's strength is not strong. It's just relative to myself. After all, we are also the protagonists of this Naruto world. After all, there is still a golden finger. If it is limited to this small village, it is not too ambitious. It's better that we two directly make a bet to see if I can surpass you. Luo Chen is of course confident, not to mention that he will gain a lot of experience as long as he completes the task given to him by the system. For him, the words are now like a duck to water. Jiraiya didn't take his words seriously, but when he heard what he said, he was somewhat interested. Then let's talk about it. How is this bet played, and what will you do if you can't complete this contract? After Luokan thought for a while, he said, maybe I won't be able to surpass you in a short period of time, but I will definitely surpass you in a year. When Ji Lai also heard him say that, he smiled. Chapter 681. 1999 for 1 year. What year did I hear right? Even if this kid rejects me for this reason, there is absolutely no need to tell him such a big mouth. Have you figured it out? In 1 year, you can catch up with me. Zilai never thought that he would put the time interval so short, not to mention that within a year, even if it is 2 or 3 years in between, if he can catch up with his own words, he can be regarded as a genius, so his talent is good, but even though he said that, he still didn't believe what he said in his heart. When Luokan knew that he said these words, he naturally already thought very clearly in his heart, as long as he could complete the tasks given to him by the system, plus he usually assigns some tasks, such training he will definitely improve quickly, not to mention that he himself has only been in the village during this time. He has inquired very clearly, as long as he can request a mission after a period of time. In this way, he can completely catch up with Jiraiya within a year, and he is not saying his words, he has already planned everything in his heart. Yes, just 1 year. I'll definitely surpass you in a year. If I can't surpass you, I'll leave it to you at that time. When Luo Chen said these words, Jiraiya didn't even think about how he would do it. There may be such a boldness, he will leave it at your disposal, but do you know what it means? Little devil, I can take this sentence back now because of my youth. You have to know what this sentence means to a person if I deal with it, not to mention that you are still young now, and there will be better things in the future. Development. And I have to say, I really appreciate you, so I want to accept you as a disciple. If you don't want to, there is absolutely no need to be like this Tilda. Zilai also smiled, although he really thought he still really wanted to accept Luokan as his apprentice, but if he really didn't want to, he didn't need to force him. But this is not a face, nor is it that I am talking big to you here. What's more, I have already decided that I must catch up with you within a year. This is just one of the bets between you and me. It's just respect, and of course I know what kind of manly man I said, and there is absolutely no reason to take back what I said, and it's hard to chase after a word. Luokan is very clear about this truth, although he didn't want to take back what he said. Okay, then I'll give you a year to see if you can be as you said. If so, I can grant you a condition. July also heard him say this, and he felt a little excited in his heart, as if no one had been able to have such an appetite for him for a long time. When Luokan heard him say that, he really felt relieved, but he actually didn't. He didn't want to use this condition in exchange for anything. What's more, he knew very well that maybe after a while, Jirai would also accept Naruto as his disciple, so he wasn't in a hurry. After the two reached an agreement, the world left immediately. He knew that Naruto might not be in a good mood when he was rejected by Jiraiya, and when he saw him, he was naturally cultivating. When Luokan saw that Naruto was sweating, he walked over directly. Why are you practicing so hard now? XXX. When Naruto saw Luokan, he was also silent. When did he feel so depressed? Luokan also knew very well. If it were anyone else, he might not be in a good mood. People refused, so when she heard Zilai say the same, it was normal for her to feel uncomfortable. Of course I want to prove it to him. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. When Naruto said these words, his psychic technique suddenly went wrong. He also sighed when he saw this messed up psychic technique. Did he really say that like others? What's more, although he said that he had been working very hard to practice the art of psychics, but he didn't know why it always turned into something strangely, which was completely different from what he imagined. There are some dejected ones. Luokan patted Naruto on the shoulder. Actually, you don't need to be like this at all. What's more, although everyone's talent is one aspect, customer hard work is another aspect. Although Jiraiya rejected you today, he also told me after you left. A lot, but you haven't crossed that hurdle in your heart. When some people heard him say this, they became puzzled. What is the hurdle that they didn't cross, let alone before? If they really didn't cross it, how could they go to him and want to worship him? What about the teacher? He knew very well that maybe it was just because his talent was too bad. He didn't want to say that he was the same reason for rejection, so he smiled bitterly. Diaresis, you don't need to persuade me anymore. How could I not be clear? My grades have always been that these people don't want to accept it, and it's normal for me to be a disciple, not to mention that I am now even a psychic technique is a complete mess, but I don't know what else I should be able to do. Although Luokan said that he could tell that Naruto was not in a good mood, but due to the reminder from the system, he could already see that Naruto was in a particularly low mood, so he didn't know what to say to comfort her. If you really don't care about the opinions of others, Dejiaos, then what are you doing now? I don't know why you are cultivating so hard. I just want to become stronger and be able to living in this world may be considered a kind of luck to me. No matter what, you have been in this village since you were a child, so there are many friends who are cultivating. This thing is guarding you, but you are. Now you don't even have to know your own heart. What do you want? Luokan is very aware of Naruto's current mood. If it were her, he might be in a bad mood, but he didn't want Naruto to deny everything because of Jiraiya's few words, not to mention that I know, he is really working hard on this matter, and I can't blame him. After all, he has sealed the power of the 9 tails in his body, which also suppresses his talent and physical strength to a great extent, so he will become one of them. Crane Tail. Chapter 682. 100 Sasuke's Thoughts. I know you were comforting me when you said that. Naruto knew exactly what his strength was, and even Jiraiya didn't want to accept him as a disciple, but he really worked hard enough during this time. How could he not feel sad when he saw this look? I knew you thought too much, so I didn't comfort you, I just wanted you to know exactly what you want. Luokan has been thinking about why this time Jiraiya didn't take Naruto as a picture according to his own ideas, let alone according to the development of the original work. He should have thought about the picture. It was only sooner or later, but he didn't expect to be rejected by Zilai, which made him a little unclear, but when he heard Zilai say the same thing, it was not someone who didn't care about you. If you really don't care about his words, maybe you won't take it to practice from the beginning. He also won't try his best to make him go further and further on this road, so I thought about it when I heard you say that. Maybe Naruto at this time didn't know what he wanted in his heart. While Luokan and Naruto were talking here, Sasuke had been resting here in Tsunade all the time, because Tsunade strictly prohibited Sasuke from practicing. So whenever I see Luokan and the others cultivating, I feel a little anxious. After all, I can see that all his friends are working hard for his future path. He has more things on his back, so I also watch it. There is also some discomfort in my heart. For myself, my body may already be able to practice, but Tsunade has never allowed it. Sasuke's usual time just adjust your breath. But it didn't help him much. When will I be able to practice like them? Sasuke felt a little anxious when he looked at Tsunade. Since he was brought back by Sandemu and the others last time, he has been lying here. He felt that there was no problem with his body, and he was recovering very well, but Tsunade never allowed him to practice. Tsunade forced him to go back to rest. You will have a lot of time to practice after you practice, so what are you anxious about now? If you are too young to recover from injuries, what kind of cultivation should you use if your body wears down? I really don't know what is in your mind. Your body is revolutionary. Capital, do you understand? If you don't have a good body, no matter how well you cultivate, what can you do? Tsunade's tone was actually a bit bad. He himself actually sighed when he found out that Sasuke was secretly cultivating, because he knew exactly what it was talking about, but he couldn't wait to take care of his body completely. After thinking about these things, why bother to put so much psychological pressure and burden on yourself? But isn't Naruto nothing? Not to mention that all of them are making progress, only I am here doing nothing every day. Sasuke's mentality is actually a little broken. For him, he has already felt that everyone around him will make some progress. However, only himself is still in place, and even he feels these things now. After the incident, I was also extraordinarily anxious in my heart. What do you mean by doing nothing? You are now taking care of your body. Do you know whether you know or not, when the 3 generations brought you back, they thought you couldn't survive, and it was Luokan who finally rescued you, but you are sober now, don't talk about it. If you take care of your body, then you will be worthy of who? Even if you are worthy of yourself, are you worthy of those of us who have worked hard for you? Tsunade felt a little hated when he saw him like this. He knew that he said all these words for his own good, but why Sasuke didn't appreciate it? Could it be that he was not allowed to practice, or it could be harmful? It's not that he knows her current physical condition best, even though he doesn't seem to have any major problems on the surface now, but I'm afraid that after the last fight with Orochimaru, all of his new and old injuries will come back together. Now, it also made Luo Chen really have a headache for a long time. If it wasn't for his timely treatment, I'm afraid it would be a problem for Sasuke to live in Chengdu now, but now that he finally came back, he didn't think to cherish it well. Who can guarantee that if it recurs repeatedly back and forth? In fact, Tsunade understands Sasuke's current mood very well. He has also heard about the assessment in the Forest of Death. Sasuke now has the wishes of Orochimaru in his body and is suppressed. Physical strength is already a very common thing. He doesn't have the physical strength as before. Maybe when everyone is improving, he will progress very slowly, but this matter does not delay any Sasuke's desire to cultivate. He wants to become stronger. That's good. According to your current body, you will need to raise it for at least a few more months before you can completely get better. During this time, you can practice some strenuous exercises according to your own physical condition. If you really want to do well if you are cultivating, you will wait until your own body is all healed up, and no one will worry about you, let alone worry that you will die with me. Although Tsunade said this to him every time, it was actually a knife-mouthed tofu-hearted thing. He knew that if he didn't give him some sweetness, I'm afraid Sasuke would be so troubled that he couldn't stop. Really relying on his youth and not cherishing his body, he will know how stupid the decision he is now is in the future. When Sasuke heard Tsunade say this, it was a rare smile, because he heard that Tsunade could let him practice. During this time, he could always remember in his mind what Orochimaru had said to himself after the voices blocked his way that day. How could he fall so easily with the bloody feud of the family on his own? So when he thinks of this, he gives himself unlimited motivation. No matter what, she is her biological brother. When Tsunade saw her like this, he didn't care about it at first. If something really happened, then he would call Luo Chen directly. Chapter 683. Anxious. During this period of time, when Sasuke was recovering from his injuries here, he had heard many people say how powerful Luokan is now. When listening to his words, he felt special in his heart. Among the newcomers of this generation, his strength is naturally the number one, but since Luo Chen came, he has been silent at the beginning until he has emerged. He is already the number one deserved. When he thinks of this, although he feels a little uncomfortable in his heart, he has to admit that Luo Chen's strength is indeed much higher than his own, but even so, if it weren't for his own body. But now Tsunade has agreed to let him practice, so he will definitely take back the first place. Sasuke is still in his heart was a little anxious. He didn't want to be married too far by these people, not to mention that you were the first and second here before, but now, I am afraid that the strength may not be able to think of this piece side by side with Sasuke. When things happen, I still feel that there are some in my heart that I can't accept. When Tsunade saw him like this, although he said he had some sighs in his heart, he didn't say anything about Sasuke's mentality. In fact, he once had it, but no matter what, he was not like Sasuke. As anxious as he is, he doesn't think about anything for his body, but only cares about how he wants to improve his strength. When he thinks of these things, he still thinks. However, Sasuke has always been worried about his own strength, so he has been practicing hard, but Naruto has not officially worshipped Jiraiya as a teacher during this time, but he often goes to him asking for advice on these issues. Even Jiraiya can be regarded as half a master, and it is only such a formal form. Just when they were in the village, they were all fighting for their own strength, but a guest came to Sandaime. You mean your village was attacked? You want us to send ninjas? The third generation looked at the young man in front of him with a smile. Their village seemed to be supplied, so this time they came here to ask them to take action. This matter is not a big task, but although it is for in this way, he never felt that if he made a move, he would let Zilai and them go. I'm afraid the cost would be too high, but if he didn't make a move, he couldn't bear it, so he simply handed over the task to Luokan and the others. This generation. While Luokan was cultivating, he saw Kakashi and Sandaime coming together. But he didn't panic. After finishing his clothes, he greeted them. Sandaime. Seeing Sandaime's smiling face, Luo Chen suddenly felt as if he was being plotted, and had an ominous premonition. But he didn't speak. After all, when he saw Sandaime and Kakashi with another young man to find him, he seemed to understand something. Their village has been attacked a few times. Thinking that you have nothing to do during this time, you will go with them when you are on a mission this time, and let Naruto and Hyuga Sinning follow. Sandaime thought about himself carefully. The last time he saw the two of them, it didn't seem like it was now, right, especially yours. His progress is indeed obvious, but Jiraiya is also in the situation of falling dust during this time. Telling himself, he didn't expect that he would reject a businessman so easily and want to accept him as a disciple, not to mention that if this matter spreads out, he knows how many people there are. In this village, I want to be accepted as an apprentice by Jiraiya. But I didn't expect that this kid Luokan would refuse, which made Sandaime feel a little surprised. Especially when Jiraiya talked about the two of them when they made a bet, Sandaime felt that since he was able to say this, he was naturally reasonable, although he said that he had not been in contact with him for a long time. He is long, but he knows his character very well. When he thinks of this, he smiles a little. Sure enough, the blue is better than the blue, but among the people of their generation, I didn't see how bloody he was back then. So it is also a special appreciation for the dust. Fortunately, Quan Dang gave him a chance to practice when he was on a mission this time. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. When Luokan heard Sandemu say this, he knew very well in his heart that this was probably just a small task and not too difficult. Otherwise, it would be impossible to give this task to them in the column. Anyway, I stayed in the village during this time. It is better to go out and solve this task directly, and then you can also get some experience points. Every time you solve a task, the system will give you some experience. When Luokan heard Sandemu say this, he did not refuse. Sasuke originally practiced here in Tsunade, but during this period of time, because he had heard rumors from outside, he also ran over to see how the world's strength was during this period of time, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. If it was originally, maybe such a task would be handed over to me, but I didn't expect that the purpose of the 3 generations now is to directly find Luokan. 0. When Sasuke was originally, he was just always surprised. But even the 3rd generation had already made such a choice, which made him feel particularly uncomfortable and directly asked for the interview on the spot. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at Sasuke on the side. He still didn't know when he came. The condition is that he is now. Could it be that he is in good health? But according to the last time he healed his injury, his body would need to be nourished for a while. Sasuke, shouldn't you recuperate here at Tsunade? When Luo Chen saw him like this, he was a little puzzled, how to assign tasks to himself. What does Sasuke mean? When Sandemu saw Sasuke beside him, he was also stunned. But he also understands his mood very well. After all, Sasuke, the child, saw him like this but didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and talked to him, said, "What about Sasuke? Do you have any comments?" Sasuke looked at Sandame and Kakashi. "I apply for this mission." When I heard Sasuke say this, I was stunned for a while. With his current physical condition, it is reasonable to say that he should take care of his injuries here. How can he still perform a mission? 100 million. Chapter 684. 102 Proposed Competition. Aren't you supposed to take good care of your injuries? Luo Chen said with some doubts when he saw Sasuke. When Sasuke heard him say that, he didn't say anything, but looked at Sandemu with a firm expression. Seeing Sasuke like this, Sandemu also knew exactly what he wanted to do, but this time the task was assigned to Naruto Luokan and Tsunade Hyuga. When he saw Sasuke like this, he didn't change his mind. When you're injured, take care of your wounds in the village. It's not too late to start your mission after you've recovered from your injuries. When Sasuke heard Sandemu say this, there was a rare trace of anxiety on his face. My injury is almost healed, and I also request this mission. If it was according to the previous words, seeing him like this, 170 had already assigned the task to him, but he never thought that when he even begged for this task, the 3rd generation would have to think about it for a long time, and he didn't even think about it. Letting him go out to complete the task, Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and even had a trace of embarrassment on his face. Young people should not pay too much attention to these external things, but also take good care of their bodies. Seeing that your face doesn't seem to be very good, you can go back and take good care of them. After the care is almost done, if there are any, the right task will naturally let you out. When Sandemu finished saying this, he left here directly, and he just left Kakashi and Luokan to complete the handover task. You will be the team leader for this mission, and led Naruto and Hinata Tsunade as your assistants to complete this mission. When Kakashi's words entered Sasuke's ear, it was as if a thorn had been inserted in his heart. Before, no matter what, he had never looked as ugly as today, not to mention before, if every time if they were tasked among their juniors, the 3 generations would let themselves lead Naruto first, but they didn't expect that they would be replaced now. It's also because he doesn't talk about his own strength now, not to mention that Heavenly Father is not as high as him, but he hasn't cultivated for a while now. After delaying for a long time, I am afraid that many people are about to catch up with their own strength now. When Kakashi finished saying these words, Sasuke stood directly in front of Luo Chen. I want to challenge you. Luoken felt a little unbalanced in his heart until he got what he wrote, but he didn't expect that he would say such a thing, so he smiled. Are you kidding me, Sasuke? Of course, Luo Chen knew that Sasuke's current physical condition was not suitable for him to compete with him, so he didn't want to do anything. On the contrary, when Sasuke stood in front of him and said this with a serious face, he only just kidding. Do you look at me like I'm joking with you? When Luoken heard him say that, he pursed his lips. When he didn't plan to fight him, since Sasuke has already said so, if he doesn't accept Sasuke's challenge, doesn't it seem like he should be afraid like him? Since you're not joking, then I promise you, but after I return from the mission. Luoken is because she herself doesn't want to fight Sasuke too much now, so she directly wants to set the time of the game to wait for her to come back from her mission. I am afraid that if the fourth master recuperates well, his body will be almost better, then at that time, if she wants to do something with herself again, she can have no scruples. If she does it with him now, she feels like she is bullying a sick patient, and he is especially sorry. When Sasuke heard him say this, he smiled, but shook his head. No, I mean I'm going to compete with you now, if you say, I'll do it this time. Luoken didn't expect Sasuke to say such a thing at all. If he really wanted this mission, he could tell Sandaime about it. But now he ran over and said that he wanted to compete with himself. If he lost the game, then leave this task to him. What does this count as? Sandaime has just handed me the task. If you really want to do this task, you can go and tell Sandaime about this. You said that, and what happened to him? Luo Chen felt that Sasuke seemed to be now. It seems that a lot has changed from before. If it was before, he wouldn't care about these things, but now he doesn't know what's wrong. It seems that he has some feelings against him. This is as a bet for the two of us in this game. If you lose, you will quit this mission and I will lead the team. During this period of time, Kakashi has not heard of the rumors outside. When he saw Sasuke this time, he seemed to feel that she had indeed changed a lot, but he did not take this matter to heart. But I didn't think that when I just handed over all the precautions to Luoken, I didn't think that Sasuke ran over and said such a thing. When he stood aside, he was just holding a good show mentality. The relationship between the two of them, of course I want to see the test myself, Butari, you taking this mission as a game bet. When Luoken heard him say this, he suddenly felt a little headache. He knew that Sasuke was not joking with himself when he said such words, but it was too much to ask him to quit this mission. What's more, the third generation has already entrusted this task to himself. Luo Chen looked at Kakashi, who had been holding his arms as if he was watching the play. He knew that Kakashi had acquiesced to this matter. If he was out of this competition, he would directly take this mission. To Sasuke, there is actually no big problem. If this is the case, then I promise her. Can. Luoken sighed, he knew that Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. Those rumors outside, but even if he is like this, he just feels that he is completely unreliable. He has been cultivating for so long, and naturally he will not be the same as before. However, Sasuke has been recuperating during this time. He just heard from Tsunade that he has only recently started to practice quietly. How could he have the courage to stand in front of him and say that he wants to compete with him, and even asked himself to quit this time? Mission out. But since he has already promised him, he will no longer be soft-hearted. He just thinks that an upright comparison may not be a bad thing. Chapter 685. 103 Sasuke who lost. When Sasuke lost to Luo Chen, he always felt a little unbelievable. He lost so easily, even if at least he was still indistinguishable from Luo Chen before, but now he lost so easily. When he thought of this matter, he felt extremely uncomfortable, but he had to admit that Luo Chen's strength had improved too fast. It's no wonder that people outside have been rumored that he is the real genius, and he just didn't meet a real opponent before. When Sasuke saw Luokan, there was a strong emotion in his eyes, which made Sei suddenly. Before I felt my heart tremble, although the two of them weren't really good friends, they were at least friends. After all, they walked through the forest test together. After that, I thought I might be able to get closer to Sasuke. But didn't think that he was just resting now. During this period of time, he could cultivate into such a state, which made him unexpected. I lost. When Sasuke accepted this fact for a while, he felt that maybe he couldn't compare to it from the beginning, because he was not like him in this period of time. It's just cultivation, he won't lose. When Luo Chen saw Sasuke like this, his heart was also the body they had done during this period of time. Although he recovered well, he was still injured. He just wanted her to recuperate, but he didn't think of him. Still practicing with Tsunade behind his back. Maybe he was still a little anxious after all. As long as his body was healed, he might have made greater progress by cultivating hard at that time, but now it's just delaying his body's normal cultivation. Many restrictions. But you didn't say it, it's just that there are many restrictions now. Rather than ruining your body like this, it's better to wait for him to heal before you practice hard. Now you don't look like the you I knew when I first started. What's more, it's just a task now. If you really want to go, you might as well rest and recuperate your body, and then you will naturally not treat you badly if you cultivate the third generation of eyes well. Luokan sighed after all. After all, he didn't want to break up with Sasuke before, but now the emotions derived from Sasuke seemed to be tired of him. Fortunately, he didn't directly use the system's favorability to see Sasuke. Sure enough, it dropped a lot. However, when Kakashi on the other side saw the two of them like this, he never interrupted. When he saw Sasuke running over to take his mission, he actually acquiesced, not to mention the fact that they came the words you speak will increase a lot of time and energy every time you perform a task, and it will also increase a lot of prestige, which may be of great help to them in the future. XXX. What's more, he has always been very clear that he wants to know the strength of the current situation, so he did not stop it. When Sasuke heard him say these words, he just laughed. If you lose, but I will definitely not lose to you easily. After saying this, he went back directly. Along the way, he has been thinking, from the beginning, the two of them can be seen as a draw, but now Luokan is much higher than his strength, but he is still the same as before, even not much progress. How could she not be in a hurry, not to mention that he still bears the family's blood feud. Luo Chen didn't say anything when he saw that he walked out of this state. However, Kakashi just stood there after handing over all the tasks. It seems that he acquiesced to the whole thing if Sasuke really won himself. Maybe this task has already belonged to him, but she knows best in her heart. Anyway, with Sasuke's current physical strength, she can be considered to have let him win by herself, but this time, if he let her out, if the mission, is there still life? What do you think about this matter? Luo Chen walked directly to Kakashi. As for him, maybe everyone's thoughts were different, but she wanted to know how Kakashi viewed this matter. For me, anyone can actually do it. You always have to grow up one day in the village, not to mention that he only wants this task this time, and you have to lose to him. This task is also given to him. There is nothing on the contrary. These tasks are originally the 3 generations that want you to lead the team, and it is just a temporary change of one person. It is not a big deal, I just want the result. As for Kakashi, he didn't care whether it was Sei or Sasuke who led the team out. On the contrary, he just hoped that the mission would be completed successfully. After Luokan heard this, he kept his head down and pondered. Maybe only he could really care about Sasuke's health. He had persuaded Sasuke from the very beginning. If there was no result, he would not. It's not something he can manage, not to mention that the words have already been said, and it is his business whether to listen or not. Perhaps for you, Sasuke's body can be ignored, but I regard him as a friend, so no matter what, even if it's what I said this time, I won't let her out. As for the mission, I don't care how much experience points this mission will get, or how many benefits it will bring to me, I just hope my friends can keep going. Luo Chen looked at Kakashi and said firmly, he never thought about these things from the beginning, but the emotions that he gradually accumulated in these days can't be erased in a day or two. Maybe Sasuke or he will gradually alienate himself because of other things, but in his heart Sasuke will always be his friend. Because they came together all the way, it became a hardship for each other. My friend's words are young, and you really want to think about it, and there are not so many. You just need to think about it clearly. These things may be what I can say to you, but you don't like to hear them, but in this article on the road to the end, you are the only one. The road to success is lonely. Kakashi smiled, and after hearing what he said, he suddenly seemed to see what he used to be in a trance, but he left directly. Chapter 686. Bad Feeling. After Kakashi went back, he saw Sandemu, who had been waiting here all the time. The task of the third generation has been clearly explained. After seeing Kakashi's return, the third generation said, "How did you come back? What just happened so late?" Kakashi heard that Sandame had actually asked himself, so he told Sandame everything just now, from the appearance of Sasuke to the final competition between the two of them. After Sandemu heard him say the whole thing, he still didn't speak. As for him, among these young people, he naturally hoped that there would be more and more strong among them, so that he could protect the village well. After Kakashi frowned, after careful consideration, he repeated what Luo Chen said to himself and Sandemu again. When Sandemu heard Kakashi say these words, he didn't think about it at first, but later he thought it very clearly. Although he didn't really understand Luoken's temper, he didn't know much. But he was able to figure out the same thing. During this period of time, his understanding of herself and her gradually made him begin to accept the village. Isn't it good? Didn't you also come here from this time? Sandemu smiled and touched her beard. When she heard Kakashi say this, she could even imagine Luoken's expression when he said these words. Perhaps it's because of the experience that I want him. Kakashi smiled when he heard Sandemu say this. Yes, they all experienced it from this aspect. Everyone is the result of their own hard work, but Luo Chen's talent seems to be very good if he cultivates so hard. Maybe it will not take long to do something, so they pay special attention to it. The third generation knew by looking at her appearance. Actually, you don't have to worry about him so much. You have your own measure of what you do, and you will have such thoughts before, not to mention that we can't deprive him of the right to take every step and let him take it slowly. Grow up, Tilda. Kakashi heard that the third generation had already said this, so he didn't say anything. After the two discussed such a thing, they went back directly. However, Sasuke at this time has been working hard since he returned. Not willing to lose to Luo Chen. When Luo Chen saw Naruto, he told him directly that this time he was going to lead the team, along with the three of them, Hyuga Sinning. When Hyuga Tsunade heard that he was going to do a mission this time, he was relatively calm. On the contrary, Naruto was still very excited, and he could go out on a mission by himself. When the three of them left the village, Naruto seemed to be more lively along the way. Luoken knew that maybe after leaving the village, they would lose the protection of the village. The mission this time was only based on their own strength, so they also did it. He made a detailed plan. Of course he wanted to go out together and come back together. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. You don't have to be so terrified along the way, let alone it's not the first time we've come out on a mission. Isn't it that this mission isn't that serious, but I'm just afraid that we'll come out and see if it's really important mission, it won't let us out. In this regard, Naruto is more confident. What's more, the tasks of their level are not particularly difficult, so in addition to the fact that Luo Chen is following him, he has always believed in him. When Luoken heard him say this, he laughed to himself, but he didn't dare to let go of his nerves along the way. After all, he brought people out, and he didn't want to make them two programs completely. Take it back, and when they arrive at their destination, it seems that there is nothing unusual about the village. But because of this, he didn't dare to take it lightly, because he confuses them with all this as a superficial phenomenon, not to mention that when he came out this time, he always felt an ominous premonition, but he couldn't tell the truth. What is? But that person didn't worry so much like Luo Chen. After the three of them finished dealing with these bandits, they felt that they were done. Luo Chen felt that it was not so simple. The more so, the stronger the feeling of unease in her heart. There are still a small number of bandits left. After we have cleaned them all up, we can go back to the village. Naruto wiped the corner of his mouth. The task this time is also very simple. For him, it doesn't take 3 people at all, and it can only be solved by 1 person. He even thinks that it is not enough. After Hinata Tsunade nodded, he didn't speak. Since the last time she played against Luo Chen in the forest, she knew that Luo Chen's strength might be higher than her own, not to mention she never thought that in such a short period of time, his strength could completely crush her. So this time he is leading the team with some convincing in his heart, and he has even made him a target, and one day he will surpass him. Diaresis, I'm afraid things are not so simple. I don't know why. Ever since my face left the village, I always feel that I have a bad premonition that I must be careful. For a while, Luokan still couldn't tell what this feeling was, so he could only remind them to be careful. There was no way for soldiers to block the water or cover it up, and that was the only way it looked. When Naruto saw her like this, he couldn't help but feel amused. She was just a bandit, and when Luokan was so cautious. When did you become like this? But it was because I was a bandit who got jows, not to mention that we have already been hired for the most part, and now those people are just some remnants of soldiers. After we have dealt with them, we can go back to the village directly. Why do you always seem to be sullen? Naruto patted Luo Chen's shoulder. Okay, don't worry anymore, these people are all wrapped up in me. He glared at him directly. Just be careful yourself. After all, the 3 of you will come out together, and I will take you back carefully when I bring you out. After the 3 of them sorted out, they just planned to clean up the remaining people and then return to the village directly, but they didn't expect to be stopped by Luokan after chasing after the forest. What are you doing to stop me? They are in the forest now. As long as they are cleaned up, we can go back to the village directly. Naruto couldn't help being a little annoyed when he saw him like this. Chapter 687. 105 Accidents. When Luokan saw him like this, he knew that he would not be able to stop him no matter what he said, so he simply let them go into the forest, just telling them to pay attention. When Naruto saw him like this, he just smiled. Maybe he was too nervous, but when they came out before, they never looked like this. What happened to you? It was never like this before, so don't delay any longer. You don't have to worry anymore after we finish these things quickly. When Naruto saw Luo Chen's appearance, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. They had never seen Luo Chen so cautious before when they went out on a mission, but they were nothing more than some bandits, and they couldn't make a big climate. What's more, I haven't had a good time yet, both of them have already been wiped out by him. It's useless to say anything. Let's hurry up and go back to the village after completing the task. I always feel that something is going to happen. Luokan had a headache, and he didn't know why. This time they always felt funny when they went out on a mission, it wasn't like before. When they finished dealing with the bandits, Luo Chen threw a kunai. Who's there? A person came out from behind the tree, trying to surprise Luokan. It seems that you still have some strength after you discovered it. When Junmalu came out from behind, Luo Chen didn't think of it. He immediately opened the system to check Junmalu's strength. This combat power is twice his own. Of course, he himself knew that Junmalu Dashiwan's subordinate, the most powerful one among the Yinren people, seemed to have met a powerful opponent this time. Sneaking around here, what do you want to do? Before Luo Chen printed a face, he felt that something was wrong with the forest. If it's just a single mission to suppress bandits, it doesn't seem to have such a big reaction, but he felt this from the very beginning. There seems to be something wrong with the mission. So this time he was extra cautious, but Naruto didn't care about it. It was just that after the bandits were wiped out, he still felt that there were some that he hadn't fought before. I was a little surprised. From the very beginning, Hyuga Sinning listened to Luokan's words and saw his solemn expression, and knew that maybe this time it was not so simple, so he was also very popular. When it exploded, he pursed his lips. So it's not clear how powerful he is, but I also know that the enemy who appears here must be the enemy. Do I need to tell you what I want to do? It seems that you still have some strength, little guy. No wonder Lord Orochimaru is a little curious about you. Lord, I have always thought to see what was the difference in him, so that Orochimaru could arouse interest in him several times, so he did not attack her. Luokan heard him say that, but he was quite clever. He never thought that even if he had such hidden strength, he would still be discovered by Orochimaru. It seems that this is not a good thing for him. Hey, it seems that things are not that simple. Luokan frowned. In fact, she didn't really want to fight Junmalu, because he knew that she was not Junmalu's opponent, but after all, there was mingling behind her. He and Hyuga Sinning, if the three of them work together, they won't necessarily lose to him. After saying this, he is the preemptive striker. For Junmalu, he has no chance of winning, so he might as well take the initiative directly in his own hands, not to mention that the disease will block the water and cover the soil. Now that he knows his identity, his subordinates will not be merciful. Orochimaru has already set his sights on him, and he may be the next target. Seeing him in this forest would definitely not be good news, so Luochenri Shang Sinning Naruto and the three directly fought Junmalu. You're really not likable. If that's the case, then let me see what your real strength is. At the beginning, Junmalu really didn't take the three of them to heart. When they fought against Junmalu, they didn't dare to take it lightly. Even the fourth master has tried his best. If he hadn't played so many games with Zillai during this period, he would have improved his strength a lot. I'm afraid that a person with such strength as Junmalu will only have a few moves. Can be defeated. But Luokan and the three of them cooperated very well, and in Junmalu's hands, it was just a draw. Just when Naruto used his clone, Junmalu's Luziwu really opened Luo Chen's eyes. Luokan's attack made Junmalu overwhelmed for a moment. Taking advantage of this neutral position, Luo Chen increased his attack. Junmalu never imagined that he would be hurt by a kid. It really surprises me. No wonder Orochimaru-sama will never forget you. It seems that you are really an interesting person. Junmalu's wound didn't seem to be able to affect him in the slightest, but on the contrary, the attack was more powerful. Hyuga Sinning also gradually became exhausted. Naruto on the side had already fallen to the ground but still did not give up. Seeing the current situation, Junmalu smiled to herself, but she didn't expect to get hurt again. Give up the struggle. When Luokan heard him say this, he just snorted coldly. Then dream. No matter what, we will never give up. However, just when he finished saying these words, Hinata Tsunade was also knocked to the ground by Junmaru's attack. You are the last of the three of you, not to mention that they are all seriously injured. Do you still want to persevere? Going against Lord Orochimaru will not have any good results, not to mention that he still treats you badly. A little curious, why don't you go back with me? Junmalu wiped the corners of his mouth, looking at Siyi's embarrassed appearance. He also felt some things about him. At his current age, his strength has reached such a level, and his talent is indeed not bad. Luokan heard Junmalu say such words, and he was also very infatuated. Could it be that they wanted to capture him this time? While Junmalu was not paying attention, he grabbed a handful of pills in the system, and Luo Chen didn't care whether the drugs had any side effects and swallowed them directly. Luokan suddenly felt that there was a dry heat in his body, and the dry heat gradually flowed all over his body. Chapter 688. Defeat Junmaru. The physical strength that had gradually dissipated just now had all skyrocketed back, and even I felt that my body was about to explode, and I couldn't find any outlet. Junmalu also did not expect such a thing to happen. Before, I didn't feel the existence of any seal in his body. On the contrary, he was just talented. But the situation in front of him now also surprised him. When the two played against each other again, he didn't expect his strength to suddenly skyrocket in an instant, and even he didn't seem to be his opponent. After a few moves, Junmalu seemed to have some signs of defeat. This is not a good sign. When Junmalu saw Luokan like this, just as he was about to use his own move, he was beaten in the chest by him, which made him suddenly feel a little fishy and sweet taste in his throat. I didn't expect him to be in this moment before soaring so much strength. At this moment, Luokan seemed to be able to see only Junmalu in his eyes, and felt that the heat in his body seemed to be gradually eliminated only by fighting. Seeing him like this, Junmalu knew that he didn't seem to be his opponent now, and he himself did not expect such a scene. He immediately used ninjutsu to escape Tilda. However, the falling dust at this time suddenly collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. When Luokan heard Junmalu say this, he knew that if he lost this time, he wouldn't directly take him back to see Orochimaru, but he didn't want to be taken away by him. With his own strength, if he fights against Junmalu desperately, he may still win. Although this chance is small, if he faces Orochimaru, then he has no chance of winning at all. So he didn't care whether there were any side effects of these pills, so he just grabbed a handful of ice pills from the system and swallowed them directly, but at this time, he felt like his strength was being taken away. If Junmalu returns at this time, then they must be dead. Naruto and Hyuga sitting on the side never imagined that there was such a great power hidden in Luokan's body. When Luokan fell to the ground, Naruto immediately ran over to check on Luokan's situation, but he was already in a coma at this time, and they didn't care about anything else and hurried back to the village. When Sandemu heard the news, he immediately rushed over to see that Naruto and Hyuga sitting were both injured to varying degrees, but Luokan kept falling into a coma. Tsunade saw such a situation when he arrived, so he hurriedly brought Luokan to him for treatment. However, Naruto and the others simply bandaged it. What the hell is going on here? Before Sandemu frowned, it was only because the task this time was relatively simple, so he didn't let Kakashi and Jiraiya go out, but just wanted to let the two businessmen go out. Going out, some of them are not very cost-effective, so I let these newcomers go out to experience, but I didn't expect such a situation. Hyuga sitting directly told Sandemu about the whole process of these things. After this mission, he also knew that he clearly recognized the gap between himself and Luokan. Luokan had warned them before that they must be careful, but he never thought that even so, he would still meet Junmalu. If it wasn't for Luokan's sudden burst of power at the last critical juncture, it would be another matter whether they would be able to return alive at that time. However, when Sandemu heard Hyuga sitting talk about the process, he also had some doubts in his heart. He didn't seem to have any seals in his body. However, before, he also let the ninjas in the village check his past memories, but his body was mysterious. Where does the power come from? When Hyuga sitting and Naruto saw Sandemu looking like this, they kept their mouths pursed and didn't speak. I believe he's not from Orochimaru. Naruto was silent, and suddenly such a sentence came out. Although Luo Chen was at a critical moment, the mysterious power of his body made him have some doubts. When he saw the appearance of Sandemu, he directly stated his position. If he really was, wouldn't he have left with Orochimaru long ago? Why did he stay in the village for so long, not to mention that everything he did had nothing to do with what he said, even for the friends around him? XXX. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Even he has gained a lot of benefits. In the past, he always felt that there were some hurdles that he couldn't overcome, but Luo Chen always took him with him, and he didn't think he was troublesome at all. Sandai looked at her when she heard Naruto say that. Then can you explain this mysterious power within him? But the third generation, if he really wants to take the people over there, Orochimaru had directly invited him when he was in the forest assessment, but he did not agree, but this time Junmalu also wanted to take it away. if it wasn't for Luokan's mysterious power erupting at a critical moment, I'm afraid we might not be able to talk to you here now, so I believe he must not be. Naruto's eyes revealed firmness, and he would definitely believe in Luokan no matter what. When the three major purposes saw Naruto like this, he just smiled to himself. Although he was a little confused about the mysterious power of his body, he really didn't consider that he was from Orochimaru's side. But for me, this mysterious power can burst out from my body at a critical moment. If it wasn't for the seal in my body, was he using a forbidden technique? When Sandemu remembered this matter, he directly asked Kakashi to investigate the matter. Although he said that he did not believe that the fourth master was from Orochimaru, he could not let go of any signs. After all, I still value him very much, and I don't want CE to do anything. I just said that when I saw the fourth master in this way, I quickly treat him with medical ninjutsu. The system prompts, defeat Junmalu to complete the hidden task and receive system rewards. EXP plus 100, and get Junmalu ninjutsu. Although Luo Chen fainted, God was still very awake. When he heard the system reminding him, he laughed a little. He didn't think that this could be considered a dead mouse. 100 million. Chapter 689. 107 Comatose. Sandemu didn't expect that with his strength, he could escape from Junmalu's hands, even if it only broke out for a moment, but it was enough to prove Luokan's talent and strength. It's nothing, not to mention knowing Luokan's past. I didn't expect that just a talent that he picked up outside the village would be so high. It seems that he really found a treasure. Tsunade has been frowning, seeing Luokan who has been hurt like this, and has always been worried. Although he said that he was not affected by the relationship between the local and him, he was just a simple friend, but Luokan brought him to himself during this period of time. It felt like something he had never had before. And seeing him hurt like this now, I was also very worried. 173. When Sandame came over and saw Tsunade, he carefully inquired about his injury. I really don't know how he burst out with such a powerful force at that time. The sound and ninja under Orochimaru, even if we meet, we can only see a tie. He can actually hurt him now. It can be seen that his future talent must be limitless. When Tsunade heard Sandemu say this, he didn't object, but he also had to wake up and say, this time he seemed to be in an extreme coma. He sighed to himself. Although I said that, I am a little worried when I see him in this way now. Although the wound is not fatal, but he suddenly burst out with such a powerful force, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. From the first time I brought it back to the village, I have been in a coma until now. When Sandemu heard this, he frowned. After all, there was a naturally talented person in the village who was also a key protection target. Ah, you should take care of her more. I'll go back and think about it, and see if I can let him. Tsunade interrupted before Sandemu finished speaking. After falling into a coma after a serious injury, it would be really difficult to wake him up by external force alone. It's just that his own willpower is not strong, not to mention that he has been having a high fever since he came back. I have also thought about it a lot. Method, but it has never been of any use. This is also where Tsunade is anxious. He can't be burned into a fool after he really wakes up. When Sandemu heard him say that, he suddenly became anxious. Then what can be done? I can't be alone, just because I came back from a mission and turned into a fool. Compared to this time, Naruto and Hyuga Sinning were naturally less injured. I really didn't expect it. I thought it was just Luo Chen that I was too nervous before, but I didn't expect. Naruto suddenly felt that if he hadn't always insisted on exterminating all these bandits in this mission, perhaps Luokan wouldn't be what he is now, and he was always remorseful in his heart. I didn't expect anything. I didn't expect him to become what he is now. It's not your fault. When I insisted before, although I listened to what he said and always paid attention to the scene around me, I had to say that my strength is indeed higher than mine, and I was still a little unbalanced in my heart. Why would the third generation let him take us on a mission? Hinata Suning remembered when Junmalu would even kill them, if it was Luokan, I'm afraid they would have no chance to stand here and talk now, but he himself is more open about this matter. Although according to their current level, the task is not too dangerous, but there are no accidents. For example, this time, no one expected that Junmalu would appear on the way of the task. If not, they would definitely return to the village intact, but they didn't expect these tasks to be interrupted by him. This time, Luo Chen was seriously injured. When Sasuke heard the news, at that time, I was stunned for a while, so I said that I have been recuperating during this period of time, and I have pimples both physically and psychologically, not to mention that I would have thought about this mission before, and even started with him because of it. However, when I heard that Luo Chen had become like this, I didn't know what to think in my heart. If I really took Naruto and the others on this mission, I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to survive. Junmalu's strength is very clear. After he finished talking about the most powerful nebula under his command, otherwise he wouldn't be what he is now. During this period of time in the village, there were a lot of rumors, not to mention that the match between himself and Luo Chen was also mentioned more than once by others. But Sasuke has to admit that he is indeed not as strong as Luo Chen, and even his talent is gradually showing. In the past, he was able to see a tie with him, but now he is only a fallen Chen's subordinates or just defeated. If you want to surpass him so much, why don't you come to me? When Sasuke heard this, he suddenly became confused. I saw a stranger in my body. Who are you? Watching warily, he never knew him. Does it matter who I am? I just want to tell you that I can make you stronger. Sasuke sneered when he heard this, and after becoming stronger, did he still use the power of others? It's a joke. If I want to become stronger, I might use other powers. It's just that my body has not been well cultivated for a while, but I want to know why you are here. The murderous aura in his eyes always gave people a feeling when he saw him, as if he had a strong aura, but he didn't know him. But there is a very familiar feeling. Can you surpass him? Of course, that was when he didn't come to the village. At that time, you were a genius in the village, and everyone only praised you, but now you are probably inferior to Naruto, do you think? I think your fault is that those partners are better than you for a month, but now you are not moving forward. Are you really willing? Think about those bloody feuds behind you. This man seems to know himself very well. All the words he said hit the weak spot, causing him to clench his fists. Obviously, I long for power, but now someone is helping you and has been refusing. What's the reason? This person has a smiling face on the corner of his mouth, which makes people seem uncomfortable, but he can't remember it. It seems that he has seen him somewhere. His tone is too human. Chapter 690. 108th Stranger. It's not my turn to intervene in my world. Although I said I don't know who you are, I advise you to leave here quickly, otherwise you will definitely not be able to eat and walk away. Sasuke has been tense all the time. Although he doesn't know the person in front of him, he seems to know everything about him in life, so let him tell him that he doesn't have any secrets in front of others. Orochimaru seemed to find it very interesting to see her like this. He had noticed him before, so he focused on him, but he didn't expect that there would be a more talented person in the village. It seems that he has made a decision, but he has nothing to do with it. His current strength is just suppressed by Zhou Yin, and his talent is still good. Before, he also told Junmalu about Luokan, so this time he only met Junmalu when he was on a mission. He only wanted to test Luokan. If he could, he would naturally take her away, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, Luokan actually exploded with a powerful force in his body, and even Junmalu was caught by him. It was hurt, which also made Orochimaru feel that this matter was more interesting. In the past, Orochimaru only had a slight interest in him, but he never thought that this kid was so talented. When I remembered how many times she had taught me how to hand, it was even in my own hands. His escape made him feel a little furious, but this only aroused his own inner curiosity, thinking about what if the curse was on his body. Originally this was Junmalu, this time he might be able to bring Luo Chen back, but he did not expect Junmalu to be injured by him. I heard the match between Luo Chen and Sasuke. Orochimaru seems to have discovered a more interesting thing, plus he should go to see Sasuke before and now. Since Sasuke was cursed by himself, he didn't care about her. On the contrary, he was interested in Luokan. However, when I saw Sasuke today, it seemed that it was different from before. The gloomy aura on his body made him feel that Sasuke had changed a lot from before, and he could use this to provoke his relationship with the village. I am afraid that the person who makes me unable to eat and walk around hasn't been born yet, but I want to help you, but I didn't think of it, but my kindness is regarded as a donkey liver and lungs, and you don't think about what you are like in the village now. Status, let alone perhaps before Luo Chen came to the village, you were called a genius by them, but now, I am afraid that you can't even beat Naruto, and your current strength in the village is only a medium level. That's it. When he finished saying these words, he smiled a little, and he did say that he has been recuperating because of his lack of health. In the end, he is also cultivating, but the speed of progress is extremely slow. Even Naruto can't catch up. Others have thought before that if these two tasks can be successfully returned, I must take Jiraiya as a teacher. But this time, the mission had so many twists and turns that she herself was not in the mood. On the contrary, he ran to Tsunade every day. Luo Chen's condition is not very good. In the past, it was always wrong, but now when you tell the kisser to push it down, tell your heart that you can finally make a fortune, but others have been in a coma and have no tendency, and this news is spreading like wildfire. No one in the village did not know about this. When Sasuke heard him say that, he just smiled. So what, I'm just not taking good care of my body now. Although the speed of progress is a little slower, I have taken it from every unconscious person, not to mention that even if he is more talented than me, how can I burn for so many days? Who knows if I will become a fool when I wake up? It is a joke to say that if I really want to cultivate, I need someone else to help me. Sasuke naturally knew the news that Luo Chen was with Tsunade. Although he doesn't pay much attention to it, but this kind of thing has been spread all over the village. Even if he just doesn't want to pay attention, you will know that when he heard others say that he was 4 years old, he just smiled indifferently. For a moment, he had always regarded Luokan as an opponent before. But suddenly he was robbed so much. If it was said that he was just talented and worked hard to cultivate, then he would definitely not believe it, so maybe he was just talking about it, thinking about it. At the time, the fourth master felt that this matter was more likely, not to mention that every time he saw him, he would be naughty. If it wasn't for cultivating crooked magic, how could he have made such great progress? But even without him, with your current strength, you can't even beat Naruto at the back of the crane. What else can you stand in front of them? Is it because of your talent? You are full of talented people. What this man said was like a poisonous snake that entangled Sasuke's heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that just a person picked up from outside the village was more talented than himself, and now because of his own strength there was also haggardness and a coma, but what he said just now was nothing more than comforting himself. With Tsunade's daily care, he seems to have recovered a lot now, but he didn't fully listen to Tsunade's words. But he really couldn't wait. He couldn't accept that every one of his companions at that time would be much better than him, but he stopped moving forward. When she thought about it, it would make her feel tormented, so he is also practicing hard. So what can I do? In short, I won't accept your help. Although I said I don't know who you are, you'd better leave the village quickly, otherwise. Sasuke frowned and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Although this stranger didn't know who he was, he suddenly appeared, but he didn't make a sound and didn't alarm anyone to find him and talk to him. It must be uneasy and kind-hearted, and even powerful. My current strength will definitely not be his opponent, so I also use this method. He said he admitted that what this person said was a real problem, but he didn't want to go along with these people. Chapter 691. Changed a lot. Sasuke looked at the stranger in front of him and always felt that he could give him a very familiar feeling, but for a while he couldn't tell who he was. Fortunately, He just wanted this person to leave quickly. Himself, because he knew that this person's strength was already much higher than his own. I've said everything I need to say, but it just depends on what you think. If you regret it, you can come to me at any time. Orochimaru smiled at his face, and when he looked at Sasuke's expression, he seemed to know that he would find him one day, not to mention he knew very well, don't look at Sasuke's current appearance, but it's been a little shaken. Now that he is so anxious to drive him away, Sasuke is just afraid that he will agree. What is there to do for such a thing as power desire? What's more, it's just human nature. This world is a survival game based on the law of survival of the weak. I can give him more, but the village can't give her what she wants now, so what's the point of letting him go with me? What about the difference? I won't disturb you. You'd better leave now, or you will regret it when I go back on it. Sasuke frowned. The person in front of him always gave him an ominous premonition, but anyway, seeing him like this person seems to have identified in his tone, and he will definitely find him. It's ridiculous. If he really wants to have a thirst for power, why doesn't he want to cultivate hard, and instead go to those crooked ways? Orochimaru knew that his goal had been achieved, and even if he was talking to him, it would only be useless and would only increase his resentment. If there is any trouble with Sasuke, he will know it the first time, and if he really wants to go with himself, it will not be too late to come back to him at that time. Sasuke looked at the person in front of him, and he just left here in an instant. He couldn't even feel any breath or whereabouts of him. It was his tone in his heart. He knew that he was looking at his current state. The vice looks, although he is anxious, but he can't do anything. He also wanted to cultivate, but what did he really say? He couldn't believe himself. Now that he can't beat Luoken, he can't even beat the former crane tail Naruto. If that's the case, what's the point of staying by yourself? Can't think about the blood feud on your back. He still has to take revenge. He can't stop here. He is a genius in their mouths. Once was and will be now Luoken has fallen into a coma. Isn't this his best chance to regain the title of genius? When thinking of this, Sasuke ran directly to find Naruto. When I saw Naruto like this, it seemed that he had indeed changed a lot from before, but he still refuses to believe it. If he can't even beat Naruto now, what else can he do? When Naruto saw Sasuke like this in front of him, he was also very puzzled. Sasuke, what's wrong with you tilde? Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him. Are you cultivating? Just be together. When Naruto heard Sasuke say this, he was naturally very happy. It was meaningless to cultivate by himself. Naruto cultivated with himself, so he was motivated. When two people are cultivating together, it is also like you are arguing with me. Naruto has always been unwilling to be locked up, so he also worked extra hard in the back. When Naruto looked like this, he was also desperate, and he didn't care what the masters said to him. He is now in health, not suitable for intense training. But he didn't want to be left behind by Naruto. Yes, it seems to have improved a lot during this time. No wonder you can go on a mission with him. Sasuke smiled, remembering that he lost to Luo Chen last time, so no matter what, he must not be able to do it again. Lost to Naruto. During this time, Luoken didn't come and competed with Zillai. Of course, he heard those words from outside, but he also believed that no matter what, this kid must be blessed with great fortune and nothing to do. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Zillai also didn't open his mouth to stop him. On the contrary, he wanted to see the two of them even more. Who would be better? Sasuke didn't expect that you guys have progressed so fast during this period of time, but now I'm a little weaker today. However, he still persisted with gritted teeth and had no plans to back down. If he couldn't even beat Sasuke, then it would be. However, Naruto didn't practice seriously during this period of time. After all, he still had the dust in his heart. On the contrary, Sasuke's arrival at this time was just right. It also aroused the fighting spirit in Naruto's heart, so when the two were compared, they were very attentive and refused to give in at all. Diaresis if the two of them continue like this, will something happen? Kakashi didn't know when he saw Sasuke and Naruto cultivating together, that is, they were comparing each other. It is clear in my heart that Sasuke's body is not suitable for this kind of cultivation right now. What are you afraid of? There's nothing wrong with the way the two of them are now. It's a good show, just watch it. Jiraiya didn't care if anything would happen to the two of them. Although Naruto said that he did not officially worship him as a teacher during this time, he has been practicing with him all the time thanks to Zhao. He has long regarded others as his apprentices. Although he said that he always wanted to accept Luokan as his disciple, but now he is in a coma after all. Although Naruto's talent is not outstanding, he is still very hardworking, not to mention that he still has the seal of the 9 tails in his body. By the time he was already aware of such a thing. I thought you would be very worried about them, but now it seems that you are just testing them, so I'm relieved. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and didn't care, but in his heart clearly, as long as the cultivation continues to increase, it may not be anything to you, it can only stimulate his own potential. Why should you worry? It's just for their own benefit if this goes on, it's just Sasuke. When Jiraiya recalled this incident, he frowned. Chapter 692. XXX. 110 Doubt. I seem to think that he has changed a lot from before. When Kakashi heard Jiraiya say that, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't care about him before. People always have to grow up, and they may change when they grow up. Kakashi doesn't really care about such things. When Jiraiya heard Kakashi say this, I just sneered. Maybe. The two of them watched Naruto and Sasuke's competition with gusto, but the opposite bodies could no longer accept higher intensity training. Naruto is on the contrary. The more difficult training is more exciting for him. He has been killing his fighting spirit all this time. It was because he was training with Sasuke that he was able to arouse his fighting spirit. Sasuke didn't expect that Naruto had improved so much in this period of time, but his current mobile phone seems to be able to beat him only to a tie. I didn't expect that during this period of time, the progress was so fast. Could it be that you have practiced some forbidden technique? Sasuke asked with a frown. He actually thought very clearly when he was a celebrity. It seems that people should not improve so fast, not to mention that his talent is not as high as himself. When Naruto heard her say that, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't have it for a while, and was all focused on training, but he couldn't make people mistakenly think that he practiced some forbidden technique. What are you talking about? What is the forbidden technique? Naruto never thought that Sasuke would say such a thing. If you regard me as a friend, you might as well tell me the truth directly. I know your talent. If you don't practice any skills, why did you take so long? Progress so fast. Sasuke sneered. Although he said that he had been resting all this time, he couldn't let Naruto, the tail of the crane, overtake him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. However, if he had practiced forbidden arts, it would be normal to surpass himself, so when he heard him say that, he was not surprised at all. When did I practice forbidden art? It doesn't sound like it came out of your mouth. Naruto never thought that Sasuke would actually say that about himself. A technique to practice on his behalf. When Sasuke saw Naruto like this, he seemed to be in a group with Luo Chen. What? Are you hiding everything from me now? When Sasuke looked at Naruto like this, he didn't think that he and himself would become like this one day. When did I hide it from you? And what's more, although I said that my progress was faster during this time, you actually suspected me of practicing forbidden techniques. Naruto was completely unbelievable. No matter how he explained it, it seemed that he had already walked out. It is determined that he has practiced the forbidden technique now, so his heart is also particularly uncomfortable. He really didn't practice forbidden techniques. Why do you have any opinion on me? Jiraiya didn't think about Sasuke. Although I said something like this now, he just felt that his body was not nourished now. Okay, so the mood has changed a bit. Kakashi was stunned when he heard what I said. He didn't expect that he would doubt Naruto's cultivation skills in the end, but anyway, although he also knew that Naruto had made progress in this period of time. It was indeed faster, but even following Jiraiya's cultivation together, I am not worried at all. Of course I don't dare. Sasuke left immediately after saying this, but when he saw Naruto's eyes, it was clear that they couldn't go back anyway. As friends, but they are hiding everything from themselves now. When Sasuke went back, he always thought about the way he had come, so before I left, he didn't know that he was carrying a deep blood feud, so he always put the reward first, but now his body it seems that he is not allowed to practice like this. If he can't cultivate, what should he do? The genius that others said at that time has been degraded to the present level, not to mention that even Naruto at the back of the crane can surpass himself, making him feel really uncomfortable. I even feel like I am now like a wretch. Naruto saw the back of Sasuke leaving, and he pondered for a long time, but he still didn't know what to say. However, he never thought that Sasuke would actually suspect that he was practicing forbidden arts. Some people take different paths, so you don't have to care what they think. After all, everyone has to go through something when they grow up. After watching Naruto say these words, Jiraiya went back to lie down, and then Kakashi saw this and left. Naruto was taken aback when he heard Jiraiya finish saying these words, but we are friends after all. Naruto's temperament is also very clear. If he was told to give up his partner, it would be absolutely impossible, so he said it was useless, and he must be able to understand these problems after his own experience. When Naruto saw Jiraiya, he didn't seem to care about his own intentions. He had been thinking about these questions all the time. After Sasuke went back, he always wondered if what he asked today was indeed a bit too much, but no matter what, they shouldn't be allowed to practice forbidden techniques by themselves. Yes, he must have cultivated forbidden techniques, otherwise he would never have made such rapid progress. When he saw Sasuke like this, Orochimaru laughed in the dark. He knew that with Sasuke's current strength, let alone Naruto, he could only draw a tie. If it were someone else, maybe. This is the best time for him to start. After he had said those words to Sasuke before, he had to do it himself, without the slightest wavering. After she accepted these setbacks, she longed for strength even more. However, for him, she is his life-saving straw, so for her, she will definitely seize this opportunity. How is it? Have you thought through what I told you? Do you have to put everything in front of you? When Orochimaru appeared behind Sasuke, even he was stunned for a moment. There was a person behind the ghosts who didn't even know it. Are you surprised? Seeing her like this, she just snorted coldly. Chapter 693. Guess the identity. Sasuke really wanted to know who he really was, because he always felt familiar to him, but he couldn't think of seeing this unfamiliar face in front of him. Who are you? When Orochimaru saw her like this, he didn't speak, he just saw him laughing. Although he was concerned about Sasuke's vibrato, he didn't seem to pay much attention to him for a long time, but when he thought about it, now the village is so turbulent, maybe this is also an opportunity, so I ran to him and wanted to take Sasuke away. What's more, he has been recuperating for such a long time, maybe his mood will be affected to some extent, but this time it seems that he has already succeeded in half, right? Tilda. Why do you have to struggle with this issue? Do you know who I am and what does it have to do with you? I can only give you what you want, not to mention that what you desire most now is power. In the village what I can't give you, I can give you. Orochimaru's tone induces Sasuke. I am afraid that he can't express his current mood in words. In fact, Sasuke has been reduced to this state from the very beginning, and he is very sad in his heart, but he is not. Can give up. But there was no way, his body did not allow him to continue such high-intensity training. When Sasuke heard him say this, he kept silent and refused to make a sound, because he knew that he had always longed for power. In this world, only after power can you protect what you want to protect and do what you want to do. He wanted to avenge his parents, and when he thought about it, he even felt like he was driving himself crazy. The longing from the bones, longing for strength, longing for more power. But he didn't lose his mind. When he saw the person in front of him say something like this, he always talked about his weakness and the most important things, but he didn't want to relax at all. Alert! You are Orochimaru. From the first time he appeared in front of him, until this time, he always appeared when he felt down, but when he said these words, he knew himself so well. People who know him will probably not say such a thing. In addition, his strength is very deep, and he is far from his opponent, so he will think of Orochimaru. When Orochimaru saw her like this, he smiled. Originally, I thought you might find out later, but I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. Haha, it's not fun at all. After Sasuke heard his confession, he didn't think that he really guessed right. Why do you still want to fight me? Orochimaru only snorted when he saw Sasuke's nervous look. As for him, it seems that his current interest has been overwhelmed. That world has almost moved, but now it's just trying to cause some chaos in the village. What I said to you just now is not a joke, you might as well think about it. Anyway, the village can't give you what you want now, so if that's the case, just go with me. I can give you the power you want. Orochimaru saw Sasuke's tangled appearance. The last time she was a little bit tempted, but when she saw his appearance this time, Orochimaru just felt that the heat was almost over now. Haruno Sakura used to worry about Sasuke all the time. However, Sasuke's work and rest schedule doesn't seem to be very regular during this time, so when he went to see Sasuke at the master's place, he found that he was not there. It's really strange, Sasuke isn't here. What would he be running around if he didn't take a good rest? Did he go to training again? Haruno Sakura couldn't help frowning a little when he thought of this. Of course he hoped that Sasuke would be well. Recuperation, physical training, this matter can't be rushed, but Sasuke's temperament is clear in his heart. I'm afraid he can't accept such a gap for a while now, so he always thinks about practicing hard. When Haruno Sakura found Sasuke and saw this stranger in front of Sasuke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It seems that your partner has come to look for you. Think about it for yourself, right? Orochimaru just smiled when he saw Haruno Sakura, and then turned and left. His speed was so fast that Jirying seemed to think that if it wasn't for her own eyes if I saw it, I even felt that some of it was an illusion just now. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Haruno Sakura didn't seem to be very happy when he saw Sasuke. He was really in a bad mood during this time, but he also wanted to enlighten her well, just wanted to know what happened to him. It's just what he thought. Hearing what she said when she was training with Naruto before, he didn't think that Sasuke would say such a thing. Although Naruto said that his talent was not very good, he has been in this period of time. They really worked hard, this is also clear to all of them, plus Jiraiya's guidance, so they have made great progress, but I didn't expect that Sasuke actually thinks Naruto is a forbidden technique for cultivation. Since I heard about this, I just wanted to come to Sasuke directly, but I didn't expect that I would have some doubts when I saw this scene. I had never seen such a strange face in the village, and of course I saw his speed just now. I knew from time to time, I am afraid that this is also a person with high strength, but why do I always know such a person? Nothing, how did you come here? Sasuke saw a rare tenderness in Haruno Sakura's eyes in front of him. I know that Haruno Sakura has a good impression of me, but when I see him, my heart will be softened, so Sasuke's tone of speech is also extra gentle. I heard that you competed with Naruto, so I'm a little worried to come and see who you were just now. Haruno Sakura was a little puzzled, she had never seen such a stranger in the village, but he seemed to be and say something to Sasuke, just not it was because he left immediately after he came. When Sasuke heard Haruno Sakura ask this, his face immediately became serious. Nothing, there are some things you should not know. Haruno Sakura never thought that Sasuke would talk to him like this. If he didn't care about her, why would he always pay attention to his news? 100 million. Chapter 694. 112 Awakened from the Dust. I'm just worried about you, nothing else. I don't seem to have seen that person in the village just now. He seems to be talking to you, so I asked a few more questions. Don't be angry. Haruno Sakura saw Sasuke. His face was not very good, so he stopped the topic in time. Maybe Sasuke didn't want him to know these things, but he always felt that Sasuke had something to hide from him now. After Sasuke saw Haruno Sakura in front of him, his fists were clenched all the time, because he knew about this matter. Maybe he wouldn't hide it from others for a long time. When Orochimaru said those words just now, he also considered that he was indeed I want to be stronger. But relying on his current strength is simply not enough, so he has been thinking about what Orochimaru said, whether 173 is feasible. But when he saw Haruno Sakura in front of him, he secretly made up his mind. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Sasuke had a rare hard talk with Haruno Sakura. When Haruno Sakura heard Sasuke say this, she was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Don't listen to the nonsense of those people outside. No matter what, you should take a good rest now. When you recover your body, you will definitely recuperate with your talent. Become better and better, I believe in you. When Sasuke heard Haruno Sakura say this, he just smiled faintly. There seemed to be a bit more bitterness in the smile, and he knew very well that he had been left behind a lot during this time, let alone even with his own talent, but now this body has restricted him a lot of movement. Of course, even the former crane tail Naruto, he can't keep up. Trust me, why do you believe me? With my current strength, I'm afraid even Naruto can't keep up with me. I don't know how long it will take me to keep this body healthy. When Sasuke said this, his emotions suddenly became agitated. Haruno Sakura didn't expect such a situation to happen at all. Did she say something wrong? But he didn't mean that at all. He just wanted to encourage Sasuke. He just wanted to tell Sasuke that he would get better, but he didn't expect that it seemed to anger Sasuke. No, you are excellent, you are really excellent. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Haruno Sakura was a little anxious, trying to explain what she just said. When Sasuke saw her like this, he just smiled. This is true, it's not someone outside saying that. I know very well that with my current strength like this, I can no longer be a genius. In fact, he has always been aware of these things in his heart. Before, he heard others say how powerful Luokan is, how smart, how hard he works himself, but now suddenly another person has changed. How can he accept it? But now that he has compared with him, he has already understood that his current strength is not even half of Luokan's. But she fell into a coma. This made Sasuke think carefully. If this mission was to go out on his own, at least the three of them would come back alive. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would be able to stay in this village. It's all a problem, and at the same time, this is also a wake-up call for himself, reminding him that he is much different from him. This made him unable to believe that he had slipped to death now. This is degenerate, so he is also practicing extraordinarily hard, but no matter how much he cultivates, it seems that he can't keep up with his strength. He is not reconciled, so when he found Naruto to practice with him, he found that Naruto actually had when he has a fighting spirit, he can even be better and better than himself. Thinking about it again, he was just the tail of a crane. However, the current Sasuke Renaruto. When thinking of these things, Sasuke clenched his fists. At this time, news came out from the village again. Luokan woke up. When Sandemu and the others heard the news, it could be said that they put their hearts in their stomachs. I had always been worried that he would not wake up because of this, not to mention that Tsunade had been guarding him by her bed all the time, and he did not dare to close his eyes for days and nights. This news is undoubtedly like a blockbuster, once again exploded in the village. When Luokan just woke up, he originally thought that this time he seemed to have just slept, but he didn't expect that when he opened his eyes and saw Tsunade, he seemed to be a lot haggard, which made him a little puzzled. Why are you so haggard? When Tsunade heard him say that, he suddenly choked up. Originally, I was worried that he would not be able to wake up, but it seems that he is no longer in any serious health problem. After checking him again, his own alliance checked him again, and then he put his heart in his stomach. You don't remember what happened to you before. When Luokan heard Tsunade say this, instead, he frowned. It seems that he just slept for a while, but seeing her nervous appearance now, I believe that before I fell asleep, it seemed that I met Orochimaru's subordinate Junmaru on a mission. I got into a fight with him, and the system erupted with a force at a critical moment, so I fell into a drowsiness all the time, not very clear about the outside world. It seems that I met Orochimaru's subordinates when I was on a mission. Then I said that I don't remember clearly. However, after Luo Chen moved his body, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to be much more comfortable than before. It doesn't look like a patient who has been in the hospital bed for a long time. On the contrary, he just seems to have slept, but when he wakes up, he looks refreshed. You did meet Junmaru. If it weren't for the power that exploded in your body at the most critical moment, it seems that you don't know where you are now. It's a good thing that I haven't closed my eyes for several days, and I've been watching over you. When Tsunade saw her like this, the big stone in her heart was completely put down. I've been worrying about myself these days. When Luokan heard Tsunade say this, he was stunned for a moment. He guarded himself for days and nights without closing his eyes. No wonder he looked so haggard. You have been watching over me. Luo Chen repeated what Tsunade said. Chapter 695. 113 Avoid the Limelight. When Tsunade heard her say that, she snorted coldly. Otherwise, then who do you expect to accompany you, this little conscience? Luokan originally thought that maybe he just slept for a while, but he didn't realize that it had been so long when he woke up. Seeing Tsunade's haggard appearance, he felt very sorry. However, he suddenly found out that although he used the power of the system this time, he found that his original strength had still increased a lot, which may be the reason for defeating Junmaru, and this time the system gave him another increase. He had little experience, so he had already cleaned all these things while he was in a coma before thinking about waking up. Originally, he just planned to have a good night's sleep, but he didn't think about making these people worry about him. It's also embarrassing. But now when I see that you have nothing to do, I feel relieved. Next time, I remember that if you can't beat 22 people, don't take it hard. This time, it's just because you are lucky, so I don't know what it is. What's going on, but it can be considered that you are a fool with a complicated life to wake up. Otherwise, you will really frighten people to death, and you will have a high fever for several nights. Tsunade has always been in a sigh of relief. He naturally knows what the consequences will be if the high fever does not go away. What if this person wakes up and turns out to be a fool? But unfortunately, any medical ninjutsu is of no use to him, so it can only be physical cooling, and I can only hope that he can survive all this. But fortunately, Luokan does not have any major problems now. Seeing him lively and vigorously apparently, he knew that he didn't need to worry about him anymore, but when he checked, he found that his strength seemed to have increased a lot compared to before, which seemed to be a blessing in disguise. When Sandemu saw him like this, he was very happy, so he didn't know why, but he was a blessing in disguise, but now that he is awake, it is good. I have long regarded him as a member of the village. His words would not be so focused on cultivating him. XXX. You don't have anything to do now. Sandemu touched his beard and was a little worried at first, but now it seems that he doesn't have any major problems now. On the contrary, Tsunade has already told himself that Luokan was a blessing in disguise this time. Naturally, he was also very happy. It was rare to find a person in the village who proved to be talented. Before, I originally thought that maybe Sasuke was more talented in their generation, but I didn't think that there were so many accidents, but Luokan has always been safe, or maybe it was his destiny to be lucky. Even Luo Chen's talent is better than Sasuke's, which also gives us a lot of hope for him. If we continue to practice like this, it will also be a guarantee for the future of the village. The third generation is worried. I didn't wake up from anything. When I came here, it was just my head, and it was a little heavy. I checked it just now, and it's not a big problem. Luokan smiled. He knew that the third generation had always had high expectations for him. It doesn't matter if we don't see him, and I can let go of my heart. After coming here, let alone learn some of his situation at that time, although I have heard others talk about the situation at that time, I didn't know why the fourth master would at first. Suddenly, such a power erupted in his body, but no matter what, he could be considered a blessing in disguise because of this power. Otherwise, he might have been taken away by Junmalu or said something unexpected. I don't seem to remember much about the situation at that time. I only remember that I had a fight with Junmalu before I fell asleep. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted in my body, and then I fell directly into a coma and woke up. It was already here when it comate's time. He raised his eyebrows in his career, and it seemed that he was thinking about the past, and it was a little painful. Now when I see him like this, I don't want to force him to think about these things again, no matter what. Anyway, as long as others are fine, that's fine. Don't think about things that you can't remember. It's useless to spend that brain. It's fine to be a good person, but this time you are really impressive. You actually defeated Junmalu with your own talent. After all, he can be regarded as the #1 able-bodied officer under Orochimaru. When Sandemu said this, it was true. It also shows that he already has a career, and he has the strength to fight against Shanjin. He has such recognition when he is only a teenager. This is indeed some terrifying genius. No wonder Orochimaru also hit him with his idea on the body. But in the next period of time, you should pay more attention. I'm afraid Orochimaru has noticed this matter. Besides, you have met him several times before, maybe he will. I really didn't see Luo Chen in front of me and there was a sigh in my heart. His talent is extremely good, so he can't meet with Orochimaru. The goal is set on him, but after all, if he can protect him for a while, he can't protect him for the rest of his life, but if you let him finish talking and attack him I really can't let go of this. When Luokan heard Sandemu say this, he nodded. Reassure them, I will pay more attention to it in normal times, not to mention that this time I don't plan to do any more tasks in a short period of time. When Sandemu heard him say that, he was stunned for a moment, but he respected his choice. That's fine, right? You can also directly choose to say that you are here for a recuperation mission or something, and you will send someone out. When I heard Sandemu say this, I knew that Sandemu might have misunderstood something. Sandemu, you misunderstood. I admit that I just want to avoid the limelight temporarily. If the outside world knows my current strength and says that I can defeat Junmalu, this time is a fluke, then next time I will say no. Who will fall into the poisonous hands? I don't know if there is any other that will not be able to return to the village, so after the limelight has passed, I will still admit me, not to mention this kind of tempering myself, also don't give up just because of an accident. Chapter 696. Find. The third generation of eyes heard Luokan say this, but they understood his feelings. After all, the rumors are spreading like a god, but after all, he is still young, and the road ahead will never stop here. He himself spoke very clearly about it. It's better to avoid the limelight. When the limelight is over, you can go out on a mission. It's safer and you don't have to be targeted by these people. What Sandemu said is actually correct. Besides, he has already defeated him to buy it. I am afraid that the news will spread out soon. In this case, there will be more people looking for him, so if he can't protect himself, her words are very likely to let Luochen be poisoned by others. After Luokan and Sandame talked for a while, he let them all leave because he was tired and wanted to rest. Only then did Luo Chen know that it turned out that not only he could carry the system with him, but his mind could also enter it, but for other people, his current body would enter a state of coma. This is equivalent to the soul penetrating into the system where he is, but during this time in the system, he can be considered to be able to recuperate. Not to mention the reorganization of the aura inside, there will even be many things in the system that you need, plus this time, you have defeated the hidden boss. He really didn't expect Junmalu this time, and he was quite interested. Anyway, he can now enjoy a lot of experience point enhancement systems, and he can even exchange his skills in these stores. Luo Chen has seen that his talent is much better than others, but he is still not satisfied with this, let alone for his current age. He said that he is very talented, but his strength is also here. However, he doesn't have much actual combat experience, so when he obtained the resource value this time, he directly improved his combat power a lot this time, so he was surprised when he checked his body this time. Of blessing in disguise. This is also Yotsuba's accidental discovery that the system actually has this function, which is still hidden. After he discovered this function, he directly returned to the system to practice this time. The body is in such a state, not to mention that the body is in reality, so he can't be here for a long time to be afraid. If attacked, the damage caused is real. But if he cultivates in this system once, he can usually work hard outside for a few days, so he is also very happy. System. My aura. Luokan snorted coldly. When he faced the question of Junmalu, he only knew it later. This is a hidden boss. I have never faced him before, but this time it was added temporarily by the system, so he suddenly met Junmalu. He even harmed himself and almost lost his life, so of course he can get back as much as he can with the system at this time. Less good things, the right should be to compensate yourself. Reminder that the output of this system is incapable of going into hibernation. The system is a little dissatisfied. This is the spiritual energy he has been accumulating in this Luokan, but he has even squandered most of it after several times like this. This makes him not feel heartache. If the spiritual energy is dissatisfied, it will fall into hibernation. If you fall into a state of life, wouldn't it be possible that no one will send me a task? Luo Chen thought about the current situation. When the system falls into a dormant state, the host will be alone in this world towards the ultimate mission. When Luokan heard what he said, he was stunned for a moment. It sounded like it was not easy to complete, but if the system really fell into a sleep state, it would indeed bring him a lot of inconvenience. It's so stingy, I almost lost my life, can't I stay with you for a while longer? It's just that the spiritual energy in it is going to go into a state of dormancy. If this host dies, see who can you possess. After all, the two of us are like grasshoppers on the same rope. Luokan was a little dissatisfied. After all, this time, he could be considered to have escaped death. According to his current strength, Junmalu's strength will not be his opponent, but he can occupy the middle and go to the horse brigade with the help of the system, but can he defeat Orochimaru with the help of the system? In this case, the big villain can also temporarily stop for a long time if it destroys itself. Don't worry anymore. The more Luo Chen thought about it, the more reliable he felt. I can defeat Junmalu with your help, can I also defeat Orochimaru with your help? System. Diaresis. This system lacks spiritual power and the host's experience points are not enough, so it can't meet the speed requirement for the time being. Luokan suddenly fell into a state of speechlessness, and he just hoped that he would have some spiritual energy to recuperate, and he actually made this system so stingy to hold grudges. You can think about who the two of us are in the same grasshopper. If the boat capsizes, it will be destroyed together, not to mention that even if you lose, I can still switch to the next host, but I won't be able to find anyone for a long time. If I don't recuperate my body better, your quest will be released very slowly, and it won't be good for you or me, so don't be so stingy. Well, it's just some spiritual power. Before Luokan, he saw that the system was only adding some experience points to himself. At that time, he also thought that maybe this was not bad, but he didn't expect that he would only know when his soul entered the system this time. How much good stuff is this system hiding behind his back? That's why he bargained with him like this. And he was never satisfied, just gave himself some experience value. System. This is a robber. Open the hidden boss, you will get some rewards, but Orochimaru is the ultimate boss at this stage. You can't cheat. When Luo Chen heard the system say this, he waved his hand. Forget it, he really didn't take it seriously anyway. No matter what, he still wanted to know what he could become in this world of Hokage. A member of the village. I originally thought that if I was beaten to death by Junmalu this time, maybe the system would take me to another world. Thinking about the last time, this is how I traveled to the world of Hokage. Chapter 697. 115 Your Own Choice. Fortunately, after he discovered this secret, he also ran into the system from time to time. Anyway, he can't stay in the system for a long time, so he will fall into a state of suspended animation outside, so he will also put himself in the most dangerous situation, but he can also stay in the system for a while, which is equivalent to him after several days of hard work outside, not to mention the spiritual energy in the system, but there are many more his body. Luo Chen sighed. If you knew this earlier, why didn't you tell me before, and only found out now? Although he is a little dissatisfied with the system, he doesn't have any major problems anyway. He simply absorbed a lot of spiritual energy in the system this time, which also gave him some confidence. After all, no one had I thought that he woke up again after being in a coma for a few days, but he was still a genius, even stronger than before. However, at this time, Sasuke was already tormented by this news and was about to go crazy. In addition, the words that Orochimaru told him before had already moved his heart, but at that time he never thought of betraying the village. He knew that if he took this step, he would have no way back in the future. During this period of time, Orochimaru did not find him again, but he also thought about it for a long time. After all, the news of Luokan's awakening has already been reported in the village. When they talk about this matter, they all have the attitude of watching a good show. Although they say that they have a good talent, they were not in a coma for such a long time before. No one knows what he woke up this time. What strength! Sasuke has been worried all this time, as if he has something on his mind. Although Haruno Sakura wanted to get to know him before, at this time, Sasuke was on a light expression. When Haruno Sakura wanted to ask him about this many times, Sasuke stopped him intact. He didn't want to tell anyone about this, he just kept it in his heart. Sasuke, what happened to you during this time? I feel that you have something on your mind and hide it from everyone. If you have something, you may as well say it. When Haruno Sakura saw Sasuke like this, he was a little anxious after all. He was always blocked by Sasuke once or twice, and the two of them could talk together before coming back, and now say I don't know why, but I suddenly became cold to myself, and I thought that it might not be his problem, but when I am in this mood, I am afraid that no one will feel bad. The Tonin and the others just smiled faintly while watching this situation. Orochimaru had already told them about the situation before, and this time was just the last chance for Sasuke. When Haruno Sakura saw them, she didn't expect such a situation at all. What happened? She doesn't know now. When Sasuke saw these people, although he had some small struggles in his heart, when he thought of the previous things, he had no thought, and just wanted to follow them away. Chen Zuying saw this picture of Sasuke. It looked like he immediately stopped in front of him. Where are you going with them? Are you leaving the village? Does anyone else know about this? Haruno Sakura is a little anxious. Sasuke has never been like this before. Let me do it. It has nothing to do with you. Sasuke couldn't say anything serious when he looked at Chunyu, but she didn't want him to be involved in her, not to mention her own heart clearly, it should be said anyway. Maybe it was because he let him be with him, and now he is very clear that he has no strength. Even if he is with Haruno Sakura, he can't protect what he thinks in the future, but it is better to let go now. What's more, he now knows that he bears a bloody revenge, and he will avenge his family no matter what, but in the village he doesn't have much strength to improve. The main reason he looks like this now is that after he followed Orochimaru, he lost his temper. It is possible to get what he wants, so this kind of behavior is also a choice for him, but he does not have any other choice. Are you really going to leave with them now? What do you want me to do? Please don't leave with them, okay? Haruno Sakura was already flustered when she saw Sasuke like this, and even became anxious. He didn't know how to keep Sasuke, so he could only beg him bitterly, but he didn't feel impressed when he went out. It even strengthened his determination to leave the village. This is just my own choice. No matter what, please respect my choice. I have no way out in the village. You will never feel what I really want, so please step aside. Sasuke was struggling, and when he saw Haruno Sakura like this, he felt uncomfortable, but he also forced himself to calm down, because he knew that if he was soft-hearted this time, he might never have a chance in the future. What's more, it becomes much stronger, and the temptation is not small. He wanted to be a terrifying force and avenge his family. When this happened, he clenched his fists and sighed. You'd better not stand on my opposite anyway if I don't. When the sound ninjas saw it like this, they just smiled. It was his own choice. This time we came here to pick up the powerful ones. Sure enough, according to the plan that Orochimaru said, it was realized step by step. Shouldn't you respect her own choice? She wants to leave with us to pursue better things. You can still stop others, and you don't think about what the village can give him now, let alone follow us. If so, his own wish can be fulfilled. The sound ninjas didn't plan to fight Haruno Sakura. When they saw him like this, they just looked to the left in one direction and could handle these things by themselves. Seeing that Sasuke was already determined to leave them now, since he was so determined. Unable to stop, he simply let go. Okay, since this is your own choice, then you can leave. Chapter 698. Sasuke leaves. After saying these words, he left directly, not to mention that they were numerous and powerful. Even if he wanted to keep Sasuke, seeing them like this, he wanted to take Sasuke away this time. So he didn't have any right to choose to have friends with him, so he just took the news and hurried to Sandaime. Sandaime has never taken this matter to heart, not to mention that he said that all his experiences during this period are falling into dust. Run over here. What's the matter? Things have made you so flustered. If you have something to do, talk it out slowly. Sandaime stroked his beard and looked at Haruno Sakura. Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru and the others. Chunyan quickly shared the news with Sam, because she couldn't stop him, so she didn't confront him at that time. Of course I don't want Sasuke to be taken away by them. So with this news of him, he hurried over to find Sandaime and talk to him about it. When Sandaime heard him say this, he was stunned for a moment. When the people from Orochimaru entered the village, he didn't even know. When was the matter, and where is he now? Although Sandaime said that he was a little anxious to hear the news, he had to ask clearly, what the hell is going on, Tilda? I'm not too sure. Before, Sasuke seemed to have always been preoccupied. However, when I went to look for him today, my attitude has completely changed. When I saw Orochimaru's subordinate Tonin, it seemed that he didn't do anything intended, and pretentiously so, they took it away. Haruno Sakura was a little anxious right now, so she naturally hoped that the third generation could quickly rescue Sasuke back. Luokan didn't know this very well at first. Originally, he wanted to talk to Sandaime about something, but he didn't expect to hear such a thing when he was walking in front of the door. At this time, he didn't care about any other rules, so he rushed to the door and saw Haruno Sakura with a worried look on his face. Are you sure Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru's people? When Haruno Sakura saw that it was Yotsuba, she was stunned for a while, and she couldn't see that she had been in a coma for several days. Wasn't it rumored that he was seriously ill? But at this moment, he seems to be full of energy, even though he is alive and kicking, and he can see that he seems to be stronger than before. This kind of talent can be regarded as a real genius. No wonder Sasuke always feels like he is facing a great enemy. In fact, he also felt that he was under a lot of psychological pressure. After all, when he was not in the village before, Sasuke had always been called a genius by them, but now seeing Luokan's progress is also putting a lot of pressure on him. I'm sure, Sasuke is now the sound ninja under Orochimaru's subordinates. It was taken. When Luokan heard Haruno Sakura actually say that, his alliance and Sandaime requested that they also join the mission to rescue Sasuke this time. When Sandemu saw her like this, his body was just in good shape, and he didn't want it to suffer any loss, but all the joinin in the village were sent out for a mission for a while, and the matter did not come back. I don't want your body to just recover. I told you before that you can't be injured during this period of time. You have to take good care of it in the village, not to mention that after the news is closed to you, you are just afraid that others will find you. Come on, aren't you seeking your own death by going out like this? Sandemu didn't want him to have this mission, but the village couldn't find any suitable candidates for a while. My body is no longer in any serious trouble. I request to participate in this research mission, not to mention that Sasuke is my friend. If I can't care about his affairs, then I can still give it to me. What kind of friends are you? Luokan is actually very clear. Maybe a certain prostitute is afraid of your village because of his own mistakes. Before, although according to the original story, he did leave the village, but it is far from the current speed. When she thought of this, she couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. These tasks are assigned to others, you honestly stay in the village for me. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. When Sandemu thought about it carefully, he still didn't want him to participate. This time, although he knew that although the newcomers of this generation still have some feelings, they need too much to grow up after their age. I don't want to let all these hopes of the village's future fall in the hands of Orochimaru. However, Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru's subordinates at this time, and the news has begun to spread throughout the village. Naruto was still training at the beginning. After hearing the news, he immediately put down everything in his hand and went directly to Sandemu's office to see that Luokan was already negotiating with Sandemu. 3 generations, I heard that Sasuke was taken away by someone under Orochimaru. Is it true? Naruto didn't care about other things at this time. Although Sasuke had always doubted himself before, and his cultivation skills had improved so quickly, although he was a little unhappy, they were still friends when they reminded him of the news. How could it not be in a hurry to become here, whether the news of the 3rd generation is true? Haruno Sakura also looked at Naruto anxiously. It's true. I went to look for Sasuke before, and after Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru's men, I ran over to tell the 3rd generation about this matter. Luokan and you came straight over. When Naruto heard that the latest news had been confirmed, although he could not accept it for a while at first, but then he thought that he usually wanted to pull his legs and run out. XXX. Let Luokan grab it directly. You just ran over like that without thinking. You couldn't save Sasuke. I'm afraid you have to get in too. Do you think I have to let someone else come to rescue you? When Haruno Sakura heard him say this, she was a little anxious at first, wishing she could just put a wing on and fly to Sasuke's side. Then you go hurry up and think of a way. If it is a little later, these people will take the red envelope and go directly back to Orochimaru. If you want to go there, I am afraid. I'm sure my body is fine, not to mention now that I'm like this, I can't find any suitable candidates in the village for a while. Why don't you let me go? Yi. Chapter 699. 117 Emergency. After Sandemu heard him say this, he hesitated for a long time. After all, he also knew that the news had just been pressed down with great difficulty, but at this time. When Luokan saw Sandemu hesitating so much, he was actually a little anxious, not to mention this situation, perhaps Sasuke's affairs couldn't be delayed like this. There is no one else now. If the merchants in the village are all there, then it is natural that it is not my turn for this task, but now I am walking in such a situation, and the time is so urgent that I cannot afford to delay. Seeing the situation of the 3rd generation's purpose, Luokan seems to have been shaken a bit now, so he also wants to pursue the victory, not to mention he is very clear that even if the 3rd generation does not agree with him to participate in this mission, he will go. When Haruno Sakura saw her like this, she didn't make a sound when she was by the side. I'm going too. Sasuke's current situation is unclear. When others heard her say this, she was also the highest expense. The last mission did leave him a little psychological shadow, but it took a month to I'm not in a hurry for any situation with my friends at this time, not to mention that although Sasuke was a little unhappy when he trained with him last time, but at this time, he can't care so much at all. When Sandemu and the two of them looked like this, although he was a little anxious, he still sighed. Okay, this is the task of falling dust, Naruto, Haruno Sakurahi Shangzining. Sandemu excluded all the outstanding members of this new generation from the task of saving Sasuke this time. 3 generations, if we all leave, what will the village do? Luo Chen frowned, feeling that although he knew that this task would not be easy to complete this time, if they all left, then the village would not be able to do it. What should I do if something happens? But will I take advantage of this time when they all leave the village and come in? When Sandemu heard him say that, he just smiled. Isn't there still mine in the village? Go ahead and complete your mission. When Luokan heard him say this, he lowered his head. He knew that the 3rd generation had always wanted all of them to come back safely, so he thought about all these people and let them complete this mission together, but if they all leave, if there is any situation in the village, I am afraid that when they want to come back, they will be too far behind. That's not bad. Not to mention the 3rd generation, if we all leave, you will be the only one left in the village, and you won't be able to do all the big things and small things. Naruto was very happy when he heard that the 3rd generation had so many of them together on the mission, but after hearing what the 4th master said, he finally understood the crux of the problem. If they all go out, who should be the defense in the village? I said, you only need to complete your tasks. Not to mention that you are the only ones left in the village. Isn't there still there Shangnin? Sandemu touched his beard and said, although there are suddenly fewer people in the village during this time, if you can't wait a few days, Jiraiya and the others should come back, so you don't have to worry. Luokan calculated the time, and it was only 2 or 3 days after them. I thought that Orochimaru would not suddenly invade the village in 2 or 3 days, so when I heard Sandemu say this, I reluctantly agreed. When they decided to endure it, they ran out of the village in a hurry. Luokan is also the strongest among their group, so of course he will lead them this time and save Sasuke. Seiyi was looking forward to Haruno Sakura's anxious look, and he knew about what was going on at his age, but he also wanted to hear Quiyi use all the information the client knew, not to mention that this matter was related to Sasuke. Is also related to the village, so I don't want to, because this one thing is to ignore the safety of the village. He simply called Haruno Sakura out by himself. How can you make everyone not in a hurry, but call me out alone? What does this mean? Of course, Haruno Sakura was a little anxious in her heart, not to mention sitting down. Orochimaru's subordinates took him away. Although he was very clear about what it was, of course, when he saw him, he didn't think that he would still be in this situation. Selected out. How could I not be in a hurry, but I also have to import the car? What is the situation in front of so many people before? I didn't ask about this matter, but I also want to know what the hell is going on. Make a plan to rescue Sasuke. Luo Chen stared into Haruno Sakura's eyes and said. Sasuke, did he volunteer for Lehigh? Or did he say he was kidnapped by Orochimaru's subordinates? Tell me honestly what's going on here. When Luokan looked at Haruno Sakura like this, even though he was in his heart was also a little anxious, but he didn't let the anxiety go to his head. According to the original book, if he lived for this period of time, maybe he should have deserted the village, so he had to figure out what happened to this situation. In this way, it is better to make plans for the next step, so as to avoid more losses to the village. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened when she heard what she said, and she never thought that in her heart, Sasuke might have been kidnapped by Orochimaru's men, but when he heard him ask, it seemed like he was standing there. See what happens in this scene. What else could it be? Of course, Orochimaru's subordinates took it away. Haruno Sakura naturally felt a little guilty when she said this, but there was no way to do it. When Luo Chen saw him like this, he had a general idea in his heart and sighed. I don't know what you think, Anyway, I only know that if she follows voluntarily, even if we bring a group of people to rescue him, they may not be the leader. If he is really caught by Orochimaru, he was taken away by his subordinates. No matter what, even if I risk my life, I will definitely bring him back, but I just want to know the true history of these things. When Haruno Sakura heard her say that, her face flushed. Chapter 700. 118. Know the situation. I don't know what happened during this period of time. When I went to see him, he seemed to be a different person, but when the subordinates came over, he just wanted to leave with them. Although I said it, but I couldn't stop it, that's why. When Haruno Sakura saw her like this, he simply had nothing to hide. Anyway, when he looked at her eyes, he couldn't tell any lies. When Luokan saw Haruno Sakura, he didn't say a word, he just listened to him and wanted to tell what happened in the end. Okay, I see, no matter what, we've already come out now. You want to bring Sasuke back, but it depends on what he thinks. I can only promise you to do your best, but if the village comes out of this side in any case. Luokan always had a bad premonition, especially after these people left the village. They always felt that there were only 3 generations left in the village. The consequences are unimaginable. Haruno Sakura also knew what she was worried about, but she really had nothing to do. Okay, you all go back to protect the village, I'm going to bring Sasuke back myself. Luokan saw Haruno Sakura in front of him. At this time, he also had something to do. How could she bring Sasuke back as a girl? If Sasuke really didn't want to go with them, it wouldn't be the current situation. Now that he was determined, but seeing Haruno Sakura like this, he couldn't bear to reject him. If you want to bring Sasuke back by yourself, you have to see if you have the strength, but not to mention that you may not be able to beat Naruto now, let alone locked, plus Orochimaru, which one of my subordinates is a vegetarian you have seen, and with all my strength, you don't even know the consequences. When Haruno Sakura heard her say that, he was instantly discouraged. He knew that his strength was not as good as any of them against you. This time he came out to see Sasuke come back with his own eyes. The department wanted to say this time. I was in a dilemma for a while, what should I do? But no matter what, he must bring Sasuke back. I know that I am not as strong as any of you, but even so, I will bring Sasuke back. The firmness in Haruno Sakura's eyes. You think too much. I just think that since Sasuke already wants to be with Orochimaru and the others, but no matter what, we will try our best to get her back, but now this time comes out. There are too many people. If something happens in the village, it will be too late for us to come back. We can't rely on the 3rd generation alone to support him to say those words. It's just for our own hearts. When Luokan saw Haruno Sakura's appearance, he knew that he must be thinking too much. He originally thought that after knowing this, he might not try his best to rescue Sasuke, but it was not like this at all. Then what do you mean? When Haruno Sakura heard her say that, she was also lost in confusion, wondering what exactly he wanted to do. What I mean is how to go back to some people to protect the remaining part of the village and then rescue Sasuke. You know, if the number of people is very large, the internet will also increase. No matter what, the remaining people will be at that time. Even if people risk their lives, they will bring Sasuke back. Are you still worried about that? After Luokan thought about it, he could only come up with such a solution. If the village only relies on 3 generations, I am afraid that although it is okay these days, Zillai also has a mission, and this time I am afraid it has just happened. It's only been out for a few days, I'm not that familiar now, and I just want them to leave with peace of mind. Haruno Sakura nodded, not expecting that he would actually say such a thing. Originally, he just wanted to make Sasuke volunteer with Orochimaru. The matter of leaving was rotten to the stomach, but he didn't expect that after talking to him, he would also try his best to rescue Sasuke, and it seemed that something was loose in his heart. Then why didn't you say that before when you were facing the purpose of the 3rd generation, but now that we have all left the village, why don't you talk about it again? Haruno Sakura was a little puzzled when he saw him. If he had thought about this matter earlier, Maybe he would have handled it well from the beginning, but he did not talk to everyone until he had already taken everyone out of the village. Saying such a thing will inevitably cause some discomfort in my heart. When Luo Chen heard him say that, he just smiled. How do you think Sasuke looks like that? How can you be at ease, even when we people went out to complete this mission last time? Don't you still know what happened? So the rest of the people originally rested in place, but I didn't expect that the time for Luokan and Haruno Sakura's conversation was slightly longer, and usually attracted Naruto directly. What are you two talking about mysteriously? Why did you talk for so long? When Naruto saw the two of them, it seemed as if they had been talking about something. When Luo Chen saw Naruto like this, he just smiled. Let's go back, I have something to announce to everyone. Naruto was also confused when he saw the two of them like this. He didn't know what Luo Chen was announcing, but when he thought that they had just come out, they had not been assigned their respective tasks. Followed them back. Some of the things I will say next may make everyone feel a little uncomfortable, but I have already made this decision. Seeing the people standing in front of him, Luo Chen felt a little touched. No matter what, they are now coming out to complete this mission, but his next decision may have already prevented some people from participating in this mission. Task. Naruto, Hyuga Sinning. The people I mentioned followed me to complete the task of rescuing Sasuke. The rest of the people I didn't mention will all return to the village after dark. After Luo Chen said these words, everyone was stunned for a moment, thinking that he seemed to be joking.